Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see. What if Harry Potter banished from Hogwarts secretly trained as Jedi? Part 2. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. I used to blame you for it. I thought if you hadn't done what you did then everything would have been fine, but that was wrong. If you hadn't gone then someone else would have been sent and they would have just killed him and left and I wouldn't have even been able to do anything about it. We had a chance to control the situation but I ruined it due to my ignorance. I apologize. She finished as she bowed her head. Harry looked at her and nodded. I accept your apology. I know you have a lot of pride still, and I am sure that was not easy for you, so I will accept knowing you have been sincere. Harry told her. She looked up and nodded gratefully. So, where do we go from here? She asked. Harry pondered the question. Maybe one more chance wouldn't hurt. It seemed like she had matured. There is a recently established outpost on Tatooine. It'll be the first of 4 on the planet to establish a stronger foothold in the Outer Rim. At the moment, the base is an easy target. It has very little Force users and is not getting reinforcements for another week or 2. The administrator of the outpost is an idiot and clearly doesn't know how to lead a military force. A few squadrons led by Force users would be able to take the place easily. There is a mountain to the north side and if you take speeders, it will help hide your approach. I will send you the coordinates. Do what you will that information. Harry revealed to her. The base was a good test. There was no moral issue like with the assassination attempt last year and it was a rather easy target. There was plenty of ways the information of the base could have been leaked through one of the desert planet's many spaceports. That meant there was almost no risk to him being found out by the Sith. Just like that? You are going to start giving me information again? She asked with shock. Harry rolled his eyes. Please, I gave you super safe information that has no morally tough decisions to it. We'll see how you do and maybe see about working you back up to actual sensitive information. For now, let's see how you do with this. Harry told her, giving her a bland look. She seemed to settle down after that. Still seems a little soon. She commented. It is, but I have a feeling the Force wants us to work together and is probably going to keep shoving us into these situations until we do so. I'm not usually foolish enough to fight an inevitability. Might as well just get it out of the way. Harry told her with resignation in his voice. Satel nodded and seemed pleased with the answer but then frowned. I still don't understand why you are with the Sith in the first place, she said as she eyed him. Harry tilted his head and thought about how he should respond to that. I am looking for someone that I believe the Sith have in custody or have simply killed. I believe this person, however, is being kept by the highest authority of the Sith, meaning the only way I will get close to finding said person is by being a someone the Sith trust enough. It's complicated and not how I would usually go about doing things, but with so many Force presences around now, my usual methods would not be appropriate. Harry explained as he started to fade. I see. I wish you luck on your search, but it seems our time here is up judging by your fading presence, Satel said as she stood up. Harry nodded in agreement. So it would seem. I am glad we had this talk and I am sure we shall have more in the future. I suppose I can attempt to reopen the bond a little to try and facilitate some sort of communication. Harry finished as he continued to disappear. Satel smiled at that and Harry had to admit, he felt something in his chest get a sharp pain when he saw it. I would like that as well, was the last thing he heard before completely fading. Harry opened his eyes and blinked the sleep out of them. He sat up on his bed and thought about the night's events. Things were going to get complicated again, that was for sure. He got up and made his way to the bathroom to clean himself before throwing on his clothes once more. He entered the console room and saw Lenera looking through something on one of said consoles. She seemed to be frowning. Something wrong? Harry asked as he came up behind her and tried to look at what she was seeing. She shook her head. I am not sure. One of the fleets led by Darth Pionax is apparently going back to Dramenkos after a failed attack on a Republic transport. However, they're simply sitting in the next system we are about to jump to. Something doesn't feel right about this. Lenera said as she looked to him for guidance. He looked right back at her. Trust in your feelings. The Force is trying to tell you something. If Darth Pionax is involved and he happens to be waiting in the next system, what could his goal be? Harry asked her. An ambush would be the most obvious choice, but why? We are allies, are we not? She asked. Harry made a hum noise in his throat. Some Sith care only about their personal power before putting the Empire first. I assume I am the target. Due to my growing fame, many of the other Sith have taken to trying to organize situations that could lead to my possible death. Though this is the first time I have gained the attention of a Darth, I must say. Harry said as he moved into thought. Darth Pionax, a recent addition to such a status, and some felt he did not deserve it. Moderately powerful but nothing truly impressive. It was thought that he was made Darth to help another Darth in the political fields of the Empire. Pionax was not overly smart, but he was certainly ambitious from what Harry knew of the man. He took every chance he could to prove himself and to possibly advance. His failed attempt at attacking a heavily guarded Republic transport showed this. Harry was rather confident he could beat the man himself, but an entire fleet was another story. Pionax would probably have to tell the fleet to move on without him. If it got found out he was involved in Harry's death, then Darth Mar, as his master, would be expected to kill him. Darth Mar, being one of the most powerful Sith in the Empire, was not someone Pionax was probably stupid enough to pick a fight with straight up. He would need some sort of defense. An entire fleet would never be able to keep the secret, nor would it be easy to convince them to attack an ally. Harry then looked at Lenera. This would be a hard test for her as well. Pionax was still much more powerful than all of her other opponents, since she and him both took on the Jedi Master when they were on one of Kessel's moons. Pionax was probably as powerful as that master. Then again, Pionax also had an apprentice. Perhaps Lenera would be better if she focused her attention on him or her while Harry dealt with Pionax himself. It all depended if the apprentice was there, he supposed. If he or she wasn't, then Lenera would join him against Pionax. Next day, they just exited hyperspace, and sure enough, there it was. A Corvette-class cruiser, Sith-made, simply hanging in space waiting for them. Clearly a unit of the fleet that Pionax commandeered to do this little confrontation. Immediately a call popped up on his comm, and he saw Lenera tense in the corner of his eye. He gave her a side glance to calm down, and it seemed to be working as she seemed to take a breath and calm herself. He nodded and answered the call. Yes? He answered calmly. So, you're Darth Mar's little prodigy then. I have been looking forward to meeting with you for some time now. A voice said over the comm. It was Pionax for sure. He sounded happy for the situation, probably because he thought he was going to kill him. I am flattered to be known as such, but I am afraid I have no time to chat, as I was just making my way back to my master from my latest mission. We will have to continue this some other time. Harry told the man, already knowing such a thing would be unacceptable to him. Oh, I don't think so, we just started talking after all. In fact, why don't we continue this conversation face to face? I insist on it, little apprentice. He stressed the last word of the sentence, mainly to try and throw rank in his face. They both knew that no matter of his higher rank, no one but Darth Mar could actually order him around. Harry pondered for a moment before nodding to himself. Very well. We will dock with your ship then, and we can meet. However, only for a little, as I am afraid I really do need to return to my master's side. He finished. He heard a scoff from the intercom. So quick to try and return to your master's side. What a good little pet you are. Do not worry. I am sure this will only take a moment. Pionax said back before cutting the line. Harry just rolled his eyes. Why did we not try to escape? Their craft is bigger, but we are definitely faster than they are. Prep the hyperdrive and we could have been out of here in a few moments. Lenera questioned. A few reasons. I don't run from threats unless I have reason to believe the situation would be more in my favor if I did so. Second, their guns are trained on us already, and I am sure if I said no they would have immediately started shooting. Our shields wouldn't have lasted long enough for us to get the hyperdrive working. Finally, it's best to deal with enemies immediately so they don't pop up to bother you later. Harry explained with a blank expression on his face as he stood and made his way to his ship's exit as the other docked with his. He heard the cruiser lock in and snap into place as it got close. Lenera followed behind, but she seemed very tense as she did so, whereas Harry still seemed to be a picture of calmness. I can sense him and his apprentice. Deal with the apprentice while I deal with the master, Harry told her. Lenera looked at him in surprise. My lord, while there is no doubt to your power, are you sure you can handle a Darth on your own? They are the highest-ranked Sith masters after all. Lenera pointed out to him needlessly. I have a few tricks up my sleeve, was all Harry said as the door opened and the hallway of the other ship appeared to greet them. It wasn't very wide, which meant if the fight started here, it would turn into a battle of skill and precision rather than power. At the other end of the hall were two figures. A skinny pale male in black robes and a shorter female who looked like her face was permanently locked in an angry scowl. Harry looked at both blankly before staring at Pionax. Shall we get this over with? My master is expecting me after all, and I would hate to make him wait, Harry said blandly. The other woman's scowl deepened and she stepped forward. You are speaking to Darth Pionax, not another lowly apprentice like yourself. You will address him with the respect he deserves. She spat at him. Harry rose an eyebrow at the speech. I thought I just did. Harry responded back easily. Oh my, you are just like dealing with Mar. The lack of care for anything in your voice, yet still clearly confident in all aspects of your ability. I'll bet you even share similar ideals. I can see why he likes you so much, Pionax said with a slimy smile on his face. Harry said nothing at that, just stared at Pionax and his annoying apprentice. Nothing to say. Well then, allow me to explain. You see, Darth Mar has been getting very influential lately due to his various successes. Even the Emperor seems to have taken notice. This has made some of my allies and myself very upset. Pionax paused at that and looked to Harry to see if his words had sunk in. Harry continued with the blank expression. After all, he already knew why the man was here. Sith on Sith killing wasn't exactly uncommon. Obviously we need to do something, and what better blow against Mar than taking away one of his greatest weapons. Everyone knows of his prodigy apprentice who Mar personally sends to deal with problems he can't or won't for various reasons. Said apprentice has even gained quite the reputation himself. Needless to say, it would be quite the blow if Mar lost him, Pionax said with a smirk coming on his face, and even his apprentice seemed eager for what was to come. You really didn't need to explain all this to me. I knew why you were here already and what your goals were. I assume you simply like hearing the sound of your own voice. Let's hurry up and do this. As I have said, I have other engagements to make, Harry said as he smoothly summoned his lightsaber to his hand and ignited it. This caused both Lenera and Pionax's apprentice to do the same. Pionax himself seemed amused. Harry knew why. An apprentice, even a prodigy, taking on a Darth in normal circumstances would be ludicrous. Even the weakest Darths were not to be messed with, and that's exactly what Harry was doing. Lenera, why don't you entertain Darth Pionax's dog? He and I are going to go to a more private setting for our engagement. Lenera nodded while the other apprentice just scoffed. Harry slowly walked towards Pionax, showing no fear. The apprentice moved forward to confront him. If you really thought I was simply going to let you bother my master, then yo, was all she managed before Harry slammed her in the side with a wall of the Force and then slammed her into the wall, causing her to go down. Play nice with her, Lenera, was all Harry said as he simply walked past the down-Sith apprentice and made his way further to Pionax. Pionax smiled at the display before slowly drawing his own lightsaber. He ignited it and pointed to Harry with it. Impressive, but I am afraid I will not be so easy to down, Pionax said, still seeming unconcerned. We'll see. With that, they clashed in a shower of red. He had to give it to him, Pionax was most definitely competent. He still wasn't sure the man deserved to be called a Darth, but he definitely deserved future consideration for it. His moves exuded confidence, but sadly, he was too confident. Harry was most definitely not going at it with everything he had, but Pionax seemed to think he was. The man wouldn't let that annoying grin leave his face, and his eyes continued to show only amusement, probably from the thought of some uppity apprentice challenging him in his mind. His blade skills were good. They were nothing impressive, which made sense as Pionax was more known with his ability with the Force, and Harry was surprised the man was stupid enough not to showcase such abilities yet. He predicted he wouldn't from pride, but to actually see him not use them was beyond idiotic. The man probably thought he wasn't worth it. Harry waited as the man seemed to take him less and less seriously. By now, they weren't even in the same hallway, and Harry could hear signs of battle of Lenera taking on the apprentice. He would check on her when he was done here, which looked to be soon if the ignorant smile on Pionax said anything. This is the extent of Mars' apprentice? It seems he was over-exaggerating quite a bit when he mentioned your skill. Frankly, I don't see the supposed talent anywhere. I was right to think this would be short, it seems. Pionax goaded as he brought his blade down on Harry. Harry easily blocked and held the blade back, giving them both a moment to stare at each other. Harry raised an eyebrow. You're right, this was rather short, Harry said blandly. Pionax's smile finally left and a look of confusion came over him. Harry was not like many Sith or Force users in general, where you could feel the buildup of power as a warning to you of an impending Force attack. He was a master with manipulating the Force. His attacks were immediate and came suddenly. Because of all this, Pionax had little time to no time to prepare for the massive storm of Force lightning that consumed the entire hallway. The Force of course warned him of the danger with precognition, but with him being so close and lowering his guard so much, there really was no defense for him. The lightning slammed into him and threw him into a wall. His lightsaber flew from his grasp and he started convulsing and cried out. Force lightning was extremely painful after all, and even a Darth could only do so much to reduce the pain. Harry watched him squirm and convulse on the floor before cutting the flow of lightning off. Pionax took a deep breath to refill his emptied lungs, but Harry didn't give him any time to recover. He reached out and balled his hand into a fist. Immediately Pionax was lifted into the air and gripped his throat, trying to stop the invisible Force choking him. Harry could feel Pionax through the Force trying to wrench the Force grip off him, but Harry simply smacked the attempt away and continued to choke him. A moment later and he made a violent pulling motion with his hands, yanking Pionax to him by his neck. 2 swipes of his still-lit blade, and all 4 of Pionax's body's appendages fell to the ground off the man's body. With that, he dropped the man's now incredibly short body to the ground. Pionax immediately started this weird mix of cried out and panting as he looked at himself. Harry just stood over him impassively. See? Short. Harry reiterated said, looking down at the man. Pionax looked up at him with both hatred and fear. You'll die for this. My allies will kill you. You will regret this with every fiber of your being. Pionax exclaimed. Harry shrugged. Your allies are already trying to kill me. That is why you were here, in case you forgot. I will admit you are a decent Sith when it comes to power and skill, but you are weak where it truly matters. You were easily led to believe you had the advantage even after all the evidence to show my skill. There are literally holovids of me. Not that you probably watched them or did any actual research on me. An apprentice could never stand up to a Darth after all. Harry told him calmly yet sarcastically. By the end of his explanation, he was kneeling down next to the man's head. But you know what, at the end of the day it wouldn't have mattered. You were lacking with the blade and, unlike you, I researched you beforehand and knew your strengths lied in pure Force techniques and not directly engaging against an opponent. This is why I so openly challenged you to bladed combat at the beginning. I knew your foolish arrogance would demand you took me on in my preferred method just to break me all the more. Too bad for you. The truth is that my specialty is actually incorporating powerful Force techniques effortlessly into my combat. You are one of the few people to now know that. Too bad it cost you your life, Harry said as he rested his hand against the man's chest. With no words, he cast a modified blood-boiling curse on the man, modified to raise the blood temperature at a much slower rate. This would be much more painful for him than the original curse, which killed you in less than half a minute. This would stretch it to half an hour. Of course, Force users could detect spells and break them with enough power. Even if he doubted Pionax had it left in him, better to be safe than sorry. With that, Harry's finger started glow orange and Pionax began to hopelessly squirm, realizing Harry was doing something to him. He drew 2 runes into the man's skin, causing him to not cry out but hiss in pain. The rune for magic and suppression connected in a spiral. The basic array that used to be used on handcuffs to stop magical prisoners from using their magic even wandlessly. Harry had now burned it into his skin, making it semi-permanent unless someone else came along in the next 30 minutes and was also skilled in runes countered it. Very unlikely. Harry stood up as he finished his handiwork. He looked down on the pitiful man glaring up at him. Goodbye, Pionax. Have fun knowing your death was due to your own arrogance, Harry said as he left the man on the ground and went back to the perpendicular hallway where Lenera and Pionax's apprentice were still going at it. Harry was happy to see Lenera not only holding her own but actually seeming to have the advantage over her fellow Sith. The apprentice was not nearly as skilled with the blade, and neither had her master been, meaning she was probably someone who focused more on force techniques like Pionax. He actually saw the woman try and gain some distance so she could use some technique, but Lenera seemed smart enough to realize this as well. She kept making sure to stay extremely close to the woman and used her superior speed and reflexes to make sure the apprentice was continuously forced to stay engaged with her to stay alive. Harry continued to simply watch as he leaned against a well silently. At some point, the apprentice started to get sluggish and tired, clearly not used to such physical exercise. Due to the intensive missions Lenera had gone on with him the past year, she wasn't even close. The apprentice went for Lenera's throat, and Lenera smoothly ducked under, purposefully fell to her knees, and force pushed herself forward to slide along the floor right past the apprentice, dragging her blade along with her. Harry watched the apprentice gasp and slowly look down at the cut going straight through her entire body before falling to the floor dead. Lenera deactivated her blade calmly and put it on her side. Most impressive, Lenera. Did you have any trouble before I got here? Harry asked as he looked down at the now dead apprentice of Pionax. No trouble at all, my lord. Once I identified the woman was more proficient in using techniques rather than the blade, I simply made sure to have her constantly engaged, which disallowed her to use her strengths. It was then just a matter of wearing her out, Lenera explained to him. Harry nodded. You did exceptionally well. I am proud of you. Harry told her off-handedly before walking past her, though not before seeing a look of shock cross her face. He had to keep himself from smirking when he saw his Sith identity was very emotionless and clinical compared to his true personality. He did not ever usually give personal praise on how he personally felt on her performance, rather he simply gave praise to her performance instead. He complimented her proficiency and improvements. No personal feeling attached, until now at least. He could actually feel the happiness she felt through the force at his words. He should probably better teach on how to not project her feelings, but it wasn't usually a problem. She had a good amount of control over her emotions for a Sith and knew how to channel them for productivity like he and Mar did. Harry made it back onto his own ship and made his way to the cockpit. He disconnected from the other ship and started floating away before adjusting his course and powering up the engines. He silently made his way to the jump point, leaving the other Sith ship to simply float in space. Should we not destroy other Sith ship, my lord? Lenera questioned as they flew away. If Pionax was stupid enough to put sensitive information on that ship before using it, then that is his fault, not ours. Besides, I intend to leave his ship as a message. I am sure his allies will come to retrieve it at some point to discover what happened to him, Harry told her. Lenera nodded before going silent again. Finally reaching the necessary location, Harry lined up the ship and hit the hyperdrive ignition button before watching the lights on the window turn to streaks. Back in hyperspace, he finally relaxed. 26 hours later, Drummond Koss, Harry stepped off his ship and entered the hangar. Sith officers and mechanics saluted him and moved to ask him standard questions. Welcome back, sir. Any issues you need repaired or taken care of while you are here? An officer asked him with a datapad in his hand. Give it a standard check over, but I do not believe any repairs are necessary. If you find something out of the ordinary, contact me personally on it. Understood? Harry questioned almost coldly. The officer gave him a nod and straightened up as he finished typing in some orders in his datapad. We will get that for you done immediately, sir. Have a nice stay, the officer said before moving away. Harry looked back at Lenera. I have to meet Darth Mar, as you know. I have transferred 40,000 credits to your account for anything you may wish to buy. As always, if I don't contact you within 24 hours, then I am probably dead and the ship is yours to do with as you wish, Harry told her. Lenera frowned at his last sentence but nodded nonetheless. As you say, my lord. I will keep my comm open and will go into the main city while I wait for you, Lenera told him. Harry nodded. She was probably going to a bar to try and see if she could visit some of her old soldier buddies. She did that occasionally when they were here. Make sure to take this time to relax, Lenera. Wouldn't do for you to collapse from stress later because you never took a break. Harry shot at her as he started to walk away. Lenera scoffed before heading to the speeder bay. Harry moved to the shuttle area. Darth Marr's compound was much farther away than most due to his longing for privacy. As such, it could only be reached by shuttle. Actually, it had its own private small hangar, but if Marr was here then, there was probably no room for Harry's ship. He boarded an open shuttle and looked at the pilot, who looked back at him for orders. Darth Marr's compound, Harry said as he took his seat. Right away, sir, the pilot said. Immediately the doors closed and the shuttle took off. Harry closed his eyes and entered meditation. Although he disliked most of them, he preferred the Jedi's form of meditation. He used it to keep in control the raging fire that was his emotion. It also helped him maintain his emotionless facade, which was really hard sometimes with the stupid-ass Sith he sometimes had to deal with, Pionax being a great example of such. After half an hour of flight, the shuttle finally started to slow and move back towards the ground. Harry opened his eyes and stood up from his seat, keeping himself stable with the Force. As soon as the doors opened, he hopped out and made his way to the long stairway up to the compound. Darth Marr's compound was rather standard. It had high walls and a large array of defenses. There were soldiers all over the place, most from Marr's most loyal legion to protect his home. Various gun turrets were placed all over to discourage any intruders. Harry ignored this, though, as he knew they were informed of who he was. He got up the stairs and walked the long path into the actual building. The inside wasn't as extravagant as most Sith compounds on the planet were. Marr didn't care for such things. He preferred practicality overall. The halls were uniform and dull, and the patrols were the same. He navigated calmly through the passages, occasionally nodding at some of the soldiers or the occasional other Sith he saw. Eventually he reached Darth Marr's private planning chambers. He waited at the door patiently for his master to open it, as he was sure the man knew he was there. A moment later and the door slid open smoothly. Harry entered and looked at the dimly lit room. Darth Marr was staring at a holodeck that seemed to be showing a 3D visual representation of a battle he must have participated in. Harry barely glanced at it. The left flank caved too quickly. The officer in charge must have been new and ordered a retreat as soon as the enemy got close. Harry said. Darth Marr looked away from the table and at him. Indeed. It matters not, we still won that day and the officer has already been punished. He learned from his mistake, but it is always a good thing to look back and see if you could have done better some ways. Judging by your lack of any injury, I take it Darth Pionax was no challenge? Marr questioned as he waved his hand over the table and the fake battlefield disappeared. Harry nodded. His skill and power might have been close to a Darth level, but his mindset showed he was clearly not ready for it and was ultimately his undoing. Harry told Darth Marr, I suspected as much. Regardless, taking out any Darth, even an arrogant, relatively weaker one, is an accomplishment and only further validates my next decision. Kneel, my apprentice, Darth Marr said as he stood in front of him. Harry did so without question. Harry tensed as he heard his master ignite his blade. He further tensed when he felt the blade brought dangerously close to his face. I, Darth Marr, Lord of the Sith, hereby grant Hadrian Black the title of Sith Lord after proving himself with both skill and unflinching loyalty to the Empire. From this day on, he shall be known as Lord Cyrus. Rise no longer as my apprentice but as Cyrus, Lord of the Sith. Darth Marr commanded. Harry did as he was told and got to his feet. He stared at Darth Marr and nodded his head gratefully at the man. Thank you for the honor, Darth Marr. I shall continue to perform to and past your expectations. Harry told him. Darth Marr looked at him for a moment before holding out his hand for Harry to shake. Harry complied and took the hand. I will hold you to that, Lord Cyrus. I will be following your continued career with great interest. Darth Marr told him genuinely. There was silence for a moment. I must ask, was sending Pionax after me really necessary? You could have just told me to bring back the head of a Jedi Master. Harry questioned. It was a duel test. If Pionax was not good enough to defeat an apprentice, then he was unworthy of being a Darth. If you weren't good enough to take advantage of his obvious faults to win, then you were not good enough to be my apprentice. Darth Mar replied easily. Harry raised an eyebrow and let out a tiny smirk despite himself. I see. Well, it's done with. I suppose as a Sith Lord, I should find some position to fill before the Council assigns me one. I don't suppose you have a spot open in your Legion? Harry asked. Not for one of your status, I am afraid. However, there is actually an enforcer position I think you would be perfect for. Darth Mar said back. Harry looked at him and silently urged him to explain. Enforcers are powerful Sith appointed to keep an eye on the Empire and their fellow Sith to hopefully discourage infighting. They answer to the Dark Council and are usually assigned to task of either dealing with rogue Sith or annoying Jedi. It's very similar to what I have been having you do already, so there won't be much of a change. You will probably be called less for planet assaults though. There is a lot of freedom associated with the role, which I know you appreciate it. Darth Mar told him. Harry thought on it. I suppose I like the sound of it, though. I sense you have another reason for recommending me to such a position. Harry said knowingly. Mar nodded easily. Indeed, I do. Enforcers are not usually enforcers for long. They often die in the line of duty. Those that don't, however, are almost always promoted to Darths in relatively a short amount of time. While I do not think you are ready for such a position now, if you continue on with the same attitude you exhibited as my apprentice, I foresee you reaching it rather soon. The Empire would benefit from having more Sith such as yourself in such a position. Darth Mar explained as he reactivated the table, this time portraying a different battle. Oh, and it seems your last mission was a waste of time. The Tatooine base was attacked again soon after you left. Darth Mar said. Harry squinted his eyes in mock suspicion. There were no Tusken Raiders in a 300-mile radius of the base once I left. I made sure of it. Harry promised. Of course, he knew it was not Tusken Raiders this time, but he had to keep up the front. It was not Tusken Raiders at this point, it was the Republic and the Jedi. Apparently, we did not squash the Tusken Raiders before they leaked the information of the base, or perhaps some wanderer stumbled upon it and alerted the Jedi. Either way, the base was practically razed. It will likely take months to rebuild, and the Jedi now know we wish to establish a base on Tatooine. A strategic setback. Darth Mar commented, though showed no sign of suspicion to Harry himself. Perhaps we can use this to our advantage. Maybe set up a base at a nearby system right under their noses while they focus their attention on Tatooine where they think we wish to set up. Harry suggested. A good suggestion to be sure, but no system nearby there had the same strategic advantage as Tatooine did. A thought I had as well. Still, even if we do, it will be a loss no matter what. I suppose salvaging something out of this is better than nothing. When we last talked, you spoke of something the Force might be calling attention to. As I am no longer your master, you have no obligation to tell me, but if you wish, know you may always come to confide in me. Darth Mar told him. Harry nodded gratefully. I appreciate the sentiment, Darth Mar. As far as the feeling, I still have not looked into it, but if I find it to be something of true relevance, then I will make sure to inform you immediately. And thank you for your words and trust. Harry replied. Mar said nothing but gave a slight nod. That was all I wished to speak with you on, Lord Cyrus. Is there anything? Darth Mar asked. Harry straightened. Nothing, Darth Mar. I shall take my leave and look forward to working with you again in the future. Harry said as he turned and left the compound. As he left, he paused and looked in the air before taking a long, calming breath. He was one step closer to his goal. Soon, he would be able to find out the truth on what happened to his friend. Then he would burn down this goddamn empire the Emperor had worked so long to build. Chapter 13. Harry stood on the ruins of what had previously been a war zone between Republic and Sith forces. The planet itself was unimportant. Belcaden was mainly forest and bodies of water and served mainly as a place with lots of natural resources that could be used. It had no natural intelligent life on it. Up until hours ago, the Sith had been close to retreating against the Republic forces who had been close to outnumbering them 2-1. Harry, however, had other business on the planet and decided to lend a quick helping hand. The Republic forces had no Force users currently on their side, and Harry had made quick work of them with his apprentice. Lord Cyrus. A voice behind him said. Harry turned slowly and eyed the nervous-looking officer who approached him. "Speak," he commanded. "The Republic forces are in full retreat and leaving with haste. Your apprentice is taking out all who remain. Complete victory on our part." The man reported. Harry nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Send word to the nearest fleet that outpost construction on this planet can begin. Make sure to tell them to focus more on automated defenses. This planet is too far out to support with conventional manpower. Machines will have to do. In the meantime, ready 2 speeders. My mission on this planet is not yet complete," Harry told the man, his voice cold like ice, causing the man to physically shiver when listening to him. The officer bowed his head when he finished. "At once, my lord. Shall I tell the fleet of your presence here, or is it need to know?" The man asked. "You may relay that I am here if you wish. I do not care either way," Harry said as he walked off the field and made his way to where their supply camp was. This battle was one of the easiest he had fought for control of a planet. There was probably only a few thousand soldiers total on each side, and there weren't even force users on the opposing side. It was too far out to send any real force for either side, and his presence here was more a coincidence. A rogue Sith was hiding out on this planet supposedly, and his latest mission was to find and kill him. Once at the supply camp, he moved to the private tent that had been set up for him. He was pleased with the perks being a feared Sith Lord brought him. He sat down in a chair and waited patiently for Lenera to return to him. The girl was so enthusiastic with her work, always trying so hard to prove that she was worthy of being an apprentice, especially his apprentice. The Dark Council's constant remarks about how he should take another apprentice worthier of his talents certainly didn't help. Harry didn't mind, though. He was perfectly satisfied with Lenera's performance and was glad to have someone he didn't have to watch over constantly. Speaking of his apprentice, the Republic troops that remained have all been dealt with, my master, Lenera said as she entered Harry's tent and got down on one knee in front of him. Harry waved for her to stand as he did so. "Good. If you are not tired, which by the look in your eyes you're not, it is time to go after our true target. He is 100 miles east of this position, and we should be able to make it in a little more than an hour. We will fly above the tree line for most of the journey until we get close, and then we will fly on the forest floor," Harry explained as he pointed at a map on the table in front of his chair and traced the route as he said the plans out loud to her. Lenera nodded hesitantly. "And we are sure he will be there?" she asked. Harry shrugged. "Some text traced his ship's scattered tracker to there, and our forces here say they did observe the ship enter the atmosphere before crashing somewhere far off. They reported to not having the necessary forces to investigate at the time, though. If he's not there, then we just report it and then leave. If he is here, then we kill him, simple," Harry said as he looked at her. She nodded, and they both exited the tent together to head off towards the prepared speeders he had requested. They mounted them with ease and quickly booted them up. "Just follow so you will not get lost," Harry told her before blasting off and having his speeder rise up and go over the tree line. Once there, he blasted off in the direction of east. He could hear Lenera doing the same. He sighed as he patiently drove towards where their target supposedly was. It had been close to 2 years since he had become an enforcer, and it was honestly a little boring. Most of the enemies weren't worth his time, and the few times they were, he would get too carried away and go all out, which tended to end fights rather quickly. He had even taken out a few Darths since becoming an enforcer, which was technically unfortunate since there weren't as many as the council wished. Still, if you weren't worth the trouble you caused, then even being a Darth wouldn't save you from the council's wrath. What's worse, he had barely heard any rumors on what happened to Revan all those years ago. There were the Revanites, of course, Andromeda Kos, who thought themselves well hidden, but they had proven to be no help at all. He suspected the Emperor had hidden the man's body somewhere, but he had no idea where. He wasn't sure anyone but the Emperor had an idea where, he was to be completely honest. Last year, he had even asked Darth Mar what he knew of the man, but his former master hadn't been that helpful. He told Hadrian how he knew of the Sith Revan, but not what became of him, only that he had confronted the Emperor and disappeared. He also told him of how there were Injur fanatics who seemed to worship the man for his mastery of both the light and dark side of the Force. Harry knew him to be talking of the Revanites, but said nothing at the time. It was frustrating to still know so little, but he had accomplished other things. His relationship with Satel had grown stronger over time. They had even met face-to-face occasionally when they could afford to do so. He had also given her training techniques to improve her lightsaber form and taught her basic occlumency. The effects were amazing to say the least. Satel had become one of, if not the most feared Jedi in the entire war. She was known to take on multiple skilled opponents at the same time and still come out on top. It had even the Dark Council talking. She had also taken to occlumency like a fish to water. He had only given her the basics to help with calming herself, but she showed herself to be a natural with the art. Gone was the hot-headed girl he once knew, and, in her place, stood a steadfast, sophisticated woman. Her progress had even him jealous. Had she had his lifespan, Harry had no doubt she could be giving him lessons instead of the other way around. The only thing she was against learning was techniques of the dark side. Although it would be a huge boon for her, Harry had not pressed the issue. He knew in the present climate that one of the Jedi's most promising showing signs of dark side techniques could be ruinous. So, he had let her be with an open invitation to contact him if she ever wished to try. Of course, hiding his budding friendship was becoming a harder and harder task with Lenera as his apprentice. Lenera was fanatically loyal to him, though she did not let such loyalty turn her into a mindless tool that simply agreed with anything and everything he said. He both admired this trait and feared it. Admired it because he respected mental strength of others even if they were his enemies. Feared because it caused him to question whether her loyalty to him could be broken should he reveal more about himself. Despite this, Lenera was another he would consider to be a friend of his. The two had even gone to a bar once after a particularly stressful mission to try and relax. It had been a strange experience for the both of them. Harry was extremely good at holding his alcohol. Lenera, as it turned out, was not. She had talked about simple stuff first, her training, her old battalion. Then she got really hammered, and things like how handsome she thought he was and the serious and silent personality he had was quite sexy. Harry had decided to cut her off after that. The next morning was even funnier. Lenera had woken and seemed to remember quite a bit of the night before. Her face was redder than a tomato when she walked out of her room. It was the first time Harry had been seen laughing since he had joined the Empire. Needless to say, they both had agreed to never speak of the incident again unless in complete private. Nevertheless, it had brought him closer to his apprentice, even if it had been an embarrassing thing to go through. "Master, we are arriving at the traitor's last known location," Lenera said, cutting into his thoughts. He paid back attention to his surroundings and looked at his dash, which confirmed Lenera's words. He nodded. "Good. Set down in the small clearing approaching on our right. We will continue on foot from there," Harry ordered. With his words, they both landed in said clearing and quickly got off the speeders. "Make sure to lock both. I don't want him to sneak behind and use either to escape. If he is even here," Harry ordered as he analyzed their surroundings. It seemed to be mostly forest, but this clearing they were in wasn't here naturally. It was clearly a crash site for something. The question was, if it was a crash site for the traitor's ship, then where was the ship? Search for tracks. Even if he left no foot tracks, he most likely moved his ship with the Force, which means he most likely had to put it down occasionally, and a ship of that size would have tired him. Frequently, he would need to occasionally set it down to give himself a break. Harry said as he looked around. With the way the trees are so close together, he would have needed to knock some down to fit his ship through the forest. With the fact that he didn't, he most likely went through the route with a large enough spacing to fit his ship. The way to the northeast of here has such a spacing. We should perhaps head in that direction, Lenera suggested. Harry cracked a tiny smirk. "You're right on both fronts. You lead the way and I shall follow," Harry said to her as he stepped back to allow her to take point. She nodded as she puffed her chest a bit with pride. They quickly set out towards the direction Lenera had pointed out and pushed through into the forest. Lenera was right. The rogue Sith had tried to cover his tracks by not knocking down trees to move his ship, but it left a rather obvious path to follow. Coupled with the fact that he occasionally had to set the craft down. The imprints can't be more than a week old. It is very likely he is still on the planet. He wouldn't have time for any repairs, especially since the only place he could even get some were at the Sith or Republic encampment. No parts have been reported missing, but with the fighting, something could have slipped through the cracks. Lenera suggested. Harry shook his head. Unlikely that he would be able to steal the parts as well as also know how to repair the ship. Engineering isn't something most Sith learn how to do. Still, we should keep it as a possibility. We must be close by now. Harry responded. This planet was mainly forest, but that didn't mean it shouldn't have a few places that could store a ship, even a small one-person one. It was as he had this thought when he first felt something in the Force. He looked up and into the distance where he felt the disturbance. Master, I sense it too. He is here and we are close. I will take lead from here on. Make sure to cover me adequately. Harry told her quietly. Don't I always? She asked rhetorically. Harry said nothing as he pulled the hilt of his weapon from his belt. He heard a click from behind him as Lenera did the same. He suppressed his presence and snuck forward as quietly as possible. If your goal was to sneak up on me, then I am afraid it is far too late for that. A voice said. Harry narrowed his eyes as he looked up. In one of the tree branches was a crouched woman, a woman he recognized. The clinging uniform, the sly smirk, and finally, the dark red eyes gave her away. Darth Zantara. I did not expect to see you on this planet. Harry said calmly as he holstered his hilt slowly and twitched his right hand, which told Lenera to stay tense and ready for a fight. Darth Zantara was a dangerous woman and a very powerful Sith. A Togrutan who had been secretly taken and raised by the Sith. She was a former enforcer like him and had quite the record, though she was more known for the famously slow deaths she gave her quarry. She had been a Darth for 3 years now and had quickly risen through their ranks as well. She was one of the few considered for a position in the Dark Council. Most importantly though, she should not be anywhere near this planet. Oh, I am afraid that I may have killed your prey, Lord Cyrus. I only recently finished, so it's a good thing you decided to help with our troops earlier, otherwise you might have interrupted me. She said with a wicked grin as she dropped from the branch and landed gracefully on the ground. Harry tilted his head slightly. I had not been told you were also tracking my target. Harry said. The unsaid question of what she was doing here was clear in his words. She laughed in response before looking at him with amusement. Oh, I just decided to play with him while I waited for my true target to arrive. She told him lightly. Harry said nothing as he digested those words. Let me guess, a position on the Dark Council in exchange for my head. Am I right? Harry asked, showing as little concern about the situation as possible. Oh, you're still so smart. I can see why he wants you dead so much. 1 mar is enough, 2 would definitely be dreadful. She purred seductively. It sounded more predator-like to Harry, truth be told. The curse of having to be the voice of reason in a room full of lunatics who only care for their own power. Harry responded. Neither of them had yet to draw their blades. Zantara liked to talk and play with her food. Harry enjoyed it himself but knew better than to actually do so. Every moment could be a moment they thought of a way to escape him after all. He doubted Zantara was planning to escape him, however. Being Sith means doing whatever it takes for more power. Zantara shot back. No, it means using your emotions to strengthen you and gain power from it through the Force instead of letting them be a hindrance or control you. It is you and your ilk that seem to forget the code in favor of your thoughts. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. If you wish to engage in combat, I'd be happy to oblige and show you what a real Sith is. Harry said as he quickly grabbed his blade and ignited it. He heard another snap from behind him as Lenera lit her own. Zantara seemed to find his actions amusing as she made a big show of slow getting her own blade from her hip. It was shaped rather like a claw and seemed to have injured jagged edges at the top. Very well. You never were very fun, you know, she said with a fake pout. Harry said nothing as he concentrated on her. Lenera, remain in a support position and avoid direct engagement. Harry told her. The full attention of a Darth would be too much for her for more than a few seconds. Understood, was the only thing she said back. With that, they started to circle each other. Both him Zantara used the same saber form as him, and they were both considered masters of it. Harry was a little concerned with the fight, if he were honest. As always, without being able to expose his true abilities, he was at a disadvantage. It was something he was used to dealing with at this point, but going up against masters did always make him nervous, especially a savage like Zantara. Harry wasn't sure which of them moved first. All he knew was, in a moment, they were both at each other and there was a clash of two red blades. He had no time to think about it, though, as Zantara pushed forward with no hesitation after the first clash. Harry was right to have been nervous. Zantara was a true monster with her blade. Her strikes never seemed to be where he thought they would be, and he had to rely almost entirely on the force to block her. Her speed seemed to match his own, if not surpassing it. He grit his teeth and pushed on. He launched his own assault, but Zantara had no problem keeping up and blocking everything he threw at her. It was at this point that Lenera started joining in on the assault and attacking Zantara's blind spots. This proved the most beneficial aid to him, to be honest. The moment Zantara had to move to block Lenera's strike, Harry was on her and back to pushing his assault, which would, in turn, create more blind spots for Lenera to attack her with. He watched as Zantara seemed to grow more and more frustrated with the situation. Harry and Lenera were very in sync with each other and knew just how to throw attacks so that the enemy would have to juggle their attention between the two of them without being able to properly focus on attacking either. It was a tag team specifically used to take down other more powerful force users. Harry had to be honest, though, Zantara impressed him greatly. Even with Lenera's help, she seemed to be able to hold her own against both of them. She didn't seem to tire either. Harry could probably keep up with her stamina-wise, but Lenera surely wouldn't be able to. Eventually she would be too tired to help, and instead of an advantage, she would become a liability. Harry needed to end it before then. Zantara had started growling at a certain point from the constant angles she would have to move to block the rapid strikes coming at her. Harry almost smirked and was tempted to say something to taunt her, but decided against it. Zantara was the type to become more dangerous and unpredictable the angrier she go. Getting angry, Darth? I expected more from a candidate of the Dark Council. Lenera shot at the woman. Harry's eyes widened at the same time Zantara's narrowed. Harry barely had time to conjure a shield in front of him as an explosion of lightning seemed to explode out of Zantara in all directions. Despite him blocking it, Harry was still knocked back by the sheer force behind the attack. He grunted as he slammed into a thick, nearby tree and fell to the ground. He struggled to get his legs under him and push his body back up and hoped Lenera didn't get hurt too badly from the attack. Harry was disoriented as he heard a yell and looked up. He was just in time to watch Zantara's blade go through Lenera's stomach. Lenera seemed to gasp when the blade entered her, and Harry froze as he saw the scene. He watched as Zantara yanked the blade out of his apprentice, and Lenera's face shifted into one last glare at the woman before falling limply to the ground. "No!" Harry cried out as he felt rage fill his body with what he just witnessed. Zantara turned to him and a smile came over her face. Harry felt his anger soar even higher when he saw the smile. His vision began to turn red and he gained almost tunnel vision as he stared at her. He raised his hand. "Maxima Bombardo!" he yelled as a red bolt flew from his hands. Zantara seemed surprised as the bolt came out of him, but seemed to ignore it as it seemed to go to low and at the ground in front of her instead of her actual person. A mistake on her part. The ground and everything at her feet exploded extremely violently and threw her into the air nearly 40 feet. Harry reached out with the force and caught her body and yanked it towards his direction as hard and fast as possible. Zantara came to him, but her path was not empty. She smashed into one of the giant native trees, but it seemed to barely slow her flight in the slightest. She blew straight through that tree and two more, causing all three to topple over as she was violently pulled through them. Her body flew past Harry and smashed violently into the ground 20 feet from him. She did not get up from her crash. Harry walked over gingerly to the clearly broken body and stared for a moment. He watched until he saw her hand twitch just slightly to signal she was still alive. He knelt down to the ground and grabbed each side of her head before lifting her to her knees in front of him. Her face was covered in blood that seemed to be pouring out of her from injury cracks in her skull at an alarming rate. Despite all the clear injuries and rapidly approaching death, Zantara seemed to find the strength to pull open her eyelids just enough to look at him. They no longer had the insane and predator-like look from earlier. Now, he saw only fear as they gazed up at him. He leaned his head down to hers, put his lips next to her ear, and whispered one word as he continued to hold her. Crucio. The forest filled with an ear-splitting cried out as the once powerful Darth Lady ridded her lungs of the last bit of oxygen they had, which was soon replaced by blood from injure punctures thanks to her destroyed ribcage. The screams lasted only injure seconds before they turned to coughing and then finally into pitiful choking as her own blood started to fill her lungs and kill her. He didn't let up on the curse the whole time he watched her die in his hands until eventually the dark red in her eyes faded back and Harry saw the empty original blue eyes she was born with stare back at him, filling himself with the force. He gripped her head tightly and pulled until he heard a sickening crack and tearing noise signaling her heading coming off. Even in death you will get no mercy from me, Harry whispered as he threw the head as hard as he could in a random direction. He looked at the fallen body and cast a dark flame at it. Not his signature fiend fire, but certainly something nasty. It slowly consumed her body, burning nothing but the flesh. It had no care for the leaves and dead branches on the floor. It was designed only for sentience after all. Taking a breath as Quiet returned to the forest, he turned around and walked away from the desecrated body and towards his apprentice. It took him a while. The explosion he had sent had knocked her away, something he hadn't really thought about due to his anger. Luckily, her body seemed unharmed for the most part, just rolled over. He got on his knees and rolled her back onto her back and looked down at her face. He looked down at the wound and back up at her face.
I'm sorry, Lenera.
I should have given you more training. I should have stopped hesitating and trusted you. Had I done so, you might still be alive, Harry said to himself as he looked down at her body. Harry's eyes shot open as he looked at Lenera's face and saw her lips slightly parted. He immediately put his ear to her chest over her heart. He waited for a moment, but there was something, a faint beat. She was alive. Harry picked her up and just threw caution to the wind. He operated straight back to his ship and hoped the officers on the planet simply assumed no one saw him re-enter. As soon as he landed, he made a beeline straight towards the med room. He placed her down onto the bed and immediately started opening secret compartments he had on the ship guarded by magic. One such was full of potions. He started rifling through the bottles and looking at their tags, trying to figure out what to use. He honestly didn't have much left as he hadn't been able to collect ingredients in years, and these were just leftovers, but they could at least be of some use hopefully. Fucking fuck fuckity fuck shit fuck. Harry mumbled to himself as he pulled out 2 bottles and popped them open and sniffed both of their odors. He cringed, one of them was expired. He walked over and put the last bottle up to Lenera's throat and made her down it. He watched her body almost seem to freeze and a blue sheen seemed to cover her skin. A stasis potion. Since he had arrived, he had tried to find substitute potion ingredients. There were more creatures to use, but Earth definitely was easier with the fact that he didn't have to leave the damn planet to find each ingredient. Funnily enough, the stasis potion he had created here actually worked significantly better than the ones on Earth. Harry watched as the blue sheen finished enveloping his new apprentice and seemed to freeze her completely, as if she were actually frozen in ice. He sighed with some relief and started making plans. Right now, no one knew he had killed Zantara. He hadn't been tasked to kill her, and if it was found out he did, then there would be questions as to why. Therefore, he could not return from a classified mission with a heavily injured Lenera and expect it to go unnoticed, especially since there was no way she should be injured from their intended target. He could heal her with potions, but he was missing a lot of key ingredients that he didn't have access to, mainly because most were in the Republic-controlled space exclusively as far as he was aware. He didn't have the time to even go out and get the ones in the Empire space without being noticed. He would have to make a report soon, and Lenera had a week before that potion wore off. He needed a plan. He thought for a moment before coming to a conclusion. He exited the med bay before taking a last look at Lenera and moving towards the cockpit. He got in the piloting chair and quickly flipped injure switches and pressed injure buttons, which started the engines and started lifting off the ground and quickly blasted off the planet and up into space. He set the plane into a simple float and got out of his seat. He made his way over to the comms table and typed in the address he required and waited. The number connected for a second before hanging up. Harry knew this meant it was a bad time. He forwarded a second number to the person which would inform them of the importance of the call. After that he waited. After the first 20 minutes had passed, he started thinking and started pacing in the room. He thought and thought as he tried to come up with another plan. He wished he knew more actual healing magic besides the simple basics, but it really hadn't been important up until this point. He supposed he could perhaps make a runic combination which sped up the natural healing process of the body by placing it on the bed she was laying on. Of course, that would only really help with the recovery process and do nothing for her right now. Another 30 minutes passed and finally, his comm table beeped signaling an incoming call. He quickly accepted and watched as Satel's face popped up with concern. "Hadrian, is something wrong?" she asked quickly. "Satel, I need a favor from you. I am going to send a list of things I need. On the list will be also a list of which planets you can find each thing. I need you to use your connections to get all these things and get them all to me, and I need all of it in a week." Harry spoke quickly as he already started typing buttons to send the already created list to Satel. Satel looked back at him with confusion. "This is the matter that was important?" she asked. "It's very important to me. I promise none of the materials will be used to harm the Republic in any way. This is a matter of life and death. Can I count on you?" Harry asked her. She frowned and looked down, most likely at her console, which probably showed the list he had been talking about. "These things are rather random. I can get them, but getting them and then delivering them all to you in a week will be difficult," Satel stated as she looked back up to him. "Satel?" Harry said, and couldn't help some of the desperation leak through his voice. She looked at him some more before sighing. "All right, I'll get it as fast as possible and tell you where to meet when I have it. I have to go. I'm going to have to give a reason why I am leaving the temple," Satel told him. Harry sighed in relief at her agreement and took a breath, finally calming himself down. It was going to work out, it would all be okay. Shouldn't be too hard. For an up-and-coming knight like yourself. Harry tried to joke, though it came out rather half-heartedly. Satel smiled at him anyway, though he was sure she could see right through his act. She had a look in her eyes that her so many greats-grandmother once had, as if she knew all his secrets. "Actually, I am a Jedi Master now," Satel told him. Harry's eyebrows rose in surprise at that. "Master? Oh wow. Congratulations are in order then." Harry replied back in shock. That happened rather fast. There was politics behind Jedi promotions, he knew this, and seeing Satel rise through the ranks so quickly was certainly worth noticing. "Thank you. It was surprising for me as well. I had not yet even bothered to try and take the trials. They simply nominated me," she told him. Harry thought on it. It most likely had to do with her publicity. Satel was currently the most famous Jedi in the Order, known for her brilliant strategy and immense talent. It made the Jedi as a whole look better if she were a master. Not that she wasn't worthy of the position, of course. She was such a quick learner that he doubted there many Jedi who could compare. "Regardless of why, you deserve it. I can think of none better to be a Jedi Master. Perhaps bring some fear back to the title." Harry again tried for a joke. Satel took it in good humor. "I think I'll leave that to Sith like you. Well, I must return. It was good talking to you as always, and I shall see you in a week's time," she told him. Harry nodded and smiled. "Yes, 1 week's time. And Satel?" "Thank you," Harry said. Satel smiled and nodded before cutting off the transmission. 1 week later, Harry was currently parked on the moon of a gas giant in some overlooked system that was technically not in either Republic or Imperial space. It wasn't technically on any hyperspace lane and wouldn't be found likely for a long time, and, even then, would likely be dismissed. It had a small star and only one planet that was gaseous. Of course, the planet did have a moon that was solid, and Harry used it as a place to rendezvous with Satel whenever he was on a solo mission and left Lenera with a separate task. It had been 1 week since he had talked with Satel, and she had sent him a message to let him know she would make it. Well, it was getting closer and closer to when they were supposed to meet, and he still did not see her. It wasn't like her to wait until the last minute like this. She was usually early, as if to answer his worries. He felt a blip on the edge of his force perception, and suddenly, Satel's presence was there. He let out a breath he had not known he was holding as he waited for her to come to the moon and land. She was in her personal scout ship that had been a few defensive modifications. From what she said, that would be changing soon as the Republic had made an order for new ships for Jedi to use better ships. He heard the ship latch into place on his own and moved to the airlock to greet his guest. He waited for a moment until, finally, the door opened and there she was. Satel looked very much the same as when he last saw her, just as beautiful. Not that he would say such to her, ever. She gave him a smile when she saw him. Hey stranger. I have your order. Now will you tell me what you need all this for? Those rancor fangs weren't exactly cheap, you know. I'm sure I raised a few heads at the temple when they saw what I bought. Satel told him as she gestured to injure chest-sized cargo containers behind her. She lifted them easily with the force and had them brought onto his ship. Harry frowned as he thought on his problem. Follow me, Harry said as he led her onto his ship. Satel followed him curiously as he led her to the med bay. The door opened and his apprentice came into view. Your apprentice? What is wrong with her? Why is she frozen? Satel asked in confusion. She isn't, it just appears that way due to a medicine I used to put her in stasis. The supplies you brought will allow me to make more medicine that will be able to actually heal her. I will have to do a rush job, but it is either this or she dies. Harry told her. Why did you not take her to a Bacta tank? Satel asked. Harry simply pointed at the actual wound on her stomach. A Bacta tank couldn't heal that. It goes all the way through her body. Harry responded. A fatal wound. And you think these medicines you know of can heal her? Satel asked as she got in closer to look at Lenera's wound. I know they can, if I prepare them right, that is. I will have to be careful as I am going to have to do some things that injure healers would probably frown upon to complete the medicine. Harry said with some trepidation. Some of the potions would take time to create, time he didn't have on him, which meant he would have to make up for it. He knew how to do so, and with the aid of the Force he would be able to achieve it with hopefully minimal issues. More dark side techniques then? She asked with a frown. Harry frowned in return before waving off her concern. No, nothing like that, I meant more of the actual creation technique. Don't worry about it. Maybe one day I'll show you firsthand. Harry told her. Satel nodded and seemed satisfied with the answer. Well, do you need my help any further? Satel asked. No, I know you have to go and I won't hold you. Plus I need to get to work. Thank you once more for bringing these. I greatly appreciate. Harry told her. He turned to look at his apprentice but immediately felt something wrap around him. He tensed until he looked down and saw a pair of arms. The shock filled him complete as he processed what was happening. I hope you are successful, Hadrian. I wish you the best. Satel said softly before letting him go and moving away. Harry couldn't even turn around as she walked away and disappeared back to her ship. Harry could barely even think right now. Through their bond and still rather close proximity, he could feel the mirth coming through the bond. Harry was stunned. She was teasing him. What in the hell? Harry said out loud as he felt her depart and start to get farther and farther away from him. The feeling he got from her didn't disappear until she made the jump to hyperspace. He sighed and looked down at the supplies she had left. All right, time to get to work. Chapter 14. Harry stood in front of the holo console on his ship giving a report of his mission to the Dark Council. While describing it, he didn't bother leaving out the part of Darth Zantara waiting for them. Of course, she should have not been anywhere near the system, so his story was not only believable but pretty much taken as fact. There was, of course, concern that such a high-level Darth had been killed, but there couldn't be anything done about it. Zantara had gone out of her way to attack an enforcer during an active mission, and that made her a traitor. Harry looked at each member subtly as he gave his report to see if he could notice any reaction to the news. He knew it was one of the males, though that meant nothing as a majority of the members were males at the moment. None seemed to give any reaction that was unexpected, unfortunately, and he would rather not give away the fact that he was suspicious. It would just cause whatever member had been targeting him to destroy avenues of evidence he could follow later. There was further discussion on how they could possibly look into rooting out traitors in the future, but Harry knew that only his former master was actually serious about doing so, but he would not do so through the Dark Council. It was more likely the man would petition the Emperor directly for permission to more actively go after possible traitors in the Empire. Harry didn't know the ruler that well, so he wouldn't know if he would accept such a proposal, but Harry would agree to it if he were in the man's shoes. Then again, maybe the man liked all the infighting the Sith did for whatever reason. Sith these days all seemed to act with no sense to him. With the discussion done, he was congratulated, and then he hung up before any more could be said to him. He was sure Darth Mar would message him soon to get his unofficial thoughts on the attack. His former master must have known there would be more to it. Harry sighed and made his way over to the med bay where Lenera was still resting. It had been 3 weeks since the incident, and Harry had already administered treatment to her as best he could. He had brought her right out of death's grasp, but there was no telling when she would wake up. Potions and healing could do wonders on the physical, but as far as Lenera's mind was concerned, she had died and should be dead. People who get that close to death were usually changed by the experience. He had briefly considered calling upon the entity to try and see if he could do something to speed along the process, but thought better of it. The being was unlikely to help him in any way, as it was technically outside his jurisdiction since Lenera had lived. Also, it would be rather overkill to call the being regulating all death to stop what he was doing and come to Harry to help one person. Harry put himself in a chair next to Lenera and simply sat there. He had hidden the ship currently in hyperspace and going to a rather unknown system at the moment, one where he was sure they would be left alone. Even when she awoke, his apprentice would need a recovery period. Hopefully she would wake soon, as he would need to go on missions soon to keep up appearances, and he wanted to make sure she would not need him should that happen. He was confident he could leave her on one of the secret bases Revan had once had installed in various corners of the galaxy should he ever need to retreat somewhere. They had medical equipment there, though they were probably dated at this point. Still, the life systems would still be working, and there would be preserved food and water for her to partake as she got back to full strength. If she was not there soon, he could always say he assigned her to a secret mission, which wasn't uncommon in the Sith Empire. It took another hour before he heard a noise come from his hollow console telling him someone was calling. He got back and went over to it before answering the call. Immediately Darth Mar's visage appeared in front of him. The man nodded at him. "Lord Cyrus," he greeted. "Darth Mar," Harry said, bowing his head slightly to show the proper respect to someone above his station. "I have just returned to my ship after the business with the Dark Council was concluded. I wish to further talk on your recent experience, if that would be acceptable." Darth Mar seemed to question. Harry nodded. "It would. What can I answer for you?" Harry asked the man back. "First, I noticed you did not mention your apprentice's fate at the end of your report. I take it that she was somehow injured." "She was, but she has been treated and will hopefully recover soon," Harry responded. "I never questioned you on your choice for her as your apprentice, but what made you decide to take her in?" "There were more promising candidates at the time," Darth Mar pointed out. Harry frowned, but he knew his former master was only curious rather than questioning whether he made the right choice. "I needed someone with a few qualities such as the ability to push past their normal boundaries to prove themselves, as well as being able to see the bigger picture rather than how everything could be manipulated to benefit them. There were other points as well, but Lenera had all the qualities I looked for in an apprentice. Yes, she has no natural talent with the blade or the force, but she works harder than any to improve her skills and better herself. That is someone who I could work with." Harry finished the assessment. Darth Mar nodded, as if he had expected such an answer, and Harry had merely confirmed what he had already known. "I see. On to the next point. I assume you have come to the same conclusion that I have, that Zantara was sent by someone else to kill you," Darth Mar mentioned. Harry nodded. "She mentioned as much to me. I know the person behind it is most likely male, though that doesn't help much. I also know that it is not just me they are targeting, but you as well. They do not like you on the council," Harry mentioned. Darth Mar seemed to think on that. "Then we need to be on guard. Still, the person is likely on the council themselves, as only a fellow member would be able to control Zantara in such a way. Not only that, but I am rather sure that she was offered a position on the Dark Council for my death. After thinking about it, I believe she was also planning to kill you, or at least aid in the killing of you, as there is not a seat available currently in the Dark Council, and creating a new one needs to be approved by the Emperor himself," Harry said to him. Mar dipped his head in thought for a moment. "You may be right," In that case, it would be wise for you to be extra vigilant, Lord Cyrus. I will see if I can discreetly check into who would want us dead to this extent. Mar told him. Harry nodded. There is one thing I am still not quite sure of. Why would she target me at all? I know I am powerful, but I am not even a Darth. That limits my influence in the Sith political field, does it not? Was it simply because of my connection with you? Harry asked calmly. Darth Mar shook his head. In part. What you don't know is that there has been talk in the Council of granting you the rank of Darth, which would put you in a position to rise quickly politically. Mar told him. That did surprise Harry. Despite his obvious skills and power, he was still rather young to be given such a position, in his 20s as far as the Sith knew. This would most definitely be considered fast-tracking. I did not expect that so quickly. May I ask why? Harry questioned. Despite your age, you have proven on numerous occasions to be one of the Empire's best operatives. You have never technically failed a mission. Even the one on Nar Shaddaa was considered more of a success than anything else. Despite some naysayers on the Council, it is clear that moving you forward is in the best interest of the Empire. I have most of the Council in agreement on this, and I assume it will happen soon now that you killed Zantara. She was a powerful Darth and one who could even be considered for the Council. You clearly don't have a scratch on you despite the state of your apprentice. There will be those who wonder why you have not been promoted if we do not do so soon. Especially if the Emperor gets wind of you. Mar explained. Harry listened and took in all the information given to him. That was complicated to say the least. Political power in the Sith was made up of really only one thing, and that was power. Who held the most power, and by power he meant the ability to make things happen. As a Darth, not only would he have his own power, but he would also have resources that were sure to make others try and pledge themselves to his camp in hopes of benefiting from him later. This was especially true as he had the ear of Darth Mar himself, one of the most powerful Sith in the Empire. He could definitely be a major player very soon. The Emperor issue was another thing. The Emperor wanted the galaxy, and if he felt his own council was holding back someone who could potentially aid in that goal like Harry could, then there could be serious trouble. I see. How likely is it I shall be promoted then? Harry asked. Not if but when at this point. With your latest exploit against Zantara, I would be surprised if you did not gain the title by the end of the week. Mar said to him. Harry slowly nodded as he thought on that. That could complicate his plans. He would be expected to appear before the Dark Council immediately for his rise in rank to be made official. He would likely also be given a new assignment. With Mar pulling the strings, he might even end up with a fleet, not exactly something he wished for. I am not going to be assigned a fleet, am I? Harry asked. You do not wish for one? Mar questioned. Harry shook his head. While I am sure I could guide it, I have always been more of someone who prefers to do things myself, you know this. Harry responded back to his old master. While it is understandable, be sure to realize that at the end of the day, putting you in charge of a fleet may be what is best for the Empire. If that is the case, then it is a position you will have to fill. Darth Mar told him. Harry nodded in response but said nothing else on the matter. Is that all? Harry asked him. Darth Mar paused before nodding. For now, I may have more to speak with you on later. I shall message you when a decision has been reached. I am aware of how much you seem to like going off the grid, as it were, but please stay somewhere we can reach you if needed. Darth Mar told him. Of course, Lord Mar. Harry said politely. Mar ended the message after that, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. Harry sighed at his new predicament. Being a Darth did further his plans, which was good, but he hadn't imagined it happening so soon, and now was the worst time for it to happen. He had other things he needed done at the moment. Harry turned back on the holo console and typed in the specified code before waiting for a moment for it to get an answer. A moment later and the blue form of a robot appeared in front of him. HK. Harry greeted. Query. I take it by your call that you are ready to allow me back in the field for more glorious murder? HK responded hopefully. Harry chuckled at the droid. I am afraid not. I am going to send you coordinates to one of our safe houses. I would like you to send a medical droid there as soon as possible. Harry told him. HK tilted his head at him. Query. Have you been injured, Master? I could send a squad of assassin droids for you to use to get back at whoever enemy dared. HK told him. Harry shook his head. I have dealt with the enemy myself, and it is not me who is injured but my apprentice. Harry clarified. Statement. Just to remind you, our medical protocols may be somewhat outdated, Master, but I will be sure to have a droid installed with them immediately and sent to the location you send. HK told him. Should be no issue. I do not think I will actually be needing the medical services of the droid, but more to simply watch over my apprentice in the likely case that I have to leave before she wakes. Harry told his droid. HK made a noise to convey he understood. While I have you here, what is the status of Project Rising Phoenix? Harry asked. Proud statement. Master, we are currently injured months ahead of schedule. The station itself is less than a year from completion. I assume you still have no need for it for injure years? HK questioned. That is the plan so far. Have it working at all times. Make sure the cooling system is working properly. I have no longing to have it cause delays from all the usage. Harry told the droid. Affirmation. It will be done. HK told him. Harry nodded before ending the call with his droid. He walked over to Med Bay again and once more stood over Lenera. He hovered his hand over her and cast injure diagnostic spells on her. They all came back saying that physically she was fine, which he already knew. He sighed before leaving her alone and closing the room. He moved over to his cockpit and sank into his chair. He looked up at the lights passing by quickly as he tried to think of how to move from this point forward. Being a Darth would certainly help in his pursuit of finding the truth of Revan. They had a much higher clearance level than his current one, and there would be little he wouldn't be able to find out. Of course, in the matter of Revan, he doubted he'd find much more than he had already found. He suspected that no one outside the Emperor knew what had truly happened to Revan, and that was a problem to Harry. It meant he would at some point have to go directly against the man. That was something he couldn't do, at least not yet. If this man ruled an empire of Sith without any challengers and he somehow defeated his first master, then he would have to be absurdly powerful. Harry would need to have some overwhelming advantage as well as injure trump cards to take the man on. Perhaps he should start working on injure magical solutions to possibly defeat the man. With another few hours, he exited light speed and appeared in a, so far, uncharted system. He flew over to a barren planet that was surrounded by what looked like a blue glow. The planet had no real name as it was undiscovered, but Harry had been to it a few times. It had been injure years though since he had last been here, so he would possibly need to clean it before moving Lenera into the building. The world itself didn't have an atmosphere that supported life. The atmosphere was actually filled with high levels of injure gases that were pretty much guaranteed to kill you in seconds if you breathed it in. Places like these were perfect for having bases though, because no one paid any attention to places like this, especially since you had to chart your own routes to them as they were not on or near the normal hyperspace lanes. It took months of calculation by a droid to even figure out if they could get there. Harry entered the planet's atmosphere and made his way to the secret safe house on the planet's surface. Having a small army of droids had been very helpful in making these bases years ago. Within a few moments he saw a rather large outcrop of rock that Harry slowed to. Within a few seconds he typed in a code and sent it out to seemingly nothing. A moment later though, a beep sounded signaling the code had been received on another end. A loud noise sounded from the outcropping and the mountainside seemed to open up wide enough for him to enter it. He had the ship move forward slowly into the now revealed small hangar inside the giant outcropping. Once inside, the doors closed behind his ship, causing it to be encased in darkness. He checked the readings and watched as the hangar filtered out the harmful gases until it was back to the level it was supposed to be. He nodded and then got up and moved to the back of his ship. The door opened and he walked down the ramp to the floor. He cast a quick lighting charm so he could see around the hangar and walked over to one of the walls that had injure buttons on it. The console was covered in dust, but he managed to fix that with a quick banishing charm. He then clicked the main button and immediately there was noise of power going through the entire place as lights in the hangar, as well as the rest of the house, turned on. He looked at the readings for a moment and saw both the machine for oxygen as well as the power generator were still working perfectly, which was good since he wasn't exactly in a position to repair them if they weren't. With that, he made his way to the door at the back of the hangar which led to the rest of the hidden base. It opened and he started casting injure cleaning charms in all the rooms, which didn't take long as there weren't many. There was a kitchen, a bedroom, a med bay, a training area, and a planning room that made up the whole base. After he was done cleaning, he moved over to the kitchen and checked the various storage containers to make sure they were still stocked with food and water. Upon opening them, he found they were and closed them back up. There was enough food to last injure people a few months, so just Lenera and maybe him would be fine for a while if it was needed. Alright, time to move Lenera. Harry mumbled to himself as he moved back to his ship and entered its medbay. He lifted her with a quick wave of his hand and had her float lazily behind him. He brought her into the safehouse's medbay and laid her down gently. He had injure machines hooked up to her to give her sustenance while she was in her coma. The machines wouldn't need to be refilled for injure weeks luckily, but with the medical droid here then he wouldn't even need to be here for that. Once he had her all situated, he left her in the room and left the lights on a low setting to hopefully not blind her once she woke up. He went over to the planning and looked at the holonet. The Sith-controlled holonet didn't really talk about the war, it just talked about how great the Empire was, and that was about it. The Republic tried to discredit them, and there were tons of ads all over the place to join up in the army against the Sith menace. He only looked through the recent news to see if he had missed anything substantial. Malgus had apparently attacked another planet with his little crew. It was rather impressive, but Darth Mar told him the man was an effective, if annoying, loose cannon. Harry would have to agree from what he had seen of the man, but there was nothing to be done. He was the most powerful Sith outside the Dark Council and could even be a member had he not turned it down already. Scrolling through, he saw Satel's face next to a Republic commander looking seriously all over the place as well. He frowned as he thought of the Republic itself. It was rather annoying to think of supporting the Empire in a true way against the Republic, but it would now be necessary. He would need to figure out a way to make himself useful without having to constantly go clashing against Satel. He would need to start making inroads, keeping his future in mind. He wouldn't be with the Empire forever, only until he needed to be. As he thought on that, he had a sudden idea on a way he could be both useful to the Empire without having to be on the front lines. Unfortunately, the idea would require some work though, so he would need to get started on it right away. He typed on the console and looked on the net in some of the seedier parts to try and find someone who could do what he needed. Due to some previous work he had done years ago, he knew that this galaxy had a version of a dark web where he could find people offering certain services. After a few moments he found injure people who he was looking for and created a list of all of them for him to deal with as soon as he could. He decided to go to sleep and wait for the medical droid to arrive. He got up and moved from the planning room and into the safehouse's one bedroom. The bed was surprisingly soft and felt similar to silk, and soon he was off in dreamland. What felt like injure hours passed until he heard a noise echo throughout the base. He opened his eyes and got up. He heard the noise again and recognized it as someone trying to get into the base. He went over to a console and opened the door as he knew it to be the droid HK sent. He went over to the kitchen, which was where the airlock entrance was, and saw a droid enter. "Greetings, sir. I am..." "Enough of that, I know who you are. You have been uploaded with medical programs available to us, correct?" Harry asked. The droid nodded at him in response. "Good. The patient is in the medbay. She is fine physically but is currently in a coma. I already have her hooked up to the various machines to keep her alive. I do not know when she will awake, and you shall continue to replace the sustenance bags until she does. If you need refills of anything, I have left my private code to reach me in the planning room. When she awakes, have her go to the planning room and watch the message that I will be leaving for her. Do you understand everything so far?" Harry asked the droid. "I understand perfectly." The droid responded back easily. Harry nodded. "Good. I assume you arrived by a shuttle. Move it into the hangar, there should be enough room to fit it next to my ship," Harry said to the droid before moving back into the planning room. The droid moved back over to the airlock to presumably move his shuttle into the hangar. It would probably be a tight squeeze as the hangar was really only made for one ship at a time, but luckily a shuttle could be wedged in there. After that was taken care of, he got to work on the message he would be leaving Lenera to find once he left here. Normally, he wouldn't leave, but with the circumstances, he really wouldn't have a choice. After Harry finished it, He moved over to the hangar where he saw the droid coming from. Harry stopped in front of the droid. "One moment please, droid," Harry said to it. With a strong burst of magic, he cast the Fidelius on the location they were at and made himself the secret keeper. Almost immediately the droid seemed to start making noises and seemed to be both confused and panicking. Immediately, he grabbed the droid to stop it from moving. Now technically, this planet and system did not have an actual name. It was simply marked by coordinates to make it harder to find for others. Instead of simply giving him a name, Harry told him the coordinates and how his hidden safe house was located there. Luckily that seemed to work and the droid calmed down. Harry held up his palm to stop the droid from asking him the question. "Don't worry about what just happened. Get to work," Harry told the droid, and it seemed to want to argue against him but seemed unable to. Harry watched him move and then made his way into the med bay. He whispered the location into Lenera's ear. Even when she wasn't awake, the magic would hold as it was more about him sharing it than her hearing it. With that, he moved back to the hangar and got into his ship. He booted it up and was soon outside the safe house once more and back to flying over the surface of the planet. Soon he blasted upwards and exited the planet's gravity well. He then turned on light speed and blasted out of the hidden solar system. It was time to work as fast as possible if he wanted to get this done before his promotion. An Arshada. Harry moved through the dense crowds with ease. It helped that the crowd seemed to part in front of him as people saw how he looked. He wore a typical hooded robe that Sith tended to use when going out among the masses. At this point, it was rather easily recognized. Soon, Harry reached what looked like a sketchy bar and club based on the vivid flashing lights and the two bouncers who were clearly criminals of some kind. He moved towards the doorway. They looked at each other and one even stepped in front of him. "Hey, we're gonna need to see some." The man didn't get to finish as he was suddenly up against the wall and choking. Harry looked at the other man. "Do you want to try and stop me from entering as well?" Harry asked calmly, but he had let the ice enter his voice and was using the force to chill the very air around the man. The other man raised his hands in surrender and slowly backed away. Harry dropped the one he was choking who started coughing on the ground as Harry walked by both of them. He wasted no time with the drunk and partying denizens of the club and made his way directly to the VIP area, which was behind a door being guarded by two more guards that were clearly better armed than the ones outside. He moved over to the door and they both looked at him wearily. "I am here to talk to Zarek. Move or be moved," Harry told them once. They looked at one another before glaring and reaching to draw their weapons. It never happened as an electronic snap and hiss was all the warning they had before they were both cleaved in half by a glowing red blade. As they fell to the ground dead, he turned behind him to see the party had apparently stopped and everyone in the room was looking at him and what he did in fear. He turned off his blade and put it back on his waist. "This is business of the Sith Empire, go back to what you were doing," Harry told them. A moment later, the music returned and they slowly went back to what they were doing, though he was still getting unsubtle side glances. He ignored them and opened the door to the VIP before entering said area. He closed the door behind him and moved forward. Harry moved forward and saw a stairway leading up to another floor of the building. He walked up and got to said floor where he saw a man on a couch being smothered between what looked like a twin pair of Twi'leks. Judging by the middle-aged sleazeball look, that was Zarek. He took a moment and saw another 3 guards in the room but figured they would be no issue. He walked up and didn't bother trying this the peaceful way. With a wave of his hand, every occupant of the room was sent flying into the wall to his left and smashed into said wall. He snapped his blade on again and quickly killed the 3 downed guards before leveling his blade under the disoriented man. He looked also at the skimpily dressed Twi'leks and leveled a glare at them. "Up now," he commanded. Immediately, the terrified sisters fled the room, leaving him and Zarek alone. "Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Women, money, information, just don't kill me." The man started. "Good. I hear you're one of the best information brokers around. Is that correct?" Harry asked the man. The man hesitantly nodded in the affirmative. "Then you will be under my employ. I pay you and you will pass on information to me. You will compile a list every month of anything you find useful and send it to a private address of my choosing. If something is urgent you feel, then you will send it immediately. Do you understand?" Harry questioned. Look, if it gets out that I am working for the Empire, you are not working for the Empire, you are working for me, is that understood? Harry questioned, putting some pressure on the man's chest with the Force. Immediately he nodded to show he understood. Actually, you have done well to hide yourself from the Empire, and I will do my own part to hide you from my peers, as well as transfer you a sum of money each month for the information you give me. You will tell no one of our correspondence, not even your most trusted men. Harry told him, dragging the man to his feet. Zarek looked at him terrified but seemed more in control now that he understood what Harry was asking him. So, what, you just want me to pass on Republic information to you? Zarek questioned slowly. No, I want all information, Republic, Sith, Hutt, I don't care. If it is useful or gets to your ears, then I also better learn about it as well. Clear? Harry asked. Zarek nodded. Of course, sir, boss. Zarek said. Harry looked at him and seemed to relax to the man. Good. Harry said easily. The man seemed to relax and a smile even seemed to form only to morph into an expression of terror as Harry sprung and lifted his hand and grabbed the side of the man's face. Harry immediately attacked the man's mind. Harry wasn't stupid enough to actually trust the man, which is why he was going to do a little brainwashing. He had certain triggers to be activated based on Zarek's own perception. If the man thought he learned something important, then a mental override would take place where he would make sure to send it to him. It would also activate at the end of the month where the man would send what he learned that month to Harry. After he set in place that he put on injured defenses as well to hide his work on the man to make sure no one else who entered the man's head would be able to trace this back to him. After finishing his work on the man, he decided to browse his recent thoughts. He was unsurprised to learn the man had immediately started plotting his death once he realized his life wasn't in danger. Harry was, however, surprised to learn how many contacts he had in the Sith Empire and even had a few actual Sith that owed him for one reason or another. He would most definitely be useful to Harry. The last thing Harry did was look into what he knew of the other information brokers and where he could find them. So far, Zarek was the only one he managed to find. Luckily, the man also kept tabs on his competition and gave Harry injure places he could start looking for them. Thank you so much for your cooperation, Mr. Zarek. I look forward to hearing from you soon. Harry said darkly to the man. Yes, was all the man could currently say back as his mind tried to reboot itself. Harry made sure to take any memory of himself as he left the man's mind to ensure he would not come after him, and with that, left him in that destroyed VIP room. Luckily, this place had no monitoring equipment that could ID him, and he was pretty sure he wouldn't have to worry about those twin, as he doubted they would say anything about the terrifying man that almost killed them. He walked out of the club, this time, with no one noticing him as the club denizens seemed to forgot all about the strange man who had entered the club that night. One outside, he left silently back to his speeder. He had a few more stops on this planet to make and he needed to do them all tonight. He was on a time schedule after all. Drummond Koss, 5 days later, Harry entered the chambers of the Dark Council. He luckily no longer had to bow before them. The council wished to see me? Harry questioned calmly. There was silence for a moment from the question before one of the members responded. Lord Cyrus, I assume you know why you are here? A pale man said while looking down at him. He was named Darth Azaman. Harry nodded. I assume for a promotion from what I have heard. Harry replied back. Indeed, it is this council's decision that you are to attain the rank of Darth from this day forward. The man commanded. Harry got on one knee and bowed. I am honored to receive such a title and will strive to do it justice from this day forth. Harry said with an ease that he did not feel on the inside. We have discussed further on your battle with Darth Zantara. While we may not blame you for the battle and its circumstances, the fact of the matter is that Zantara was a powerful Darth and her death has left a definite hole in our military force. As a Darth and the one who killed her, you will be expected to fill said hole as best as you can. Is this understood? Darth Zella, one of the few female Darths on the council, pointed out to him. Harry frowned at that but nodded. I understand. Harry answered. Due to your physical prowess, this council believes you would be best suited for a military leadership role. Another council member started. Before he continued, Harry stopped him. If I may, counselor, Harry interrupted as he stood back up. The counselor frowned and his face tightened at Harry interrupting him, but nodded for him to continue. I recognize the council has made a decision, however I believe that I would be better in a different position that could be equally if not more beneficial to this empire. Harry spoke. His words seemed to interest the Dark Council, especially his former master who had been silent up until this point. I have started the creation of an information network recently that we can now use against the Republic. My network already spans the galaxy, and to show the benefits of what I can offer, I have just sent each of you an information packet with some of the information I have gained in the last month alone that could be used to aid us in targeting vulnerable points within the Republic's military as well as their resources. Harry said as he pressed a button on his arm. A second later, and a noise came from all around the room, signaling the counselors receiving the information packet. They all picked up the data pads on the side of their chairs and started looking through what he had sent them. Very quickly, he saw signs of interest on most, if not all, of the faces of the counselors, except Mar, of course, who was wearing his mask and was therefore unreadable as always. It took Inger moments before someone said anything again. This is impressive to say the least, Darth Cyrus. Darth Mar said as finished looking through the information. Thank you, but it is only one part of what I can do. It is not just spies I have in place. As I said earlier, it is a full information network. Therefore, I can also send out fake information for the Republic to find, which will make it harder for them to discover our own plans. Counter-espionage, as it were. Harry explained to the council. That also seemed to be a point of interest for many. I don't doubt from what you have pointed out that what you are currently offering could be of great value to the Empire as a whole. The true question is whether or not it is as beneficial as having you as a military commander. You have so far taken on both light and dark side masters and always come out on top. You have also shown in the past to be a natural commander and having an ability to get your men to do what needs to be done. Mar pointed out. Harry said nothing as he looked at his former master. Mar stared back silently before turning his attention to the rest of the council. I can admit to being biased as the supreme commander of our military forces, so I will abstain from this decision and let the rest of the council decide what they believe will be the most beneficial. Darth Mar said finally. Harry was told he could leave and the council would message him with their decision after carefully looking at both decisions. Harry nodded and left after that back to his ship. His business on Dramenkos was now complete and he could leave. Harry was grateful that Darth Mar had decided to abstain his vote. He knew the man would wish to have him as a commander knowing his skill, but was glad the man also respected his wishes enough on this matter to not press him. Instead, he was giving Harry a chance to do his own thing during the war. That was about as much as he could ask for from the man. Once he was back on his ship, he sighed and went straight to his bedroom and lay down. He had been working non-stop recently to track down other information brokers and bend them to his will. Later, he may take on a more hands-on role and get into the specifics of the job, but he hadn't had the time to do so with the deadline he had. He was barely able to compile the list he had made to show the worth of this little experiment of his. He, of course, hadn't actually given real information that could be used, as the deadlines to meet would have been too hard to make. He had already warned Satel in a message on what his new job may entail and how to possibly use it to give false leads to the Empire. They would have to use real information sometimes, but limiting damage was better than nothing. They would probably have to do an official meetup if the plan went through to discuss in detail how they would deal with this. A commander wouldn't deal with as much sensitive information. They would be pointed in a direction and told to attack. If that was the case, then there was less worry. As Harry thought more and more on this, he eventually got too tired to keep himself awake and crashed on the bed. It was hours before he heard a beeping noise that was indicating someone was contacting him. His eyes opened and he looked, and his communicator flashing red rapidly, indicating that it was a call from the Dark Council. He pulled himself out of his bed and made his way to his holo console. He clicked the accept button and saw Darth Azamin looking down at him seriously. Darth Cyrus. He greeted. Darth Azamin. I take it the council has come to a decision? Harry asked, though he knew that they had. We have. It was agreed by a majority that your possible skills in information would be more value to the Empire than your possible military value would be. Despite this decision, understand a few things. 1. If you cannot provide worthwhile information after a period of time, then you may be reassigned by the council. 2. Just because you have been given this task does not mean you will not be called occasionally for a military campaign requiring your skill set. Darth Aziman told him, leaving no room for argument. Harry showed no sign of it, but he knew the last concession was because other counselors had similar thoughts to Darth Mar that he was too powerful to have as just someone who dealt in information, especially with his reputation in and out of the Empire. I understand, Lord Aziman. Thank you for letting me know. I shall get started on my work immediately and will make sure to send information to the Council weekly that I find significant. Harry told him. One more thing. What of your apprentice? The Darth asked. At this, Harry frowned. Darth Aziman was one of the few on the council that had openly voiced his opinion that Harry should take a different apprentice or at the very least, another one. He felt Harry's skills should be passed on to someone worthy of them. Harry of course disagreed. What of her? Harry questioned. You have given no information of her since your battle with Zantara. Darth Aziman pointed out. She is on a mission I assigned that relates to my new line of work. Was all Harry said back. Aziman went quiet at that and gave Harry a hard look. As a Darth, you have a responsibility. With respect, Lord Aziman, I will not get rid of or replace my current apprentice. She will remain under my tutelage until she no longer needs it, in which case she will become a Sith Lord. Only then would I even consider taking another apprentice. Harry interrupted curtly, drawing a deep scowl from the man. Harry didn't care. Even the Dark Council couldn't force him to relieve himself of his apprentice if he chose not to. Of course, they could make his life difficult, but Harry could do the same, especially with his new rank and position. There were other Sith that tried to make it their business to know information, but Harry was sure none had the resources he now had at his disposal. You may regret that decision in the future, Darth Cyrus. Was all the counselors said back to him. You would not be the first to think so. I respectfully disagree. Harry said. With that, Aziman ended the transmission with a glare and clearly being quite furious at Harry. With the man gone, Harry went to his cockpit and started up his ship. The longer he was on Drummond Cos, the more some might be tempted to target him for revenge. As the ship started up and started to head out of the hangar, all Harry could think about was how annoying the next few years would be for him. Chapter 15. 3667. Harry stood next to Lenera as she shakily tried to walk around the safe house Harry had hidden her in. Weeks ago, the medical droid had reported to him that machines had detected brain activity and that Lenera would likely be waking soon. Harry had immediately dropped everything and come back to this hidden base. It took her a couple of more weeks, but Lenera had finally awoken from her coma. The progress was slow and technically she shouldn't even be out of bed, but she was clearly pushing herself to no longer be a useless sack of flesh. You do not have to do this yet. Your muscles have declined significantly and it is illogical to expect that you would be able to jump back to where you were before the coma, Lenera. I would appreciate you not hurting yourself just after I spent so much effort keeping you alive. Harry chastised her. Lenera flinched and the rebuke but kept pressing forward, step by step. There's no use drawing this out. The sooner I can get back into the field the better. I don't know how you have been covering for me so far, but I doubt even you can do it forever. She pointed out. Actually, I am quite confident I could keep you hidden with no question for years more if necessary. Harry responded easily to her. It was true too. Ever since his appointment, Harry barely had to interact with the other Sith in the Empire. He was the best spymaster they had, and it wasn't odd for him to disappear for long periods of time as he gained his information which he would send to the Empire. It also wasn't odd that his apprentice was on a long-term undercover mission for him either. They would probably not be so, accepting of the fact that he also sent his information to Satel and therefore the Republic. I don't plan it to be years, a few months and I will be out in the field again. Lenera insisted. Only if I clear it. Since you are so insistent, I will arrange for sparring droid to be brought here for you to practice. I will, however, not allow you to leave until I am absolutely sure you are ready. Harry told her seriously. Fine. Sit me down here. Lenera said as they entered the kitchen and were next to the table where they could eat meals. Harry obliged and slowly eased her into the chair. Lenera breathed a sigh of relief as she was no longer on her feet. You are pushing yourself hard. There is no reason to feel shame about your lack of progress. It will be slow in the beginning, Harry told her. Lenera looked at him. I think we should have a talk. She responded, clearly ignoring what he said. He looked at her in confusion. Talk? He asked. There was no back-to-tank on that whole planet, and even if there was one, there was no way it could have healed the kind of wound I had in time. We were in the middle of a forest. What did you do? Lenera questioned, leaving no room to accept anything but something Harry did that was not natural. Harry stiffened at her words. What do you want me to say? Harry asked her. The truth. After all we have been through, you still don't trust me. She seemed annoyed with the fact. I trust you a lot, Lenera, but if it were me or the Empire, I would choose you every time. Lenera said with such conviction that it momentarily shocked Harry into silence. It was you who trained and believed in me, Master, not the Empire. When the Empire told you to give me up in favor of someone worthier of you, you didn't hesitate to stand behind me and defend me. At least give me the chance to do the same, please. I already know that you weren't exactly loyal to the Empire. Lenera pointed out. Harry rose an eyebrow at that. You did? I do not recall showing anything that would make some think me disloyal. Harry said uneasily. Was there a flaw in his acting? If so, he would need to correct it. It's not necessarily something you do particularly, more in the way you talk and act. Every time you talk about the Empire, it's almost like you're disgusted by it, like you're expecting it to fail. It's not something you let slip around others, more so since you don't really talk with anyone else for any length of time. I also noticed that while you seemed to be extremely intelligent and talented, you were always someone who seemed to only ever do just what was expected of them. There seemed to be no motivation for you to go forward. Lenera finished. Harry said nothing at her words as he thought on what she had told him. Both of things she mentioned, luckily, seemed to be things not many would notice. Maybe only Mar would have noticed this besides her, and he never called out his former apprentice on his behavior. Are you a Jedi? Lenera pushed as she looked at him. Harry couldn't help but snort at that. No, I am a Sith. I admittedly consider myself one of the few true Sith around. That being said, you are correct, I do not support the Empire. Even if we won the war, the Sith Empire is built off of selfishness and corruption which would make it unsustainable. Harry pointed out. Lenera nodded. You've hinted at such in the past. Lenera agreed. The truth is that I infiltrated the Empire in search of the truth about an old mystery I have been investigating for years now. An old friend of mine disappeared once confronting the Emperor. Harry finally said. Lenera frowned in thought at that. Confronting the Emperor. Did he have a death wish? Lenera asked. I don't know about that, but he was certainly idiotic for doing so instead of letting me handle it. Harry said darkly. Harry still remembered raising and supporting Revan's family after the man never came back. He must have been powerful. Lenera commented. Harry nodded in agreement. He was, Harry said. For a moment, they said nothing as he let the statement hang in the air. So, how did you save my life? Lenera asked him then. Harry took a moment as he made sure this is what he wanted to do. You wish for me to trust you, correct? I will give the opportunity to have all my trust. Are you willing to take it? Harry questioned. Lenera's eyes eagerly lit up and she nodded frantically. Of course, whatever it takes. Lenera said with determination. Hold out your hand. Harry commanded easily. What, my hand? Lenera asked. Harry nodded. Yes. You want me to trust you? I will look in your mind. I will not be searching your memories but your feelings. Harry told her. She looked hesitant for a moment but seemed to steel herself and held out her hand. Do it. Lenera commanded. Harry reached out and grabbed her hand and reached out with the force to her and immediately felt her presence. He was surprised by the immediate rush he felt from her. Took a moment for him to sort everything but he found what he was looking for. Lenera's feelings for him were ones of trust and awe. Surprising from a Sith. Usually apprentices would have some form of jealousy in them for their master's power. Lenera had none in her. Harry's hand retreated from hers and she looked at him expectantly. Harry thought on how to go from there. You are trustworthy. I am sorry for doubting you. Harry told her. So? Lenera pressed with excitement. The planet I originate from is one that uses the Force and thinks of it as magic. Although the planet would be considered primitive compared to those in this galaxy, its use of the Force was much more advanced in what we could do with it. Harry admitted to her. He decided that it would be better not to mention his real age right now. It might be too much. I see. So you have secret Force techniques you used? Lenera seemed to be trying to come to terms with that. Yes, Harry said. He held up his hand and immediately conjured a white rose into it. Lenera looked shocked at what she was seeing. She blinked a few times before looking back at him. How did you do that? She whispered. There is a lot more I could do. I could unleash a hellish fire that could consume almost anything. I could put you in a stasis for all eternity. I could turn the chair you're sitting in into a tuckata and have it eat you alive. It would be easier to ask what I cannot do. Harry responded easily. Lenera looked at him as she thought on what he said. Harry waited patiently for her to process the big reveal of information. Her face was scrunched up in thought. So, how powerful are you really then? Lenera asked him. Harry shrugged. I do not know how powerful the Emperor truly is, but if he can control the entire Empire without any going against him, then he must be absurdly so. Besides him, I doubt there are any Sith who could take me on at my full strength. Harry told her. Lenera nodded and seemed to accept that with ease. Can I also learn how to do these things then? She asked. Harry nodded. I will teach you, but you first must learn occlumency. I am impressed by your willpower in dealing with the dark. In fact, it's probably one of the few things you have an unordinary talent for. It's also something I have admired about you, Harry told her. She smiled at the praise but frowned. I have never thought the call of the dark was particularly strong, to be honest. After how it was described, I expected much more from it. I can feel it constantly calling and trying to bend me from my purpose, but it has always been rather easy to ignore. Plus, I like being in control of myself naturally. I don't like letting myself go crazy just for a negligible power boost. Lenera admitted. Harry nodded. Well, occlumency has to do with the organization and protection of the mind. It also is something that helps master the dark. I am not sure how much it will help you given your natural control, but it is still something you should know how to do. Harry told her sternly. She nodded eagerly. If you think it would be worth it, then I will put my all into it. Lenera said with excitement at the prospect of learning new Force techniques. Good. I should also tell you, while I do not really care for the Republic, I have been passing certain information along to a source of mine among the Jedi. Harry told her. Lenera frowned at that. So, you do support the Republic? Lenera accused. Harry shook his head. It is not the Republic I support, but rather a specific person. They just happen to be an important part of the Republic. Make no mistake, I think the Republic is pretty much as broken as the Empire for much the same reasons. The only difference is that the people have a say in the Republic, even if it does sometimes get drowned out. Harry told her. Lenera shrugged. I suppose it doesn't really matter either way. Humans are imperfect creatures, and there is no perfect system that exists. Lenera said in resignation. Harry nodded. That's exactly right. Harry told her. So where do we go from here? Lenera asked. Occlumency, as I said earlier. I suppose I have a few potions that may help with your recovery process. Harry told her. Potions now too? Sounds like magic may indeed be a more proper term for your abilities. Lenera chuckled, lightening the mood. Harry laughed with her, and together they drifted into easy conversation for the rest of the day. Months later. Breath in and out. Lenera. Are you ready? Harry asked. His apprentice tensed and nodded. As soon as he saw her say she was ready, he cast a mental attack on her defenses and immediately smashed into her walls. He could feel her trying to throw his attack off, but she really didn't have a chance. She managed to delay him for maybe 15 seconds before he finally smashed through the defenses and entered her mind. As soon as he got past the defenses, Harry withdrew from her mind and looked at her. Very impressive. Your defenses are coming along nicely, Lenera, Harry said with a smile. Lenera groaned as she clutched her head with one hand and reached over to the cup on the table next to her. She put the cup to her lips and started chugging the liquid inside of it. After she finished downing it, she put the cup down and waited a moment. A few seconds later, and she sighed in relief as her headache apparently eased. Better? Harry asked with amusement. I understand the need for the mental attack to help strengthen my defenses fast, but that certainly doesn't make it easier or comfortable. Lenera ground out. Harry nodded. It certainly doesn't. That being said, you have improved much faster than I expected in this. Usually, it takes many months if not years to master occlumency. Your ability to advance in it so quickly is actually very impressive if not totally unexpected. I think you might be ready to learn some other magical disciplines. Harry hinted to her. She immediately perked up at that. Really? Finally. I've been waiting for this for months now. Lenera said with excitement. Calm down now. We will also have to pick up your physical exercise. I think in another few months you will be ready to go back out in the field. Harry told her. Lenera nodded. Harry was about to continue when he got a beeping on his communicator. Harry looked down and frowned. Excuse me, I am getting a call. Harry said as he stood up and went to the planning room. It was currently set up so all the calls to his ship were being forwarded to it. He had a signal booster too because of how far out they were. He pressed injure buttons and answered the call. Darth Mar appeared on the console. Darth Cyrus. Mar said in greeting. Darth Mar. Harry greeted back. Is there something the matter? You seem tense. That remains to be seen. I am sure you know of our latest military campaign. Mar asked. Harry did indeed know about the campaign even though he was never officially told. The Council had authorized an attack deep in Republic territory, on the planet Aldderon. I do indeed. I have been countering leaks of it since it has been announced. Harry told him, which was true. The Republic knew there was an attack coming, they just didn't know which planet was going to get attacked. They were so far leaning to it being on Corellia thanks to Harry. It is much appreciated. That is not why I have called you though. Darth Mar said to him. Harry waited patiently for him to continue. Darth Malgus will be spearheading the attack as you may also know. Well, I would also like you to go and keep an eye on him. Keep him in check as it were. Darth Mar told him. Harry frowned. You suspect him of being a traitor? Harry asked. Malgus was intelligent, but he was also uncontrolled and tended to act like a savage on occasion. Not necessarily a traitor, but he has shown signs of rebellion from the Empire and may strike out on his own at some point. While an accomplished military commander, it wouldn't do to have no plans to deal with him. You are one of the few Sith that is both capable of going toe-to-toe against him as well as being available to watch him on this mission. Can I trust you with this? Darth Mar asked. Harry adopted a thoughtful expression. I will have to make arrangements for my network just in case, but yes, I believe so. When have you decided to do this? Harry questioned. 2 weeks from now. Mar told him. Harry nodded. All right, I will see you in 1.5 then. Harry told him. With that, the call cut off. He heard the door behind him open up. So, you're leaving. Are you going to tell Satel about this? Lenera asked. Harry frowned. He had introduced the two over a holo call more than a month ago, once Lenera expressed an interest in thanking her for the part she played in saving her life. Satel seemed to like her and had been pleasantly surprised to know that not all Darksiders were arrogant assholes. After the call, Harry explained that Satel was the source he had mentioned to her earlier. Lenera seemed to be under the impression that there was more to it, but Harry had informed her there was not. Of course, he was lying. Satel was basically his so many greats adopted niece who he also had strange feelings and a force bond with, but mentioning that would make things complicated. Eventually, but not yet. I shall inform her at the last minute. In time to stop us, but not enough to be suspicious by the other Darths or the Council. Harry told her as he walked out of the room. She may not like that. Is this going to interfere with my training? Lenera asked, ever the eager apprentice. Harry shook his head. I doubt it. I should only be gone 2 weeks at the most, and I shall be leaving behind a book on theory as well instructions for the spell I will have you do. You will read the book first before even attempting the spell. Harry ordered as he looked at her with a pointed stare. Lenera glared back. As if I have ever disobeyed your orders before. Lenera pointed out in annoyance. You would not be the first nor last person to get too eager at the prospect of learning magic. The book is boring, but it gives you a good understanding of the mindset you need to be in when first starting off with magic. Occlumency helps as it allows you to better focus your will, but that is not an excuse to skip the basics. Harry told her. Lenera rolled her eyes but said nothing further. With her silent, Harry moved back to the other room to help her continue her training before he would have to leave. 2 weeks later, Harry stood at the bridge of the leading ship in Malgus's fleet as it approached Aldderon after coming out of hyperspace. Malgus seemed to be glaring at the planet as it slowly approached. Harry simply continued to lean on one of the consoles, totally at ease. As it turned out, Mar had assigned Harry as Malgus's second-in-command for this little campaign. Even more surprising was that Malgus had actually agreed to let him be with no hassle. Malgus seemed to hold some respect for him for some unknown reason. Around the room was Malgus's companion, Sith warriors, and random officers keeping the ship and fleet on course. Harry had briefly eyed the Twi'lek that Malgus had seemed to have taken on as a romantic interest. This was the first he had ever seen of her. She was definitely beautiful, though there was a noticeable hardness to her that clearly told others not to fuck with her. She had no ability with the Force, but she seemed to be trained well in combat if what he heard was true. The Twi'lek seemed to catch his eye and stared at him. Harry didn't break his gaze. He simply continued to stare at her impassively. The woman smirked at him for a moment before turning away. Harry turned away soon after and looked back at the approaching planet. The Twi'lek would not be joining the assault and would be waiting back on the ship by Malgus's own orders. "I am going to the shuttles to prepare for landing," was all he said as he left. Malgus gave a barely perceivable nod in return, and he continued on his way. Harry and Malgus would be leading 2 entirely different platoons to maximize efficiency once they got on the field. Harry arrived to the hangar and moved over to the shuttle bay where his platoon was waiting for him. It was a platoon comprised of half Sith warriors and the other were regular Imperial soldiers. Harry liked to have some diversity in his group, whereas Malgus preferred the blunt force approach. The entire platoon jumped up and into a salute as he approached. Harry regarded them all coldly, raking his eyes over each one of their faces. He could practically feel the nervousness and fear coming from them as he did this. "At ease. Load up the shuttles, we are about to head out," Harry ordered curtly. They immediately jumped to do what he ordered them to. Although he didn't show it, he was amused by these men. To the Sith, he had a particular reputation that depicted him as a boogeyman of sorts. He was viewed in the upper echelons of power among them, and his actions clearly showed why. In less than 10 minutes, the shuttle was full-packed with weapons and people and getting ready to take off once given the signal. He certainly didn't have to wait long either. "We have entered the atmosphere. Begin your takeoff and descent to the planet's surface." Malgus's voice cut through the silence over the calm. Harry marveled at the rage seemingly bubbling under the surface of his words. The opposite of the way Harry talked. Shaking himself out of his thoughts, he looked towards the cockpit. "You heard him, get this ship in the air," Harry ordered. "Yes, sir," a voice said back, and the shuttle rose into the air a second later. He could feel it move out of the hangar and move away from the fleet and towards the surface. He immediately started to hear explosions outside and rumblings shake the ship as the pilot swerved to avoid the onslaught that the grounded turrets were laying down on them. Harry breathed and calmed himself as they got lower and lower until the turrets could no longer reach them. Soon the shuttle came to a stop. Harry opened the door and hopped. "All right on me, spread out and move forward," Harry told them as he looked around the forest. On this particular mission, Malgus had decided to space the platoons in an arrow formation to pierce the enemy's defense and then have the rest of the platoons converge in. Harry's platoon was one of the closet to the Siths and about half a mile to his southwest. Grounded and moving. Harry spoke into his comm. Other platoon commanders seemed to be calling out their own status until most if not all had fully landed. Harry unclipped his blade and had it at the ready. He could feel the Republic forces only a couple miles ahead and closing in on them. He was sure Malgus could feel it as well. It took less than 10 minutes of moving forward before they eventually heard the sounds of Malgus's platoon reaching the Republic forces and engaging. "Should we move in to assist?" one of the warriors asked behind him. Harry simply shook his head. "No, let Malgus have his fun. Besides, we will have company in a few moments of our own to worry about," Harry said as he could feel more soldiers approaching their position. He heard the sound of injure blades behind him being activated in preparation at his words. He continued to move forward, not really worrying about Malgus at this point. The man was tearing through the enemy, but by the feeling of his force bond widening by a significant margin, his bonded was closing in. He was torn from his thoughts as a blaster bolt came rushing towards him. He snapped his blade on and deflected the bolt back into the direction it had come from. Our enemy has arrived. Leave none alive, Harry ordered before dashing forward at a speed even his own Force companions would have most likely found shocking. In moments, he had reached the line of soldiers and descended onto them. He dropped down and sliced through a man like he wasn't even there. That seemed to get him a host of bolts towards his person. He turned, making himself a smaller target, and slipped between bolts before knocking a third one back into its owner, killing him. With a powered force charge, he was at his next victims and cut them both in half with a wide horizontal cut of his blade. He simply kept going from there as the battle blurred by. The men kept coming and Harry kept cutting through them like papier-mâché. At one point, he actually had to slow down because his men could not keep up with his pace. He jumped in the middle of a 5-man squad of soldiers and slammed his fist into the ground, unleashing an explosion of force lightning all around him, killing the soldiers easily. He then looked up and saw more soldiers approaching him. Without looking, he swung his blade to his side, cutting a thick tree next to him down. As it fell, he grabbed it with the force and flung it towards the approaching soldiers. It slammed into likely killing them instantly from the sheer force of the throw. Before he could continue, he ducked under a punch from a soldier who had attempted to sneak up on him. Harry turned and grabbed the man with the force and lifted him into the air before slamming him hard into the ground. He did this multiple times in quick succession until he saw red leaking from the armor. Seeing this, he banished the body into more of his approaching comrades. It was just the distraction he needed to fall upon them and end their lives with a red arc from his blade. He continued pressing forward until the line of soldiers broke and called a retreat. Harry got ready to give chase before a voice came over the comm. Reinforcements needed on Darth Malgus's position. A voice said over the comm over what sounded like blaster fire and explosions. "This is Darth Cyrus. I am on the way," Harry said back to the man before turning to his own platoon. "Stay here and finish. I will rejoin you once I have aided the commander," Harry said before turning and dashing to where he could sense Malgus's presence. It took him only a minute to reach the position at full speed. What he came upon almost made him smile. The Sith warriors Malgus brought were either dead or cowering. They hadn't seemed to notice him, so he cloaked his presence completely and would appear to be invisible if any looked in his direction. He then jumped into the trees above and looked down. The battle between Satel and Malgus was impressive to say the least. The way their styles clashed, Malgus was pure aggression and power, where Satel was all grace and precision. He watched as Malgus drove Satel into a tree with the force and charged her. Satel evaded the attack though with her superior speed and flexible movement. They continued to push at each other before he watched Malgus finally get the upper hand seemingly as he cut her blade in half. His eyes widened as he watched the Darth move to stab her. His heart felt like it jumped into his throat as he prepared to jump in. He knew he wouldn't make it, but he needed to try something. He halted himself at the last moment as he saw a familiar look in Satel's eyes. She was not beaten quite yet, it would seem. In a move that shocked Harry as she held up her hand and used the force to hold the blade back and absorb the force of the blow. Harry was shocked as he saw her do it. It was beyond impressive to say the least. He could probably do it himself if put into such a position, but it would obviously be better to never end up in such a situation in the first place. She truly had gotten to be formidable. Malgus seemed as shocked as he was by what he was seeing, but couldn't think long as a grenade seemed to come out of the forest and detonate right next to his face, knocking the Sith back meters. The man, however, recovered quickly from it, though it looked like he may have temporarily blacked out, and seemed to have used the force to shield himself from most of the damage. Suddenly Satel launched another powerful force blast at Malgus, throwing the Sith into a boulder. Harry was impressed by the power and had to even admit he was impressed further as Malgus seemed to be able to start to resist the push with his own power. Satel, however, wasn't having that and sent another powerful force blast of condensed energy through the already established force blast, causing Malgus to be pushed through the boulder itself, forcing it to shatter into thousands of pieces. Harry watched the man slam into a tree and get knocked unconscious into a tree. Harry smiled at that before schooling his features and jumping down. As he landed, a force blast exploded from him, forcing Satel to jump back and the clone who had come to her aid to move back to avoid being knocked backwards. Harry looked at Satel impassively, and she looked back at him with the same expression. She looked extremely tense, clearly not knowing where they were going from here. Harry sensed more Sith warriors from his own platoon arrive and pick up the downed Sith. Harry raised the comm on his arm. Retreat. Malgus is down and Republic forces inbound. Harry ordered to all forces. He watched Satel sag in relief. He nodded at her before turning and walking away from there. A few moments later, Malgus seemed to awake and was once more enraged. He struggled and Harry was almost tempted to subdue the man further but said nothing. He is injured, make sure he gets to his shuttle. Harry ordered so the men would not let the man go. Malgus struggled but it was clear he was not at his best. It still took injured men to hold him back, which really went to show how powerful he was, but he was in no state to take on Satel and it wouldn't matter anyway. The Republic was likely already here. Malgus was taken to his private shuttle and Harry entered his own before ordering it to take off. Get me back to the fleet, Harry commanded. Right away, Lord Cyrus, the pilot said as he maneuvered the shuttle back to the ship. Harry sat down and sighed. This assault had failed, just as he planned, and it had only taken a few hours. He was sure Mar would be unhappy about this failure, but he doubted it could be linked back to him. Satel would make an easy and willing scapegoat. Her abilities of foresight were known after all. Of course, with Malgus injured, it would be up to him to counter the Republic from here on out. He felt the shuttle land and immediately hopped out of it. He looked around and frowned. Malgus should have been here by now. He turned to an officer standing by and waiting for orders. Where is Darth Malgus's shuttle? Harry demanded from the man. The officer threw his pad up in the air from fright and started juggling it as he tried to grab it and prevent it from hitting. Managed to grab it and steadied himself before looking through the information on it. It would appear he moved back to the surface. He appears to be going to some sort of abandoned city. God damn it. If he is not back by the time we make the jump, then he gets left behind. Harry ground out. Darth Malgus was valuable, but he was not as valuable as an entire fleet. He was sure the council wouldn't be happy the man abandoned his post to go off and do whatever the hell he wanted. He entered the bridge of the cruiser and started barking orders. Shields at max and prepare for battle. Republic ships inbound. Harry yelled out, causing many to jump in fright and then move into action. Republic ships about to exit hyperspace. Injure cruisers are with them as well as close to a dozen support ships. One of the men yelled out from his console. Harry growled at the news. They had 3 cruisers with only 3 more support vessels for aid. They were outgunned by far. Where is Malgus? A voice said. Harry turned and saw the Twi'lek looking at him expectantly. He was injured and put on his shuttle back here. He apparently took control of it and flew somewhere else on the planet. I do not know where he went or what he is doing, but if he does not arrive soon, then we leave him. Harry told her coldly. You cannot leave your commander behind while you flee. The woman hissed at him. Suddenly the room filled with a palpable pressure, causing the woman to take injured steps back and the officers to move away from him. 1. Do not ever tell me what I can and cannot do. You are not my superior, nor does your relationship with Malgus give you some sort of influence in Imperial decisions. 2. My commander would not be left behind if he didn't decide to go and do something that is most likely more personal bullshit. Now, if you're not going to help in some way, leave. Harry commanded, freezing the woman in place momentarily as he turned away from her and started issuing more commands to prepare for a jump to hyperspace. Republic ships approaching. The same man from before yelled out. Harry looked and saw the ships coming up on their left. Fire the cannons. We don't need to beat them, we just need to slow them down. Harry commanded. The order was given and immediately the ship's guns blared to life and smashed into the Republic's shields. The Republic ships returned fire, except another ship slipped on to their other side, causing them to get attacked from both sides. Full thrust, we cannot remain between them. Harry ordered. The ship then jolted forward and slid between the Republic ships easily until they were on the other side. How close are we to being able to jumping? Harry asked as the guns continued to blaze. Just 2 more minutes. The shields should be able to hold until then, the man said back. Harry's eyes twitched at that as he saw another Republic cruiser move into attack position with 2 corvettes on each side of it. That may not be the case in a few moments. Harry spoke quietly. Sir, Darth Malgus's ship has exited the planet's atmosphere and is approaching the fleet. Another officer said, have a medical team ready for him when he arrives. Harry said as the ship started to shake from the weakening shields. Immediately, the Twi'lek left the bridge and, assumedly, made her way down to the hangar to greet her lover. Harry paid her no mind. Our ship's shields are dropping. 30 seconds until the hyperdrive is online. Harry simply stared and weathered the blows, which is all he could really do at present. The ship started taking damage, but it would not be destroyed, not from this. It was at that moment that a blaster from one of the enemy cannons came screeching towards the bridge. Harry had no time to think. He simply reached out into the Force and surrounded the bridge in a dome of the Force. The blaster slammed into the shield and almost destroyed it, but the shield held. The blaster bolt ricocheted off and went out into space. Harry sighed as he went down on one knee from that stunt. Doing something like that was tiring, even for him. Are you okay, my lord? Another man asked him as he approached. Harry held up a hand as he slowly got back to his feet. I am fine. Hyper-travel ready. Do it now. Harry ordered, and in a second they were gone, traveling between the stars. Harry sighed in relief. Alert me if anything significant happens, Harry said as he walked out of the room. He got into the lift and dropped injure floors to where the private quarters for the upper officers and Sith were located. He walked over to the quarters of Darth Malgus and opened the door. Immediately, something was hurled at him which he calmly caught with the Force and gently set off to the side. Malgus was inside sitting in a chair with a medical droid and his little Twi'lek companion. What do you want? Malgus growled at him. It is nice to see you too. We need to talk. Harry calmly responded. Malgus made to get up, but the woman held him down and gave the man a look. Your face looks like shit, though I suppose it will go well to add to your menacing presence. I am sure you will once more strike fear into our enemies, Harry said as he moved over to a wall and leaned against it. Malgus glared even harder and his eyes seemed to smolder with rage. Watch yourself, Cyrus. Even now I could do nothing. You can barely breathe at this point. I see your little detour caused your injuries to exacerbate. You couldn't beat me with anything less than your best. Don't be stupid enough to think differently. Now, if we're done measuring dick sizes, we can get to the reason why I am here. Harry shot back at him. Malgus said nothing at this but didn't contest it. Of course, Harry could kill him magically with ease most likely. He was powerful at his best, but handling the wide range of abilities he had as well as the power he could put behind them painted an unpleasant picture for Malgus. Fine. Say what you want and get out of here, Malgus demanded. Good. First, obviously this campaign was a failure. Have you thought of how we are going to explain this to the council? Harry asked. Malgus frowned then growled. Is that fucking Jedi whore's fault? How did she even get there? I thought you were supposed to counter the Republic's espionage attempts? Malgus questioned. At this, the Twi'lek turned and glared at him accusingly. Countering espionage is one thing, trying to counter the Force is another. I will be looking for a leak just to be sure, but I think it more likely she sensed something amiss in the Force and came to investigate. It would explain why she came alone before the rest of the Republic fleet got there. Harry told him back calmly, seeming unfazed by the questions. Malgus backed off at that and reluctantly nodded, though he still seemed upset. We will just have to explain the situation then. The situation wasn't in our favor. We will simply have to find another way to strike. Malgus dismissed easily. Harry raised an eyebrow at that. The council would not accept that easily after all the resources they funneled into it. Luckily, they had left before they really got into it, so much of the resources were salvageable. Perhaps they will look at you for this failure though, Harry pointed out. Malgus scoffed. Like I care what those bumbling idiots say. Fair enough. Feel free to call on me to add support on your claims to smooth out the process. If you need me, I will be in my quarters," Harry said as he left. The door slid closed behind him and he moved to his own quarters. Once there, he shed his armor and put his blade on his nightstand before letting himself ease into the bed. He only had to wait for a moment for sleep to claim him. Week later, Harry stood outside the council chambers as he waited for them to finish with Darth Malgus. He could tell by the feelings he felt in the Force that it was not a pleasant discussion. He didn't particularly care if he were honest. Whatever they said, the council couldn't do much to Malgus at this point. He was too powerful and was one of the most feared Sith in the entire Empire. They could not afford to ostracize him too much. About a half an hour passed before they finished and Darth Malgus came storming out without a word to anyone. Harry didn't worry too much on that. The man was always storming somewhere. He doubted that you could ever find the man in a good mood. With him gone, Harry entered the room and stood in front of the council. "Darth Cyrus, do you have anything to say about this catastrophe?" Darth Zella asked. Harry shrugged. "Unfortunately, we were at a disadvantage from the beginning. First, we tried to attack a heavily fortified core world. Second, we could not keep the assault a secret properly and I had to fight constantly to keep the information from being discovered. Lastly, we should have done more to prevent the Jedi from being able to detect our efforts. So many Force users in one place, especially so deep in their territory. It was lost from the beginning as far as I can tell." Harry spoke as honestly as he could. The council remained quiet. "Is that it?" Darth Mar asked him. "If you're asking me to take some blame for the failed campaign, then I am sorry to disappoint. I wasn't even a part of it until a couple of weeks and I was really only there to support Lord Malgus. Nothing more. I did everything to the best of my ability. If you have a problem with my performance, feel free to tell me." Harry baited. He was in the right here and judging from the silence, they knew that. "Tell us about what you thought of Malgus," Darth Mar commanded, changing the subject. Harry nodded. He seemed to be able to control himself for the most part. "I managed to witness some of his battle with the Jedi Satel. He managed to match her until around the end when she finally overpowered him. He cannot handle loss well though. He abandoned the mission to go off and do his own thing once he got in his shuttle. He has potential to continue to be a good military leader, but there are certainly risks associated with him as well." Harry stated matter of fact. "So you think he remains loyal to the Empire?" Darth Azamin asked with a raised eyebrow. "For now. I cannot say for the future one way or another," Harry admitted. "I believe that is enough for today. You are free to leave Darth Cyrus," another counselor finally said. Harry nodded curtly before turning on the spot and walking away from them. "Injured days later. Well, that could have been much worse," Satel said as she boarded Harry's ship. Harry chuckled a little at that it could have. "I take it the Republic has already started on a support effort for Aldderon?" Harry asked. Satel nodded. "Of course. Thank you again for telling me. I can't even imagine what would have happened if they had managed to conquer Aldderon," Satel said with a shiver. Harry chuckled. "It would have sped up what is already happening. I am sure you have seen it happening already," Harry commented as he looked at Satel. She seemed to age a decade before his very eyes at his insinuations. "We are losing," she admitted quietly. Harry nodded sadly. "Indeed you are. As much as it hurts to say, the Republic military force could never match the Siths. They have had the advantage from the beginning and have been slowly taking more and more territory," Harry told her. Satel looked up at him. "You could help. I know I have already asked for a lot, but you know why I am here, Satel. I cannot aid you until I find the truth of what happened to my friend and master. Until then, Revan," she said. Harry froze at that. "What did you say?" he asked quietly. "Your friend and master, it's Revan, is it not?" She pressed him. Harry looked at her. "And why would you think that?" he asked carefully. She stared at him for a moment. She lifted her arm and immediately a holophoto sprang up. It was a picture of him and Revan smiling at the camera with arms slung over the other's shoulder. They were on the balcony of the apartment him and Bastila had lived in together. Harry stared at the centuries-old photo. "How did you get that?" Harry whispered as he continued to stare at the photo. After Bastila's death, Harry had scrubbed his presence from everywhere he could. He had even struck into the Jedi's archive records to do so. He had spent years altering himself out of the story of Revan and Bastila to make sure none would find him. He had deleted all public photos of himself. He had all images of him and the family together. I found it at the temple on Tatooine. It was in one of the old private chambers quadrants that has been since closed off. It used to belong to my ancestor, Bastila, she told him. Harry's heart ached at hearing that. He could not fully contain himself as he heard that and felt a single tear trail down the side of his face as he was stuck by memories. Hadrian? She asked him. Harry felt stuck when she used his real name. He hadn't heard it in so long now. Sounded weird to him. Foolish girl. I should have known her actions would come back to bite me someday. She always did get the last laugh. Harry said bitingly, though it was clear by his voice that he held a deep affection for her. So, you were their companion then? Satel asked cautiously. Harry scoffed. They were the closest thing I ever had to a family. Revan was a brother to me, and eventually Bastila became my little annoying sister. I was close to them both. Harry responded sadly. So the jig really was up. It felt bad, but he would be lying if it weren't nice that he could finally be himself around someone. For as long as it lasted. So, when Revan disappeared, he was going after the Emperor? Yes, though he clearly lost or he would have come back. Harry stated easily as he sat down on the floor and leaned his back against the wall for support. How are you still alive? She asked. Harry looked up at her. I have only ever explained that to Revan. I mean, no offense, but I am not sure I am ready to trust you with that knowledge. Harry tried to say as neutral as possible. Luckily, Satel seemed to drop it at that. Okay, well, can I ask why you never told me? I mean, it sounds like I am your so many greats niece for the most part. She questioned. Harry flinched at that. Please don't say that. Harry asked politely. I see the bond's effects still linger on you. Satel said with amusement, causing Harry's eyes to meet her in surprise. What do you mean? He asked cautiously. At this, Satel seemed to have the grace to at least blush slightly. I am not immune to its effects. I admit to have had certain feelings, Satel admitted. Harry looked at her in shock. He had never seen such signs in her of it before, so he concluded the bond only affected him in such a way. It was one of the reasons he did his best to ignore it. Another part was that it did make him feel a little uncomfortable with this whole situation. I see, so you have been feeling things through our bond? Harry asked. She shrugged. I doubt it is as much as you feel. Positive emotions fill me up and make me feel warm. Negative ones don't really come through that well. It feels like you bottle them all up and use them for your own benefit. Emotions that are bland are what mainly comes through. You're pretty boring in that sense. She teased. Harry shook his head. You're the opposite. I barely sense any negativity from you. You're like a ball of positivity. Even when things look their darkest, you still seem to find a way to look at the bright side of it. Whenever something does occasionally piss you off, I get angry as well. I feel like I want to come to you and destroy whatever is bothering you. You're like a puppy, and the simple fact that anyone would do you harm to you is simply disturbing. Harry said back, trying to keep his voice even, and hoped it didn't sound as creepy to her as it did to him. She tilted her while looking at him. What is a puppy? She asked. Harry stared at her with disbelief at what she seemed to take from what he just said before he laughed at it. A puppy is a small four-legged creature that comes in different sizes and colors that is considered very cute, adorable, and innocent. Hurting one is considered evil. Harry explained to her. She smiled at that. So you admit to thinking I am cute. Strange, I don't think many would agree with your assessment. She said lightly. Only because of the angel of death vibe you give off to others. And I wouldn't say you're cute necessarily, but you are most definitely beautiful. That cannot be understated enough. Harry told her truthfully. So, what do we do about this? She asked as she looked up at him awkwardly. Harry looked down at her and thought for a moment. I have given you a lot of information today. My past, the attraction. I think it would be best if we both left and had some time to think. Once that's done, maybe we can think about, things. Harry suggested. What, trying this out? she asked in amusement. Look, this is a new thing for me. I am not in my element, all right? He said back with irritation. She laughed at that before calming herself. All right, agreed. Let's say 2 weeks? She asked. He nodded back at her. 2 weeks it is, he said. With that, she got up and he watched her go. Now that this was all out in the open now, he felt less bad about his eyes straying to the sway of her hips as she left. I felt that, she yelled back. Harry cursed as looked away until he heard the door close. It was going to be a long 2 weeks indeed. He could almost feel Bastila shouting at him now. Chapter 16. Hoth 3665 BBY. Harry stood and looked out at the downed ship impassively. These last few weeks had been annoying to the extreme. Harry had been ordered to take out a fleet of Republic ships that contained new, advanced prototype warships, one of which was a new super dreadnought. Harry had personally led a squad to bombard the dreadnought on injure runs to weaken it. He had expertly maneuvered his own fleet under the Republic's, making it almost impossible to hit them with their guns, temporarily. This made sure the battle revolved mainly around the damage bombers and individual fighter squads could do to each other. In this case, Harry had strongly outclassed the enemy. He used his superior skills to slowly pick away at the enemy until there was barely any opposing fighters left. After that had happened, he had used small bombers to take down the shields of the warships. It had taken Injure weeks to weaken the shields until they collapsed. The battle had spanned Injure systems until finally ending on Hoth. With their shields gone, Harry had moved his fleet into strike position and unloaded on the experimental fleet. They had superior firepower, sure, but without their shields, they were practically sitting and waiting for death to come. Harry had watched the super dreadnought fall into the planet's gravity well and enter its atmosphere. With that, Harry had dispatched Injure platoons of ground troops to capture or finish off the rest of the survivors, for which there hadn't been much of. Master, the rest of the platoons have checked in and have rounded up the survivors. What do you wish to do with them? Lenera asked from his side. Harry looked over at his apprentice and almost smirked at her appearance. In the 2 years since she had awoken, Lenera had gone through some obvious changes. For one, her skill had gone through the roof with the Force. She was able to use magical techniques and disguise them as normal Force attacks. Her mastering of the mind arts had gifted her with a precognition ability in battle that rivaled his own. The area she had excelled the most in were illusions, though. Harry had never put too much into illusionary magic beyond the basic spells he used for stealth or to hide things, but Lenera had been entirely fascinated by the concept and use. She had created her own branch of illusionary battle magic that made battling her extremely difficult for most opponents, which caused her to gain a reputation of her own. In the middle of a fight, she could create an illusion that had her attacking you from one direction while she really attacked you from another. She could also make fake clones of herself to confuse her enemies on who to attack. Because her ability was created from the Force users couldn't usually tell which of her creations she actually was. Even Harry had problems in locating her at the beginning, but after enough sparring, he had managed to find the minute details to distinguish her from a copy. She was decent with most other magic fields for someone who only had 2 years of training, though she still had trouble with transfiguration and conjuration since they relied so much on power. Have them sent to the fleet. We will bring them back to Drummond Koss and the Dark Council may decide on their fate. Harry told her. She nodded and relayed his orders into her communicator. He turned and continued to look at the downed dreadnought for another moment before moving towards it. Lenera followed close behind. Do you sense something? She asked. No, I want to look in the ship's computers. Harry told her easily. Why? Are you going to try and rebuild it? She seemed surprised by this. Of course, she knew he cared nothing for the Empire, and knowing him as she now did, it would be out of character for him to go out of his way in such a manner to aid it. In a manner of speaking, he murmured so she could not hear him clearly. She dropped it as they made their way into the giant destroyed ship. Because none of its systems were working properly, if at all, getting to the bridge was a hassle. They had to jump lift shafts to get on different floors and jump over broken sections of the ship. When they got there, Harry grimaced at the sight before their eyes. There were Republic pilots and staff scattered all over the room, clearly dead. He walked up to the console and grabbed the dead body draped on it before dropping it carelessly to the floor. He then looked at the console and tried to see if it would turn on. It surprisingly did. How is turning on right now? It is as I thought. The ship is so massive that it needs multiple emergency generators in different parts of the ship to make sure if the main power goes off, the ship will still have power. A consequence of this is that the ship does not necessarily need to be intact for parts of it to be powered. Harry explained as he plugged a small drive into the console. I see. So what exactly are you doing then? I am downloading as much of the schematics as I can as well as performance logs from the ship. Some of it seems to be corrupted or missing, but I am sure I can fill in the blanks with what I am getting. Harry responded. You want to build your own super dreadnought? Maybe. I will have to get it all looked over before making a decision. Harry told her. How would you even get the supplies for that? She asked. Easily. Every system that is uninhabited usually has a planet or two where resources can be mined or taken from without worry of disrupting life forms. Sure, but the cost of that is enormous. I mean the scouting of the correct locations to start mining, the workforce payments, the construction of factories, the movement of the proper tools to do so, plus all the things I can't think of on the top of my head. She tried to tell him. Harry smirked. You worry too much. Harry said vaguely. If you say so. She responded back before losing interest, clearly picking up on the fact that he didn't want to say much on the subject. She was good at doing that. A few moments and a click noise came from the console before it powered down. Harry frowned as he slowly pulled out the drive he had plugged in and put it back on his belt. What happened? The system lost power, it seems. The generators must have gone out. It doesn't matter, I got enough of what I wanted. Harry said as they exited the ship. Lord Cyrus? Harry looked down at his comm that just sounded off. This is Lord Cyrus. Harry responded back. We have received the prisoners and put them in our ship's detention area. Reinforcements are on their way. What are your orders? One of his officers asked. We will go back to Drummond Kos. We need to make repairs and drop off the prisoners. I will leave it to the Dark Council to decide where the fleet will go from there. Harry spoke back. Understood, my lord. The man said before the line cut off. Harry pushed on through the snow back to his speeder. I can't believe you let me go on for so long without having temperature-regulating charms. Lenera grumbled next to him. Harry rolled his eyes. You sure do like to complain a lot. Harry said back nonchalantly. He could feel the glare burning into his back from his comment. He did nothing to address it though, he just kept walking towards their shuttle. Half an hour later and they were back at the fleet getting ready once more to jump back to the Drummond Kos system. Harry stood in front of his console as he just finished giving his report to Darth Mar as the Supreme Commander of the military. Interesting but successful tactic. I was unsure how well you would be able to combat this supposed prototype fleet given what we knew of it, but to do it so well and taking so few casualties on our sides is impressive. I will make sure the Dark Council is aware of your success and you are adequately rewarded. Darth Mar told him. As you wish. We are preparing to jump into hyperspace, so I will see you in a few days. Harry told his former master. Darth Mar nodded and disconnected right after. Harry immediately turned and pressed the button on his communicator. Darth Cyrus to the bridge. This is the bridge. What are your orders, Lord Cyrus? My call with Darth Mar has ended. Take us into hyperspace. Harry ordered. Right away, my lord. The voice said. Harry felt the ship thrum with power as it started moving forward, or whatever you would call the equivalent in space. Harry went to his room and sat in a chair in his suite as Lenera walked in and sat across from him. He summoned a bottle of whiskey and conjured 2 glasses before pouring into each. So, what did he say? She asked. Nothing important, just that I would be rewarded and such. I'm hoping to just get it over with so I can go back to sleuthing. Harry replied as he sipped the drink and savored it in his mouth for a moment before swallowing. Is the room secure? She asked quietly. Harry nodded. He always put privacy wards on his room when he was in command and there weren't many other Sith around. Good. You don't seem pleased. What's the issue? Satel is going to kill me. Harry grouched. He and Satel had been trying at a relationship for the past 2 years now and it was going surprisingly well. At times it actually went too well. Harry had constantly had to slow them down before they did something they weren't fully prepared for. The bond just made it hard to have a normal relationship considering how they had a direct connection to each other's feelings. Doubly hard because of the fact that they themselves felt pleasant from each other feeling pleasant. It was like a vicious positive feedback loop that had made Harry cautious, as he was pretty sure that as soon as something too negative cropped up, it would send them both spiraling. He wanted to make sure they had a strong base and that they weren't simply relying on the bond. He had been right to do so. When times were good, the bond made it great. When times were bad, though, the bond made them worse. For Satel especially, it seemed the Republic lost more and more ground every day, and it was really getting to her. Harry would do things to distract her from the war, like dates and trips, and it seemed to help. If he could feel her stress from wherever he was, he would send her calming emotions to try and help her out. She once told him how much she appreciated it, which made it all worth it in his mind. "Ah, how is that going?" she asked as she sipped her own drink. "Good, we have some issues, mainly around the fact that I am still with the Empire, but she understands to some extent. I imagine it's especially hard given the fact that you have been the one who has been sent to go against her recently," Lenera pointed out. Harry gave a small smile. "No, that's the time that's actually the most fun. We don't usually get chances to spar, and those battles are easy to let loose and test each other. More so with the fact that it's easy to slip away and have our own little private battles. It's easy to back off and play the evenly matched card after we go long enough. You guys are strange. I don't know many, including Sith couples, that enjoy attacking each other," Lenera said with a noticeable slur in her voice appearing. "Well, it's all in good fun. We're both warriors after all." Harry looked over at the empty cup she had in her hands and her closed eyes, and she slouched further into her seat. Harry raised an eyebrow at how much of a lightweight she was, as she seemed to fall further and further into slumber. "Good night to you too," Harry mumbled as he continued to pour himself injure glasses of the whiskey as he thought on his girlfriend. He wasn't sure exactly what title he would give their relationship. They had never bothered talking about it, preferring to spend their time simply enjoying the other. He felt a warmth enter his mind as his thoughts revolved around her, and could tell it was her entering his mind. She must have felt his thoughts lingering on her. He grimaced as he thought on the fact of her reaction when she found out about the destruction of the Republic's fleet with their super dreadnought. It was a valuable asset and could have possibly turned the tide of the war. He would have to make it up to her somehow. A little later, and he too was drifting off slowly into an alcohol-induced sleep. He closed his eyes and felt the numbness overtake him. Injured days later, Harry walked out of the council chamber and rubbed his skull in pain. The meeting was pleasant enough as far as a meeting with annoying pompous Sith could be. No, the real reason of his headache was that Satel had finally found out what he had done, and she had been, well, pissed to say the least. She was purposefully giving him a headache as a punishment. He took a deep breath and made his way through the city in search of his apprentice. It was time to do something that was long overdue. He found the woman at one of the training facilities and taking on one of the Sith Lord instructors. He stood to the side and watched her take the bulky Sith warrior on. There was a small crowd gathered around the duo as they launched themselves at each other. Harry stood and watched impassively as the man continued to push Lenera, not realizing that he was simply falling into a trap of Lenera's making. As the man pressed her, Lenera led him into a false sense of superiority which aided her, since the man clearly didn't realize when Lenera finally cast her illusion that had her spinning to the left and attacking his side. The man's eyes followed the illusion only to widen in shock as Lenera kicked him right in the diaphragm head-on. The man flew back from the force and started gasping on the ground as he tried to catch his breath. There was cheering as Lenera put her blade away after her clear victory. Harry walked forward, and it quickly grew quiet as he stepped out and was suddenly recognized. He looked down at the form of the other Sith Lord who Lenera had beaten so easily before looking at Lenera. "Kneel, my apprentice," he commanded. She did so without question. "I, Darth Cyrus, release you from your apprenticeship under me and give you the title of Sith Lord. From this moment forward, I name you Lady Vantrace of the Sith," Harry said, his very words seeming to have their own weight to them. "I am honored, Moss, Darth Cyrus," she said as remained kneeling. "Arise, Lady Vantrace," Harry said, and watched her rise to her feet. It felt weird to watch the woman who had been following him even before he was a Sith Lord finally become one herself. He wondered if this was the feeling that Darthmar had when he had become a Sith or even a Darth. A feeling of something finally coming to completion. Harry gestured for her to follow him and they left the training yard together. "You couldn't have told me you were planning to do that?" She hissed at him. Harry almost smirked but managed to remember where he was and schooled himself. "Are you displeased by your promotion, Lady Vantrace?" "You know I am not, I just would have liked a warning." She mumbled with some anger. "That wouldn't be very fair. It's supposed to be a surprise. Anyway, congratulations on your promotion, Lady Vantrace. As is customary, I offer you a role for your new position. I could use a spy master besides myself, of course," Harry told her. Lenera had picked up on how the spy trade had worked from him. She was also the only one who knew mind magics enough to make her own the same way he did. "Of course I will. I'm the only one who can," she whispered back. Harry nodded in confirmation. "I have one more thing before we continue. Let us go back to my private ship." They moved to a speeder and rode together to what Harry considered to be his own compound. He didn't really consider it such. It was a large house with its own landing area that took up most of the land around the hand. After that, there was a wall and traps all over the land to deter others from entering it. Not that it would matter. He kept almost nothing in the home. As they arrived at his compound, he saw Lenera immediately gain a look of confusion. The reason was that there was another ship that was a similar model to his own except painted in black, parked right next his. "Is someone else here?" Lenera asked.
No.
He said simply as they approached the property and parked the speeder at his home. They got out of the speeder and approached the landing area. Harry reached up and dragged his hand against the bottom half of the hull slowly. Lenera just stood back looking confused. He looked over at her. "Well, what do you think?" Harry asked. "What, you got a new ship?" she asked. "No, my ship works just fine. This ship is yours. It's your final gift from me as your master," Harry told her. Lenera seemed to stiffen as she processed his words and her jaw dropped. "You bought me my own ship?" she asked. Harry nodded. "Indeed. It's the same model as my own, though it is newer, so it has some newer amenities on board as well as some better thrusters. They make it a little faster. I have already taken the liberty to magically fortify it, of course, like my own. I did not mess with the inside, though. I figured you would wish to customize it to your own liking." "You? Thank you," she said gratefully as she looked at the ship. Harry nodded and gave her a smile now that they were alone. "I figured it was about time you had your own. Darthmar gave me one soon after I became his apprentice, but that's not exactly common, and I wanted you with me most of the time, so there was no need. However, I think you have definitely earned it, dealing with me so long," Harry told her light-heartedly. I never thought this day would come," Lenera said quietly as she looked down. Harry rose an eyebrow. "Surely you didn't think I would keep you as my apprentice forever?" he asked her. "I just injured years ago and I was going nowhere. I had seemed to peak. I was a competent squad leader among the soldiers, but not much else. Everyone said I was too weak to go any further than that, and I had accepted it. Then you come one day and you were just so powerful and commanding. You were everything I wanted to be, and you were just an apprentice. You took one look at me and you saw something that no one else could, including myself. You showed me I had true value besides being a cog and gave me more than I could dream," Lenera said with her voice quivering at the beginning before becoming more impassioned as she went on. Harry said nothing, he just let her get this out of her system. He did become concerned when she knelt in front of him, though. "Though I may no longer be your apprentice, I want you to know that you will always be my master and mentor, and I would still follow you even to certain death if you wished it. I thank you for everything you have done for me in the years we have known each other," Lenera said with a fanatical conviction. Harry was shocked. He had always known how loyal Lenera was even before he had confirmed it before telling her about his power and true loyalties. She had never truly questioned him, and he knew that, but to truly hear how deep it went was almost concerning. "Lenera, I appreciate the sentiment, but you need to know, I am just as human as everyone else, despite my power. I'm not perfect, and I think this faith you have in me is well earned. It is not because I think you are perfect that I follow you, but because of who you are, the way you think. The things you say and do make more sense to me than anything the Empire spouts, not even considering what you have done for me. I love the dark side, to be honest. The rush of power and the feeling of being something other than powerless, along with being able to feed it with my own emotions, has always been appealing, but you showed me that just because I follow the dark tenets does not mean I have to be evil. You opened my eyes to a world I did not know existed. For that, I will give you everything, Lenera told him as she rose back to her feet. Harry thought about what she said but was still a little concerned. He doubted he would be able to change her mind on this, though. He can't say he disagreed with what she said, though. He loved the feel of the dark side as well. The fact that he had such strong mental defenses and organization made sure it could not degrade his mind and mental sanity, which gave him a distinct advantage over the other so-called Sith. It is your life, you may do with it what you wish, Harry finally decided. Thank you, she said, seeming pleased. I suppose this is where we technically part ways. Enjoy your newfound power for a little. Meet me on Nar Shaddaa in a month for your assignment. Also, just because you are a Sith Lord does not mean you need to immediately take an apprentice. I would get used to your new position before you consider it, Harry advised. I will indeed. I think I will go to Naboo and enjoy some of their relaxing resorts, she mused. Harry rose an eyebrow at that. It was an amusing thought that a Sith Lord or Lady would be able to sneak into a peaceful Republic-controlled planet, but he was sure Lenera could do it. Just don't get caught. Jedi occasionally go there for check-ins and they may sense your power, Harry told her. She gave him a dry look and he chuckled. Her ability to hide her presence from Jedi and Sith alike was second only to him. He would be extremely surprised if any Jedi was able to sense her presence, except maybe Satel, but he doubted she would say anything. I will be fine. I will see you in a month, Master. Oh, one more thing, she said as she looked back. Harry rose an eyebrow in questioning. Yes? I was wondering it would be possible if you could get me an assassin droid? I will pay for it myself, but I remember you mentioned you knew where to get some. She asked him. Yes, I suppose I could. I will bring one with me when we meet in a month. Is that all? Yes, that's it. I shall see you in a month. Goodbye, Lord Cyrus. Goodbye to you, Lady Vantrace. Injure more days later. You blew up our ship. In my defense, I gave it injure chances to escape by purposefully leaving holes in my attack, and none of the crew apparently picked up on it. I can't just let them go, otherwise I will look suspicious, Harry tried to say as she glared at him. There was a lot of good men and women on those ships, Hadrian, she told him. Despite her knowing his actual name, he still had her call him the name he had fashioned for himself, just in case. Yes, there were. He agreed simply. He was smart. He knew there would be no excuse for this that she would accept. I can't keep doing this. At first it was fine, but this is too far. A whole fleet that could have changed the tide of the war. We could have used those to win. No spy is worth the price of victory, she said to him. He frowned at her words and thought over his actions. Harry didn't really care for the people on those ships if he was honest with himself. People died and there wasn't anything you could do to change that. Besides, if they were good people then they would have a good afterlife, simple as that. He did not, however, like to see Satel in pain. Her and Lenera were probably the only people he gave two shits about left in this galaxy, and he didn't want to throw that away. He thought further on his goal of finding out what happened to Revan. Should he honestly just give it up? He had gained little from his time in the Empire, and even if he didn't care for them necessarily, was it fair to dictate what their lives were worth compared to what he wanted to know? Lenera didn't care. She would simply follow any order he gave, but Satel was another matter. She wouldn't be able to continue watching the people she was trying to save dies, especially when it was because of him. He thought on his plan and decided maybe it was time to move his timetable up. Give me 6 more months. After that, I will abandon the Empire and join the Republic, Harry said quietly after making his decision. Satel looked up at him and he could see a gleam of happiness in them. Of course, he could certainly feel a spike through their bond at his words. Do you promise? Have I ever lied to you? I want to hear it, she said seriously. He rolled his eyes. Fine. I promise 6 months and that's it, Harry told her. Thank you, Harry. I very much appreciate this. I suppose it was unfair to let so many lives die in my quest for a piece of knowledge that likely will not change anything. Harry said partly to her and partly to himself. Satel stretched up and softly pressed her lips against his own. Harry returned the kiss eagerly, but the distraction could not move his mind away from the feeling of abandoning his first friend. Let us move to lighter subjects then. How is Lenera? She asked as they moved to sit at the table on his ship. I just promoted her to a Sith Lord actually. She has finally been brought to an acceptable level. Harry told her with some pride at his apprentice. Satel beamed at the knowledge. That is good news. I know how much she wished to show her worth to her peers. Satel said, more likely pleased that Lenera had advanced than the fact that there was another formidable Sith Lord in the Empire's ranks. She seemed pleased. Harry said, not sure how to describe Lenera's show of fanaticism. When you leave, will she as well? Satel asked hesitantly. Yes. Lenera has already told me she holds loyalty to nothing but me and would gladly abandon the Empire if I wished it. That seems extreme. Wasn't she raised by the Empire? Satel asked. Harry nodded. Yes, but she has told me that the Empire had never seen what I saw in her, and that it viewed her more as an expendable piece. She is apparently grateful for everything I have done for her in her life. Harry told Satel. Well, that's good I suppose. What position has she been assigned? She has taken on a position of spymaster. She will be doing pretty much what I do but reporting to me instead of the Dark Council. I see. Did she start already? I hope you gave her at least some time to enjoy her new position. Of course. She is currently on Naboo taking a vacation at some luxurious hotel. Harry said with clear amusement. Satel, though, seemed concerned at his words. Will she be okay? I know she is good with illusions, but for that long? Satel asked. Harry nodded. She will be fine after all. She's even better at illusions than I am, and unless Jedi go there and get in close proximity of her, no one will notice. And, even if that did happen, I doubt they'd be able to defeat her easily. You know firsthand how tricky her illusions are to fight. He pointed out. Indeed, I do. The quick deployment of the illusion in battle right before she attacks makes it hard to defend against because you don't have enough time to tell which is real and which isn't. It's an ingenious fighting style, I will admit. Satel agreed. Lenera and Satel had occasionally sparred when Harry had brought the woman along for his visits. Satel had won almost every time, but even she had problems when Lenera started to mix her style with magic and illusions. Lenera had even beat her on an occasion or two. It wouldn't seem impressive to some, but considering Satel was probably the best combat Jedi alive, it showed Lenera was a force in her own right. Indeed, it does. I suppose I will have to tell her of my latest plan. She'll probably be upset that I have chosen to do this right, as she was promoted to a Sith. Harry said as pictured the look of annoyance on his apprentice. That would be the thing that upsets her. What do you think you will wish to do once you leave the Empire behind? She asked. Harry frowned. I already have a plan in place for my departure. It is the same thing I have planned since I joined it all those years ago. What is it? She asked curiously. I suppose you'll just have to wait and see. Harry said with a small smile. I bet I could find out through the bond. She threatened. You are more than welcome to try, but you seem to be forgetting that I have much better control and what gets sent to you than you do on what gets sent to me. Harry said back, not worried in the slightest. Humph. Satel said before drifting off into her own thoughts. Harry gave her a moment before interrupting her. Is there something on your mind? He asked. She seemed to snap back to reality and looked at him before a rose color tinted her cheeks in what he assumed to be embarrassment at the fact he had caught her drifting. Nothing important. Why don't you share it and I decide that? Harry suggested. He wouldn't force her to share, but he made it clear that he wanted her to. HM fine. There have been rumors of the Jedi Council perhaps giving me a seat on the council with them, she said. Harry smiled at the news. That is good news. Why would you think that it wasn't important? Harry asked. Satel shrugged. I don't know. I don't really see how it matters, she said, sounding down. Harry tilted his guess and gave her a look asking her to explain herself. When I was first taken as an apprentice, all I could think about was how I wanted to be a master. I wanted to show I was more than just the Shan name and could be a powerful and respected Jedi based off my own abilities. Then the war started, of course. Now all I can think about is doing my best to win. I think back to the girl who couldn't wait to prove herself and to who I am now, and I see more differences than similarities. It seems strange that it had even mattered to me now. I am already a Jedi Master and one of the commanders of the Republic military. What does it matter if I also have a seat on the council? It won't change anything. It won't suddenly change the tide of the war or fix any problems. It doesn't change the fact that if we can't find a way to stop them soon, the Empire will eventually overwhelm us, and it won't matter what position I am in the order. It just doesn't seem like it matters at all. Satel confessed to him. Harry did not respond immediately. He wanted to think about his response. I understand. This promotion seems minuscule compared to the worries that loom over you. You have to think of it a different way though. In what way? This promotion is not for you, as odd as it is to say. It is for everyone else. In a galaxy plagued with nothing but war and suffering, you are a beacon of hope for many. Simply looking at you gives people the drive to push forward against impossible odds. A big part of war, as you probably know by now, is moral. Your success is their success. The people need a reason to celebrate and feel hope, even if it is for nothing more than your promotion onto the Jedi Council. Always remember that your successes are also your people's success and your pain is their pain. You do this for them, not for yourself. Harry told her as he got up and pulled her to his chest as he wrapped his arms around her. She took a moment before returning the gesture. It's just so hard, she replied. For a moment the woman sounded broken. Harry was reminded for a moment on how fragile humans normally were. Satel was one of the strongest he knew, yet here she was shedding tears in his arms. Yet, despite the display of weakness, Harry could not help but respect her more for making it so far on her own for so long. Satel was young after all. It wasn't fair that she had to shoulder so much responsibility at such an age, but that was life. That's how you know it's worth it. If it were easy, anyone could do it. It is because it is not that only you can do it. Harry told her softly as she quietly sobbed into his chest. He sat down and placed her in his lap as he continued to hold her like that. They stayed like that for half an hour before Satel calmed down. Harry listened as her breathing evened out and got the point where it was barely noticeable, showing herself to be asleep. He smiled as he gently picked her up and moved her to the bed on his ship. He laid her gently on it and moved to back up before she clung to him tightly. It was almost so quiet he couldn't even hear it, but he did, and he sighed before pressing his lips softly against her temple. I will, Harry told her before crawling into the bed and laying next to her. He put an arm around her once again and brought her close. He smiled as he felt the heat from her presence and closed his eyes. He waited until he heard her go back to sleep before letting himself drift into unconsciousness. Harry woke the next morning very slowly. Much slower than he usually awoke, if he were honest. For some reason, he was extremely comfortable right now. As his mind finally awoke from his slumber, the previous night's events finally hit him. Satel and him had finally fallen asleep in the same bed together. It was the first time they had ever slept together, if he was honest. It's not that they hadn't wanted to, but the first year of the relationship had been more of a test on if it could work, and the second had been more for intimacy. While they had a bond, they would sometimes go long periods without seeing each other, and Harry had made sure they didn't rush into anything. So this was the first time this particular arrangement had happened. He briefly registered the weight on his chest before he opened his eyes. He was surprised that when he met the blue gaze of her own as she looked up at him, he gave her a look over, and she seemed to be much more stable emotionally than she had been last night. You're finally awake, she commented. Indeed. I hope you haven't had to watch me long, he said back. It is fine. I was enjoying it, she said back with a small smile. Harry responded with one of his own. I am glad you are at least feeling better. He responded. I am. Thank you for helping me. I had not known I had been bottling up such emotions within me, she told him. He could almost detect a hint of nervousness in her voice and voicing her own weakness. Harry gave her arm a reassuring squeeze. It was nothing. You are human, you know. It is okay to need some time for emotional stability, especially for someone in your position. Harry responded easily. I suppose you're right. I usually am. Shut up. We were having a moment, she said as she leaned back and swatted his chest to admonish him. He smirked. She returned it with a smile before she frowned. I suppose I have to leave. I wasn't planning to sleep here, and I am sure there are those who are concerned about the lack of checking in. She said to him, just tell them you were meditating. I will. But I have to leave and actually call them before they send a search party to my last known location. So, they won't find anything there, which would look suspicious and worry them even more, she said. He frowned at her words. He liked being with Satel. He didn't have to put on an evil, dark lord front all the time, and being in such close proximity allowed him to be awash in her emotions, which caused him to feel quite pleasant. He thought of the days of when this war might end and they could stop sneaking around like this. I see. I am sorry. I too wish we could have a little more time. Just think 6 more months and we might be able to, she told him happily. Harry blinked at the reminder of his new timetable. Yes, but it also means that this will be the last time I see you until then. I need to throw myself deep into this task if I wish to have any hope of finding something, Harry told her. She frowned, but it disappeared after a moment. I understand. I will eagerly await our next meeting then, she said. With that, she reached up and kissed him deeply for a moment, which he was gladly able to return before pulling away. I will miss you, and I you. With that, he watched her turn and walk away and back to her own ship. He didn't move until the airlock closed behind her. He then finally moved to his cockpit. He looked out the window and waited. He heard her ship disconnect from his own and watched it drift for a moment before it powered up. He felt a slight push from the bond in her own way of saying goodbye. He returned it and watched her engines power on and start glowing. In a split second, the ship was gone and he was alone. Harry watched the streaks the ship as it left before sighing. He had so many things to do now. Harry had finally arrived to his destination. After injured days flying into the unknown regions, he had finally arrived into a secret system he had not been to in over 100 years. It looked just as barren as it had the first time. At least until he started approaching the star in this system. It was then that there was finally movement that could be seen in this system. It had been decades since he had last seen it, but it was even more terrifying this time around. A star forge hung over the star and was pulling energy from it in an awesome but unnatural spectacle. Surrounding it were hundreds of ships, from cruisers to dreadnoughts, and thousands of smaller fighter ships patrolling around them. There were so many ships, it looked like there was a black cloud surrounding the star forge itself. He approached it slowly so he could take it all in and watched the thousands of ships just zipping by. He pulled closer and closer and eyed the structure the whole time. Now that he was closer, he noticed some changes from the original star forge. For one, this one was actually bigger than the original, which made sense. Harry had the schematics, but the materials had not matched any he knew of in the galaxy, so, to match efficiency of the old one, it had to be bigger. Second, this one had energy coming out of the top of it and dispersing into space. They had no materials that could harness the full energy input like the last star forge, so they had to release some of the excess energy. The lack of efficiency was annoying, but he couldn't complain too much as long as it got the job done. He pulled his ship into one of the hangars and slowly walked out. Once out of the ship, he was met by -47 Hong Kong dollars. Statement. I hope you have finally come to take me from this insufferable waste of my potential, master. Patience HK. The timetable has moved up and we only have 6 more months before we launch Operation Soaring Phoenix. How goes the process? Harry asked. Statement. We have approximately 100 dreadnought-class ships and near 250 cruisers. Along with them, we have 400 corvettes. Each dreadnought can house 500 small fighters easily, while the cruisers can hold only 200. HK told him in a tone that sounded surprisingly upbeat. Probably happy about the knowledge of the timetable movement. So, 100,000 small fighters then. What about the droids? Harry asked. Proud exclamation. We currently have 3 million active with 1 million in reserves. The number is climbing still. Even with our current numbers, we have a bigger military force than both the Republic and Empire combined. HK told him. Harry thought about it and reminded himself that it was only by a little though. If the Republic and Empire combined their navies, they could come close to matching his in pure numbers, not that it would matter. Harry's ships were designed with a lot more firepower because they were crewed by droids and did not need huge living quarters, mess halls, and other human amenities. It left room for more artillery and ship defenses. Good. I would have liked to perhaps let it get bigger to make sure there was no chance, but I suppose this works out fine. How are you doing on the acquisition of materials? Answer. Materials are just starting to become harder to come by, but since we shall apparently be launching in 6 months, it will not be a problem. Our mining ships are having to go out of the system into nearby ones for material, but we should have no real issues. Harry nodded before reaching into his pocket and pulling out a drive. There's parts of a new ship schematic on this drive. It's a super dreadnought. I want you to build at least one for the fleet. It will need to have enough space for around 100 people to live on board. The rest of the ship should be altered for optimum performance. Do you think you can handle it? Harry asked. HK took the drive and looked at him. Query. Do you plan to make this your personal ship? I do. Continuation. Then may I add some of my own ideas to better improve the ship? HK asked with a clear menacing tone now in his digital voice. Harry eyed him. As long as they are only to be used against our enemies and do not compromise what I have already told you. Harry allowed. HK made injure beeping noises to indicate his pleasure. Exclamation. Oh, thank you, Master. You are truly too kind. I will make this ship the ultimate meatbag killing power in the galaxy. None shall be able to stand before. HK yelled in excitement. Harry said nothing, he just let the droid have his moment. Right. Just make sure it is finished in 6 months. Harry told his homicidal droid. HK nodded before walking towards the elevator. Harry followed and together they rode to the main hub of this new Star Forge. He was glad it looked different on the inside than the original, no need to have unwanted memories creep up on him. He briefly wondered if he should try and place this place under a Fidelius before deciding against it. It would be hard to allow all the droids that were hovering around the base access to it if he did so. They reached the main control center and Harry watched as silver-plated HK-looking droids meandered around the working stations performing various jobs to keep the station running smoothly. Harry was pleased on his choice to let droids do all the work. They did not need to sleep and could charge and work at the same time at the workstations. He did not voice this thought though because he felt HK would probably go on another one of his rants on how droids were so much superior to humans. He looked out the window of the control center that looked into the interior of the Star Forge and watched as thousands of machines quickly moved in time as they put parts together and connected those parts to other parts. It was miraculous how quickly they moved and in such sync with each other. Sure, the factory wasn't perfect and sometimes broke down in areas, but the speed it produced quickly made up for this fact. It was much more efficient than any other shipyard in the known galaxy. Even Corellia would not be a match. With this station and huge navy behind him, Harry would finally show the Empire how a true Sith could fight a war, although he would feel bad about the loss of Mar. He respected the man greatly and even debated on whether or not he should leave him alive. He might be able to convince him after the battles were over and the Empire was slammed, but he wasn't going to hold his breath. It was time to start moving out. Chapter 17. 5 months later. Harry had 1 more month before he needed to complete his promise to Satel, and it was time for drastic measures. Since he was about to openly declare himself a traitor to the Empire anyway, he might as well go for broke. His target was currently on Dramenkos, that was the voice of the Emperor. It wouldn't be an easy endeavor for sure. The voice was closed off in his own private compound and was protected by a mixture of soldiers and droids. The security of the building was another issue entirely. The voice of the Emperor needed the best security of course, so the council made sure that he had it. Harry luckily had made a simple plan. 1. He'd magic a disguise for himself and then wear a physical disguise over that. 2. He would have to sneak both in and out before anyone noticed he was there if he didn't want to get reinforcements sent against him. The only issue was that he would have to use his natural stealth abilities and cloaking techniques. Compulsions to get others to simply not notice him would be discovered by Force sensitives easily enough if they were competent, and he would be discovered. A Force shroud, on the other hand, was a technique he could use to hide his presence within the Force itself. He would need to go at night. Luckily, the natural canopy around the compound would hide his approach, but once inside, he would have to be careful. He knew the basic patterns for the movement of guards and would probably be able to identify the pattern once he entered the compound itself. This is a terrible idea, Lenera said from next to him. Agreed. So, you recognize you have a terrible plan and are still going to go through with it? There is nothing left to lose. I might as well go all in. The Emperor is the only one who I could probably get any information from, and the essence of him, that is within the voice, can only be so powerful, otherwise the host would not be able to handle it. That's not the part that we should be worried about though. Getting in and out of the compound without anyone being the wiser while also limiting your abilities is just foolish. Is there nothing you could do? Can't you teleport? I could, but I have never been in there for one, and you can definitely feel it if you're near enough through the Force. Harry told her. At least let me go with you. My illusions could be a boon to you. Absolutely not. If I fail, I know I can get myself out easily enough, and even if I couldn't, it's not like they could do much to me. You, on the other hand, killing you is just the simplest thing they could do to you. It would be both easier and smarter for you to leave tonight so you can't be implicated if I do get caught. I just want to go on record that I am not comfortable. Noted. Now, you know what to do if something should happen to me, like me being captured? I am to go to Satel and she will aid me in disappearing. Exactly. I have an automated message that will be sent to you in a week if I do not return. Read it and do what it says. Fine. Harry looked over at his former apprentice and gave her a small smile which simply caused her frown to deepen and his eyes to narrow into a glare. Despite her promotion, she still seemed to like to stick close to him. She had not taken on an apprentice, and she told him she had no plans to do so, which made sense considering they were now planning to turn against the Empire. You're worrying too much. I'm one of the most powerful Sith in the galaxy. I will be fine. Was it not you who told me that power does not equate to skill? I have both in spades. So, you say. I will admit to you being powerful and nigh unstoppable in battle. Your sneaking ability, however, against other Force sensitives is limited almost to the same level of any Sith Lord. You underestimate my power, Lenera. I have abilities that I have not revealed even to you. You are correct that stealth is not necessarily my forte, but that does not mean I am not, at the very least, proficient in the art. Harry told her. Lenera didn't look convinced, but she didn't rebuke what he had said. Harry thought further as he looked at the holographic image of the layout of the compound and parts of the surrounding area. The places with the strongest defensive presence were all labeled. Harry was so far thinking to go through the north side of the compound. The west side was the least guarded, but if there was a break-in, everyone who expect the person to go through the west side. The north was better guarded, but still not as strong as the south side was, which was where the main gate was located. If he was right about the patrols, then even with the stronger defense, he should be able to sneak right in. There was foliage that should hide his approach towards the main building where the voice of the Emperor was located. Alright, let's do this. Hours later, Harry approached the compound slowly and methodically under the cover of night, manipulating the Force around him to hide his appearance from the naked eye. This was a technique Revan had once shown him, but he had never really used. He had no real need to, since magic could do something similar with less effort. Magic, at least the way he did it, was more outward focused than Force techniques were, and this made magic more noticeable to Force users. He could usually hide it, but with so many Force users as well as the voice himself, well, needless to say, he wasn't going to take any unnecessary risk. He pushed through the foliage silently until he reached the back compound wall. From what he could sense, it was sparsely populated, and he could see why. The trek to get here had been difficult from start to finish. There were certain hills that had been almost impossible to climb had it been anyone else. The woods had been extremely dense in parts as well. He had to travel through the trees at a certain point to move forward. Along with his preparations, Harry had also changed up his armor and wore a face mask similar in style to both of his Sith masters. Along with it, he wore a modified standard combat uniform that was shaded black and was a little bulkier to give him armor. He had even changed lightsabers to one he had taken from a dark Jedi years previous before the Empire had ever come here. He looked unrecognizable to how he normally looked. Harry hopped up the wall smoothly and landed on the walkway at the top. He looked both ways and extended his senses through the Force. He sensed a patrol made up of 5 soldiers with 1 Force user to his far right. A Sith warrior if he wasn't mistaken. He dismissed the thought of them. As he looked down at the compound below him, there was actually less soldiers than he thought there would be. He hesitated for a moment at seeing this. Could the voice know he was coming? He shook his head. It was highly unlikely, and if the man did know he was coming, he would have either ran or set a trap for him. The man was not as powerful as he was nor as skilled. He was a Darth, sure, but not in the same echelons as Harry was. He could lay the man out if it was in one-on-one combat. Truthfully, unless he had powerful allies, he could also probably lay out most of the people at this base in direct combat. So maybe it was a trap or simply a light day. If it was a trap, he wouldn't know until he entered the main building. If it wasn't, then the voice had simply made it too easy for him. Harry hopped down and slid closer and closer towards the main building. He saw more patrols as well as security droids and random installments of blockades for defense. He started to see more men, and they seemed to be much more clustered near the main building rather than spread out around the fortress like they should be. Harry still couldn't tell if this was a trap or the voice was simply paranoid. He pushed on regardless. He walked around the whole building to try and case all the entrances, and he believed the best way to get in would probably be through an upstairs balcony. He would have to disable the alarms first, but he already had a program ready that should do the trick. He moved in to the side of the building and looked around to make sure no one was coming. He then quietly removed a hidden panel on the side of the building and put it down against the wall. These little panels were well-kept secrets because they had wiring that could be exploited so close to the outside of the house. To make sure they could never be used by the Republic, they were hidden behind panels that looked extremely similar to the rest of the house. In fact, if you didn't know it was there, you wouldn't likely see it. He looked at the now exposed wiring and took a moment to identify which wires were which. There was wiring in here that would also trigger alarms, and they were made to look deceptively like the wiring to disable. Another defense against their enemies. After a few moments of identification, Harry finally settled on one and clipped it. He watched it spark as it was cut and heard something in the compound quietly lose power. He waited for a moment before smirking in satisfaction. He replaced the panel so no one would see his work and headed to his next destination. He would have to hurry. It would eventually be noticed that the alarm system was malfunctioning and they might send someone to come fix it. If that was the case and they saw the clearly cut wire, it would be clear someone was trying to break in. He moved quickly and continued to dodge various patrols while making his way over to where the balcony was located. When he finally got to it, he smoothly jumped up and landed on it with no one the wiser. With that, he picked the electronic lock on the door and watched as it slid open soundlessly. He stepped into the building and made his way now through the compound. The room he just exited was a bedroom, but the voice did not seem to be there. That probably meant he was awake somewhere. That could complicate things, but no more than he had prepared for. He continued to push through the building, making sure to constantly keep the force illusion around him up. If he dropped it, then he would probably die. Eventually, he made his way deep enough that he could start feeling where the voice was. He edged closer and closer through the hallways and noticed the security, at least guard-wise, was much laxer. Not exactly surprising. The voice was still a Darth and powerful enough on his own. Most liked to have some privacy and ordered their security details to stay a certain distance away. This would hopefully work to his advantage. He finally got to the room where the voice was in. Harry got his look at the voice. It was currently in a human champion, and the man seemed to be meditating. The Emperor seemed to prefer male humans for his voice. Harry speculated that he might be one and preferred a body that was similar to his own. Harry didn't care too much either way at the moment. He just needed to get close enough to, I can already sense you. To make it so close to me without entering my senses is most impressive. I doubt a Jedi has such skill. A traitor then? Harry stilled only a moment before dropping the illusion and igniting his red blade. You're wrong on both counts, not that it matters. Let's get this over quickly, shall we? Harry tempted letting out a small pulse in the force to hide the fact that he put up a simple silencing ward so no one would hear anything coming from the room. If the man noticed, he said nothing as he too stood and ignited his blade. You're right, it doesn't matter, the man said before they charged at each other. Within the first 30 seconds of the battle, It was clear that Harry would win the battle. The voice was skilled to be sure, but he had gained his title from his connection with the Force rather than his skill with the blade. Not that he wasn't skilled with it, but Harry was probably within the top 3 duelists in the galaxy. Of course, the confined space was also to Harry's advantage rather than the voice, since his more powerful Force abilities would also backfire on him and possibly injure the voice. Harry pushed hard, and the voice was already being pressed back against a wall. The man was gritting his teeth as he got pushed and snarled as he tried to shove Harry back enough to get a moment to unleash a Force attack, but Harry closed the space too fast. As the voice raised his hand to Force push him, he assumed, Harry twisted his body to the left and brought down his blade quickly on the raised and exposed hand. The appendage was cut off with an almost sickening ease, and the man collapsed in pain. The voice yelled in pain as he got to his knees, but Harry still did not stand back to observe his handiwork. He deactivated the blade in his hand and smashed the hilt into the man's face, hard. The voice stopped yelling as his eyes rolled back into his skull and he dropped down. Harry put his blade back onto the clip on his waist before taking a breath. That wasn't so hard. He didn't even have to worry about the security while leaving, since he could just apparate back to his ship, which is exactly what he was going to do. There wasn't anyone powerful enough nearby to sense him from what he could tell. He grabbed the limp body and slung it over his shoulder. He dropped the silencing ward around the room, so it could not be observed by a party if they stumbled upon it. With that, he apparat into the medical bay of his ship. He dropped the body on the bed and activated the various stasis runes attached to the bed. They were the same runes that he used to keep Lenera alive for a long enough period to save her. Now, he was using the same runes to force the voice into a stasis to make sure he would not awake until Harry was ready. He then walked out of the room and into the cockpit of his ship before igniting the engines and starting to lift off. Almost immediately, he saw a message coming in on his comms. He recognized the caller as his former apprentice, so he answered it. "I take it that you pulled it off? Well, I'm about to leave planet, so I guess I did. No issues? Disturbingly easy, actually. I didn't even have a close call. The only thing that didn't go perfectly was when I finally approached him and got in the room. We had a brief battle before I subdued him. So, I wasn't able to get the drop on him, but I don't think I was really expecting to." "Excellent. Where are we meeting? I'll send you the coordinates right now. I already have a decoy ship in orbit around Dramenkos to hopefully avoid suspicion." Harry told her as he pressed a button to send her the coordinates of where he was going. "Got him. Another safe house? How many do you have?" Between 1 and 200 maybe," he told her. "Why?" "Well, there's a lot of uninhabited and unknown systems, and should I ever be in a position where I need to lay low or have my associates lay low, I wanted options. I also didn't want to put all my eggs in one basket, so to speak," Harry explained. In truth, after Revan went missing, Harry knew that whatever Revan had discovered that had stopped him from coming home must be extremely powerful, skilled, or both. He needed to make sure that should he be unable to handle it, he had options of places to hide out and train. "I think you're a little too paranoid," Lenera grumbled. Harry rolled his eyes. "Maybe. But I'd rather be too prepared than find myself lacking later and have someone take advantage of my lack of preparedness," Harry pointed out. "Whatever. I'll see you at the point," Lenera said before cutting the connection. Harry stared at the star streaks going by for a moment and pondered if he should call Satel. After a moment of thought, he decided not to. Better to get in touch with her once he had finished this whole mess. It wasn't until the next day that Harry received another incoming message on his comm. This one was being forwarded from his decoy ship that was hovering over Dramenkos. From what he could tell, it looked like it was coming from his former master. He grimaced but decided to accept it anyway. He moved over to his holo console in the main room of the ship. He clicked to accept the message and looked on as the visage of Darth Mar appeared. Harry tilted his head slightly in grimace. "Darth Mar, I assume you need something?" Harry asked neutrally while making sure to give nothing away on his face or voice. "Darth Cyrus, we have an emergency," Darth Mar said to him. Harry tensed and scrunched his brow in questioning. "An emergency? I have heard nothing of any sort of imminent attack on the Empire to cause concern," Harry said, hoping he was not about to be implicated. "It was not an attack from what we can tell. The voice of the Emperor has disappeared from his compound last night. Mar told him. Harry widened his eyes, but only slightly. If he displayed too much emotion, then Mar would know something was up with his former apprentice. You think he was taken by the Republic? Harry asked. The signs all point to it, but there is something of more concern. Darth Mar replied back. What is it? We believe we have a traitor in our midst. Darth Mar told him. Harry frowned for a moment but said nothing as he gave a look of thoughtfulness. I see. It would explain how they managed to take him from under our nose. Any leads? Harry asked curiously. Not as of yet. We believe he is already off-planet and believe the traitor managed to get off-planet and through our fleets while using our own codes. We are looking at the logs of all the ships that have left in the last 24 hours. Mar said to him. Harry had to stamp down his excitement at the news. If they believed the traitor had already left the system, then he would not be under any suspicion. His decoy ship was still in orbit around the planet and had left while the voice was reportedly still there. I assume you contacted me so I can reach out and use my resources to find the missing voice before it is too late? Harry asked. Not quite. Darth Mar replied. Harry rose an eyebrow at him in confusion. It is the Council's decision that you will be the one responsible to take on the mission of dealing with this. You are to find the missing voice as soon as possible and either bring him back to us or ensure he cannot say anything to the Republic. Mar told him. Harry almost broke his cover at the announcement. Could this all be going so perfectly? Not only was he able to make a clean getaway, but he was also the one responsible for the investigation. I see. You are aware that if you are correct and they have already taken him out of the system, then he is likely in or headed to Republic space. Most likely to one of the core planets. Most likely Coruscant. Getting on the planet and then finding him will be a task that could be considered impossible without an army. Harry pointed out to the man for show. Why do you think we are sending you? I see. Very well. I accept the mission and will complete it to the best of my ability. Understand, to complete it, I may need to go dark for injured days or maybe a couple of weeks to infiltrate wherever the voice is being held. Is there anything else I need to be told for my mission? Harry asked. No, that will be all, Darth Cyrus. Darth Mar said before ending the connection. Harry breathed out and smirked at the results. This was all going even more perfect than he imagined. He got to the keyboard of the console and started typing in instructions of his decoy ship to send it to Nar Shaddaa. From there, it would make sense if he disappeared. A shame that this might be the last time that he talked to Mar as an ally. He would miss his former master. He didn't have the friendly relationship with Mar that he had with Revan, but the respect the two shared for each other was nothing to scoff at either. Mar was someone Harry considered to be a truth Sith, not one to be led around, but used his emotions with a control and precision to drive him so much further than the rest of his peers. He would miss having thought-provoking conversations with the man. He sighed and moved back to the bedroom he had on his ship. He still had some ways to go before he got to his destination. The next day, Harry watched from his perch once more as he looked at the technical masterpiece that was currently building his army. How is the training of the droids going? Harry asked. Answer. Excellent, Master. Soon our army of meat-bag killing machines will be ready to be unleashed on the rest of the galaxy. -47 Hong Kong dollars in his version of a gleeful proclamation. Harry smirked at his partner's excitement. Excellent. And what about you, HK? You're going to be my right hand in all of this. Have you assimilated the commander protocols I got for you as well as studied the war strategies I sent to you? Harry asked the droid. Angry exclamation. Master, I do not need more protocols to know how to kill large groups of your kind. Resignation. All right, yes, I assimilated the new protocols and went over the strategies you sent over. Good. Do not worry, HK. It will all be worth it. The Empire is sizable after all, and I am sure they aren't going to go quietly into the night. Harry said to cheer up his droid. Hopeful statement. I hope you are right, Master. I hope you are right, sir. A much more robotic and emotionless voice said to their right. Harry turned and looked at a silver-plated droid that had a similar build to HK, though seemed to be missing the edge and sense of danger that seemed to follow HK wherever he went. Yes, a ship just entered the system. A black Sith interceptor. The droid told him.
Ah, excellent.
That must be Lenera. Have her escorted to the same hangar that my ship is currently located at. He ordered the droid. The droid nodded back. Right away, sir. The droid said before turning away to complete its orders. HK made a growling sound as he watched the droid go. He had to hold a smile at the displeasure HK showed to his mild and subservient replica. You wanted to remain superior. Harry reminded the droid. Rebuttal. I also wanted them to not have my likeness. True, but your form is excellent for a multitude of functions. It would be foolish not to use it in some manner. Humph. Come HK. It's time for you to meet my former apprentice. Harry told his droid as they made their way over together to the lift that would take them down towards the hangar that Lenera would be at soon. Query. How strong is this apprentice of yours, master? HK asked eagerly. Harry thought on that. Nowhere near as strong as me or even many other Sith. That being said, I would avoid combat with her if I were you. She would be the worst opponent for you to face. Harry told his droid as the lift moved downwards through the forge. Exclamation. Master, you cannot be serious. Indeed I am. What Lenera does not have in power, she makes up with precision. She uses illusions to fool her enemies and then strike them down. Because you are a droid, you are not only vulnerable to her illusions but also don't have a way to break out of them. If she truly wanted, she could have you on the floor in pieces in a straight-up battle. Her senses, of course, are top-notch from my training and I doubt you'd be able to get her, even from a distance. Harry explained to his droid. Reluctant statement. She sounds capable. Did you honestly expect me to train someone that wasn't? He questioned. Answer, you are a meat bag in the end. Just a very powerful and possibly unkillable one. HK told him. Harry laughed at the droid knowing HK meant it as a joke in his own way. They finally reached the floor with the hangar and the lift came to a smooth stop. The doors slid open and they both walked out into the hangar. There were plenty of droids milling about and doing their various jobs around the hangar. They passed them and watched as a similar ship to Harry's own slowly entered the hangar and came to a halt in front of the hangar control room. It then lowered slowly until it touched down easily onto the floor. Harry waited patiently for a moment until the exit ramp slid down to the floor and Lenera stepped out of the ship looking like she couldn't even process what she was looking at. Harry smirked at her as she approached. Not too bad of a safe house, right? He teased. How many of your safe houses are like this? She asked. Harry laughed at her question before calming down. This is the only one fortunately, so you don't have to worry about such a huge surprise again from me. Harry said as he gestured back to the lift for them to through the base. I would ask how you keep this hidden, but I think I have a pretty good idea. The Fidelius is a wonderful charm if applied properly. Sadly, it only really covers the station, so if anyone comes to this system, they would still see the fleet. Luckily, the chances of anyone coming here, even by accidentally, is almost zero. Harry told her. She nodded as she continued to look around. Is it all operated by droids? Yes, they are based off my personal droid. -47 Hong Kong dollars. He's the one walking menacingly behind us. Harry said, which drew Lenera's attention to the droid. Greeting. Hello, squishy-looking apprentice of my master. HK said in his version of a drawl. Hello. Lenera said back. Don't worry about him. HK pretty much hates all humans except for a rare few. He thinks we're inferior in design. Correction. I know you're inferior in design. HK replied to his statement. See what I mean? Harry said to her. If you have all these newer robots around, how come you don't upgrade his body? Lenera asked. Answer. Because my body is already perfect for the job of killing you insignificant insects. HK told her. Harry just shook his head. Don't worry about him. So, what do you think of this place? Harry asked as they got in the lift, and Harry decided that he would take her to the main floor first so they could give her a tour of the base. What do I think? This is amazing. How did you find this place? She asked. I didn't find it, I had it built. Have you ever heard of the Star Forge? Harry asked her. She squinted in thought for a moment. I think so. Wasn't it something Darth Revan used against the Republic in his attempt to conquer the galaxy? She asked him. Indeed. It was a highly advanced factory that could pump out fleets of ships, supplies, and pretty much anything you might need to start a war. It didn't require any manual labor of people, only the input of material to be made into creations. It would use the energy of a nearby star to power the entire endeavor. Harry explained. And you figured out how to rebuild it? Not figured out, I already had the blueprints from the original, so it just took time to rebuild it. Of course, there was also the fact that this one isn't as efficient as the original, as I did not have the same materials. This one is bigger and can still sometimes overheat, though we have mostly got that last issue fixed. We also have it pretty much working at the same speed as the old one. Either way, it is still the most efficient shipyard in the galaxy by a wide margin. Harry told her. I see. How long exactly have you been planning this? She asked him. Before I joined the Empire, I always knew I would break away from it. The Empire, as we have already discussed, is too flawed to be allowed to run the galaxy in any efficient manner. Even now, they cannot stop fighting themselves, and if their military power wasn't so much stronger than the Republic, they'd be losing. Harry pointed out. I suppose that's true. Well, if you're planning to throw all this might behind them, then I have no doubt they will get the upper hand. Yes, well, about that. Harry drifted. Lenera looked at him in confusion. Are you not planning to defect to the Republic? She asked. I am planning to support them, but submitting myself to their rule is another thing entirely. I think I will enter the war as a separate faction entirely and simply align with the Republic. Harry said to her. I have to admit, I like that plan better than our other one. How do you think Satel will take it? She asked. I doubt she will be too upset by the choice. Her biggest issue is simply me being part of the organization that is causing so much pain in the galaxy. Harry said back. I hope you're right. Lenera replied back. I usually am. With that, Harry continued to show his apprentice around the rest of the factory and pointed out various things to her. Lenera was less interested about the technical side and seemed much more interested in what he was going to do with his various fleets. Harry explained how he was going to split them up as well as the various ways he would take down the Empire. What will be my role in all of this? Will I still be your spy master, or are you going to appoint me to something else? She asked him. Harry frowned. He hadn't thought about that, to be honest. I hadn't thought about it. You could be useful in both roles, so I suppose I will leave it up to you on what you want to do. Harry said to her. Lenera nodded and looked thoughtful at that. Are you going to allow the Republic to station their own troops on your ships? She asked. Harry frowned. Why would I allow that? He asked. You mean to have droids commanding them? That doesn't seem smart. There are some decisions that only a sentient can make and a droid would not understand, is there not? She asked. Harry frowned. She was right, of course, but he didn't want to have to worry about if the Republic would later try to lay claim to his ships. You are right, but I really don't want to have to worry about the Republic trying to claim them later on. Or keeping them from me. Harry said. Does it matter even if they did? You have the means to make more with an ease that would allow you to forcibly reclaim anything they take, correct? She asked. Harry thought on that and smiled. I knew I made you my apprentice for a good reason. He said in response. You mean you had doubts? She questioned with a glare. Harry snorted and they continued on with their tour. Took about an hour before it came to a close. Lenera seemed impressed with it all, even though she couldn't understand it all. So, what about the prisoner? Addressing the elephant in the room. I have him in the cells of my ship and shut off all connection to the force outside of the cell to prevent him from figuring out where he is, as well as sending out any call for help. I will be wearing the same mask that I used to take him so he doesn't realize who I am. Harry told her. Does that matter? She asked. It does actually. You see, the Empire does not realize it was I who took him in the first place. What's more, they have appointed me to finding him. Once I get what I want from him, I will kill him and the Emperor will have to find a new voice. When he does, he will report what he saw to the Council and have them try to track me down. Why not keep him alive and imprisoned then? She asked. The Emperor is powerful, there is no doubt about that. The longer he stays, the bigger the chance he will realize a way to escape and can therefore have free rein to either sabotage or escape with compromising information. Harry explained. The voice was not a threat, so having him alive would not truly affect the war effort. I hadn't thought about that, but if you believe it to be the correct course of action, Lenera said. Harry nodded. Yes, well, why don't we get this over with? Harry said as they made their way back to his ship. Do you truly expect him to talk? She asked. No, and even if he did, the man wouldn't know what I wish to. No. I only care for the connection he has with the Emperor that I am going to exploit. I will harsh treatment him to weaken him both physically and mentally, and then I will invade his mind with ease to try and then use the connection to the Emperor to find what I wish. Harry explained. Lenera's face hardened and what he said, but she nodded. Harry was happy she was a Sith like he was. Satel or any Jedi really would have balked at the idea. Harry knew, though, you had to break a Sith if you truly wanted to get anything from them. Do you wish for my help? She asked. Lenera was skilled at mental harsh treatment with her use of illusions. They worked less with Sith, though, as she usually used whatever the victim loved against them. That would be harder with a Sith. No, I should be able to handle it. Thank you, Harry said before making his way to the cells. The voice was still in a stasis, though this one was connected to the cell rather than a bed. Harry had Lenera wait outside the room so the voice would not see her as he entered alone. He looked at the man on the floor and sent the force out to release him from his stasis. As soon as he did so, the man's eyes opened and he stood up. So you're the one who has taken my host. Harry didn't let him get any further than that as he activated the shocked ability of the cell. Electricity lit up the cell and the man was cried out. He could tell the Emperor had retreated so as to not have to fully experience what his host was. Harry simply sat and watched the man cried out with an almost bored passiveness. Harry would have to weaken this man to the breaking point before he could exploit him. It shouldn't be too hard, though. He wasn't exactly known to be strong-willed. It was important that he actually wasn't a strong-willed, otherwise the Emperor would have a harder time taking room into the man. Either way, this should hopefully not take too long. As it turned out, he was right. The man yelled himself hoarse after the first hour and Harry left him under for another hour after that just to be safe. After 2 hours had passed, Harry turned of the stunning mechanism and watched as literal steam rolled off the man. He opened the cell and saw the man seemed still somewhat conscious but unable to move or say anything. I am sorry about this. Normally I wouldn't be so messy, but it needs to be done, unfortunately, Harry said as he reached out and lifted the man with the force in front of him and make sure he was properly restrained. He took a moment to look at the man again and noticed he seemed to be slipping more and more into unconsciousness. Perfect. Harry reached out and touched the man on his head before slamming into his mind, not even worrying about being careful. You truly think you could come here in front of me and actually win? The calm voice asked. Yes. With that, the war of the minds began between the two. The Emperor was powerful but was limited on how much power he could channel in this vessel. That being said, Harry was taken aback by how strong he still was. He underestimated the man's power, and he actually was no longer sure if he would be able to beat his will. Is this it? I was expecting more, the voice said as if it was putting in no effort whatsoever. Harry gritted his teeth at hearing that. With the taunt he gathered his strength and pushed harder, much harder than he had in a long time. The voice didn't say anything at this point, but Harry could feel it matching his power. How horrifying. If the Emperor could match him this far in a vessel where his true power was so limited, he must have been some sort of monster in person. This was so far past any being he had fought to this point. Could this truly be a person? So you do have some fire in you. Would you shut up? Harry yelled back as he kept gathering every ounce of his strength to continue pushing forward. He could feel himself sweating at this point and thought about backing out now to give up. He gave one final push with all his strength and could actually feel something give way, which surprised him. It was then that he felt something that flooded into his own connection right past his defenses. He immediately withdrew as soon as he felt information slid right past his barriers and enter his mind. As soon as he cut the connection, he jumped away from the man in the cell and fell on the floor. He felt his mind pulsing, and he couldn't help but feel a groan slip past his lips. He slowly tried to move to his feet and make his way over towards the console for the cell controls. He, with no remorse, clicked the execute button, and soon the whole cell was so bright it looked like the sun. When the light receded, the cell was empty and there was a small pile of ash where the voice had been rough. Lenera, Harry called out. His voice sounded racked with exhaustion even to himself. It took only a moment before Lenera came rushing into the room. She took one look at him on the floor and immediately rushed to him. What happened? She asked. Powerful. He was much more powerful than I could have imagined. Even with his power limited, I couldn't even lay a dent on him. Harry told her. Are you hurt? I don't see any wounds.
No.
I just feel exhausted is all. I'm using almost all my strength just trying to stay up. He admitted. She didn't need to be told anything else as she threw his arm over her shoulder and lifted him up and had him lean on her for support. Thank you, he said. We need to get you to a medbay. No, as you said, I am not injured, I just need to rest. Please take me to my bed, he told her. Her face scrunched up as if she wanted to argue. Luckily for him, she seemed to think better of doing so and nodded her agreement. They walked slowly towards his bed and laid him out on it gently. Thank you, Lenera. Were you exposed? She asked. I do not know. There was a moment where something entered my mind, but it took nothing and instead left something behind. He told her. Lenera seemed to panic at that. Left something behind? She demanded. Not anything bad. It actually felt similar to a technique of my own. It was an easy way to transfer thoughts into allies so you would not need to speak. Almost like a rudimentary form of telepathy. Still, it should not have been possible for it to have slipped so easily by my mental defenses. Only those I allow should be able to leave me. Thoughts, Harry said with some frustration as he thought about what had happened. So, if he slipped so easily past your defenses, then is it possible he found out who you are? It is admittedly possible. We should plan for it. If he did, then it wouldn't change our plans too much. It would just move up our schedule, so to speak. Harry told her. She nodded at his words, though still seemed a little lost. He smiled weakly. Go and rest. Tomorrow we will have to start preparations for the introduction of our navy. He said to her. Will you be okay? Stop worrying and go before I call HK to come and take you. He said to her with mock anger. She gave him a fake salute before smiling and exiting his ship. As soon as he left, he calmed himself and tried to still his thoughts. The longer he stayed that way, the closer he came to drifting into the abyss of sleep. He wasn't sure when he fell asleep exactly, but he was sure he was now asleep. His movements were much more sluggish and the total blackness surrounding him were dead giveaways. So we finally meet again, a voice said from behind him. He spun as quickly as he could. Thought it still felt as if he was moving in slow motion. As soon as he saw the owner of the voice, he looked on frozen in shock. Revan? Harry gasped as he awoke and looked around. His mind was ablaze from activity from the information that had flooded his mind when he was asleep. He immediately threw himself out of bed and threw on a set of clothes before rushing to Lenera's ship where he sensed her resting. He boarded the ship easily and made his way towards her room. He barged in with no warning and moved over to her sleeping form. Lenera, get up. We need to talk, he said, shaking her awake. Lenera seemed to tense as she was literally jerked away and took a moment to register what was happening. Master, what is it? What has happened? The thoughts and memories that the Emperor left in my mind, they weren't from him. Weren't from him? What do you mean? Was there someone else attached to the connection? She asked. Yes, it was Revan. Chapter 18. Harry stood on the bridge of his super dreadnought as he waited for his personal fleet to get fully into position and prepare to leave the star system for the first time since its creation. He was pretty excited, he wouldn't lie. He was also rather nervous though. The information that Revan had given him was startling, to say the least. A galaxy-wide ritual to empower a force entity was no laughing matter. All the deaths from this point forward would go to further empowering him. The only possible way to deal with him would be to force a ceasefire with the Empire and then get their aid in taking down their own ruler. Of course, there was no way they would do such a thing in the current atmosphere. They were winning the war and operating from a position of power over the Republic. They had no reason to stop with their conquering, and even if he did reveal what he knew, the chances of them believing his words were slim. As unfortunate as it was, the best thing to do at the moment would be to aid the Republic until they were winning and then force the Sith into following his plan. Master, are you there? A voice said, cutting into Harry's thoughts, causing him to look up and over to the whole console for communications. He stepped over to it and answered the call. "I am not your master anymore, Lenera," Harry said back. "Whatever, the fleet is in position. We're ready whenever you are," Lenera said back. Harry smirked at her. "All right then. Prepare to jump. The trip is going to take some time," Harry said. "Roger that." With that, the line cuts out, signaling that Lenera ended the call. He turned and walked over to the bridge. He looked at all the droids at their stations, monitoring both the ship as well as the status of the fleet. "Status report," Harry called out. "The ship is cleared and ready for hyperspace travel, Captain. The fleet is in position and also ready to jump." One of the robots called out. "Coordinates to the nearest hyperlane have been properly inputted?" "Yes, Commander." "Excellent. All right, signal for the Vanguard fleet to jump on our go," Harry said. "Yes, Commander." Harry watched as the stars in his view started to blur and then the ship blasted into hyperspace. Harry watched for a moment to make sure the ship had no problems handling its new situation for the first time. Once it became clear there were no problems, he started walking off the bridge. "I will be in my quarters. Alert me if there is anything that needs my immediate attention," Harry said as he got into the lift and clicked the floor that housed his private quarters. The lift made a soft ding noise when it arrived at the destination. The doors slid open and he exited out into the hallway. He approached the door that housed his private quarters and entered swiftly. He took a look around at his new surroundings as the door to his chambers closed behind him. It was cozy for sure. A large bed in the middle of the room, a desk up against one of the walls with a console sitting on top of, and finally a closet with Injur uniforms as well as armor that he could use. There was, of course, a fresher attached to his room as well, though most of it was for show considering he didn't need to shower and only really required a toilet. Once he finished taking in the room, he walked over to his desk and sat down. He opened the console and immediately started typing into the console a COM address before waiting for a moment as the console tried to reach out. It took a moment, but soon a person's face appeared. "Hadrian." Satel greeted him with a warm smile. "Satel," he greeted back with a nod in greeting. "I assume with this call, you are telling me that you are on your way?" "Indeed, I am. We should be there in less than a week." "Have you prepared for our arrival?" Harry asked her. He was sure the Republic would not like the fact that a fleet appeared right over their capital. That being said, it was also necessary that he does so. Even with Satel backing him, it would be a chore to convince the government he had anything to offer them if he didn't show that he had power backing him over what he proposed. A giant fleet, one of many, was the perfect way to do that. "I've made the other commanders and admirals aware of something that is about to happen that could turn the tide of the war. I didn't say anything further as I did not wish to speak for you or somehow affect the stance you take towards the Republic," Satel explained. "Oh, and what if I wish to take a hard stance with the Republic?" "That's fine. I knew I was already asking a lot when I asked you to defect. The fact that you not only did, but are also willing to help against the Empire is already more than I can ask for." "Yes, about that." Satel's face scrunched up at hearing him say that. Harry had not quite fully explained everything to her about his new plans. He had totally not mentioned the information he believed Revan had somehow sent him. Therefore, Satel did not know that his end goal was to actually make peace with the Empire. "Are you not telling me something?" "Well, it's about the plan against the Empire." "What about it?" "Let's just say defeating them is no longer a desirable option. Instead, it would be better if we can get them to simply surrender or even a ceasefire." "Why?" "There is some information I have come across that would suggest it would be in both sides' best interests to cease all combat amongst themselves, at least for a time. It sounds almost as if you wish to work with the Sith. If possible, that would be preferable. I doubt we could arrange that though, so I am hoping for a simple ceasefire," Harry explained. "I trust you will explain further when you arrive?" "Promise. I have a feeling I will have to explain it to your military council once I arrive. I'd prefer to not have to keep explaining it," Harry told her. "All right then. I'll trust you on this. Appreciate it. Well, I better go. It's been a long day and I suppose I better get to sleep to start adjusting to Coruscant's time zone." "Of course. I will talk to you soon," she said softly to him with a smile. He returned it before exiting the call. He took a breath to unwind before heading to his bed to get some rest. Harry was once more back on the bridge. He stared at the streaks passing by as he waited for his fleet to exit hyperspace and land in the system. "We are exiting the hyperspace lane, Commander." "Good. Signal Coruscant's air traffic control as soon as we get in range," Harry ordered. "Yes, sir, Master." Harry turned to his console and saw Lenera was reaching out. "What did I say?" Yes, whatever. Would you like the rest of the fleet to stay back as you approach the planet to maintain the idea that we come in peace?" she asked him. "Excellent suggestion, Lenera." "Yes, why don't you go ahead and do that? Signal the rest of the ships and order them to do the same. I will go in myself. That being said, if you do not hear from me in 24 hours, get into a closer, more intimidating position. I want them to know that while I am offering a hand in friendship, I can still easily be a threat." "You got it. I'll order the rest of the fleet and keep you updated on any situations," Lenera said. "Thank you," Harry said as he ended the call. "We are entering the system," one of the navigation droids called out. Harry watched as the streaks passing by the windows suddenly stopped until they were suddenly looking at a planet that shined with a metallic glint and artificial lights scattered all over its surface. "Approaching Coruscant. They are hailing us." "Put them on my console," Harry ordered. He moved over and watched as the hollow image of a middle-aged man in a uniform appeared on the screen. "Unidentified ship. Please state your intentions immediately," the man said seriously, though it was somewhat undercut by the nervousness he could see traces of on the man's face and in his voice. "I am Commander Peveril. I am here to offer my assistance to the Republic in its current conflict with the Sith Empire. Please contact the necessary officials as I would like to approach the planet in a shuttle for peaceful negotiations," Harry said calmly. Despite this, the mask Harry was wearing had a voice distortion module in it which caused him to sound more robotic, monotone, and intimidating. "Will pass along the message. In the meantime, please stay where you are and do not approach the planet further," the man said. "Understood," was all he said in response before cutting the connection and sitting in the captain's chair of the ship. He typed out a quick message to let Lenera know he had made contact and was waiting for permission to land on the planet. He took a breath and waited patiently. The planet's air control did not send a message back for another 15 minutes. "Commander Peveril," the air traffic control man said as he appeared once more on the console. Harry looked over at him. "Yes, your request has been approved. We are sending the coordinates of where your shuttle may land once it is planetside," the man said. "Very well. I shall head down immediately," Harry said. He stood and looked over the room. "Keep the engines running and everything properly prepped. I assume this will go well, but it is best to prepare for the worst just in case," Harry said as he walked over to the lift without waiting for a response. "Yes, sir." Harry paid no further attention as he clicked a button on the lift console to head down to the ship's hangar bay. He waited patiently for a moment until the lift came to a smooth stop at his location. The doors slid open and he looked at the giant hangar that was a flurry of movement. There were droids all over checking the status of things as well as performing basic maintenance. Harry ignored them and moved to a shuttle that had prepared for him. The cargo door was open and there was a small squad of droids with what looked like heavier plating and weapons than the rest that were milling around. These were the closet's droids to HK, though still not quite on his favorite homicidal droids level. They certainly didn't have the droid's homicidal personality. "We are ready for landing, Commander," the captain among the droids said to him in a monotone. "Excellent, let's go then," Harry said. They all boarded the ship. Harry sat in one of the seats and sat silently as he felt the shuttle lift up and start moving. "We have left the hangar and are now approaching the planet's controlled space," the pilot said. Harry didn't respond to the words, as he didn't need to. It only took 10 minutes before he was informed that they had entered the planet's atmosphere. He waited for another few minutes until he felt the shuttle touch down on a platform. "We have arrived. I can see that," Harry murmured sarcastically as he looked out the window and saw the city. It hadn't changed much since he had last been here. The door of the shuttle made a noise as if releasing air pressure before opening onto the platform. His personal droid squad came out first and then he exited the craft. It was shining brightly down on the platform, though not that it bothered him. One of the nice parts about wearing a mask is that it auto-regulated for too much brightness or when it was too dark. He saw on the other side of the platform an armed detail along with important-looking people that he assumed were escorting them. Based on the way they looked, the important people were a mix of military commanders, a few Jedi, and, of course, Satel. She looked at him seriously, giving nothing away, which caused him to smirk slightly. Another benefit of the mask was that no one could see his expressions, so he did not have to constantly keep them under wrap. Of course, he also had to be careful about what he projected into the Force. He would hate for the Jedi to try and use his emotions against him. He walked forward after he finished taking in his welcoming party and walked over the best confident gait he could. He stopped a few meters from the group of people and their armed escort. "Greetings, I am Commander Peveril." Harry greeted. "Greetings, Commander. We have been told that you are here to form an alliance with the Republic. Is this correct?" Satel asked, playing her part perfectly. "It is, Master." Satel shone. "Master Satel, then." He greeted. "Well then, why don't we take this to a more comfortable location?" she suggested before gesturing to official-looking speeders. "As you wish," Harry said before following them over to their speeder. His droids followed him closely and seemed to make the guards around him get nervous. Luckily, they said nothing. Technically speaking, there was nothing against him having an armed escort, especially with a war going on. They entered the speeders and drove to the Senate building in silence. It wasn't long before they arrived at their destination. The entire trip, he could literally feel the other two Jedi trying to reach out into the Force and get a read on him. He let nothing slip, which seemed to cause them to get antsy. He ignored this, of course, and continued to follow them into the building. The interior was also the same as when he had been here last. The upholstery looked to have been updated to avoid the show of wear and tear. Visually, though, it looked the same. He continued walking through the hall until they reached a room where he knew the Supreme Chancellor resided in. He frowned at this, but entered anyway. It seemed strange they would risk taking him to the Supreme Chancellor without first classifying on whether or not he was a threat. He was sure he would find out why soon though, so he didn't bother to question it. In the office, he saw an elderly, rugged-looking man sitting behind a desk with other officials standing around him. He approached and the man stood. "Commander Peveril, was it?" the man said as he moved from around his desk and reached out with his hand to shake Harry's. He took it and gave it a few firm shakes before dropping. "Indeed. I take it you are the Supreme Chancellor?" "Yes, I am. I am Supreme Chancellor Generis." "Well, I thank you for seeing me today, Chancellor. I am sure your schedule is packed in the current climate. Well, it is not every day a massive fleet drops out of hyperspace right at your front door, and its commander wishes to aid you in a war for seemingly no reason," the man pointed out. Harry could hear the question in his statement, though did not address it. "Yes, I suppose that might be a decent motivator." "Well, shall we get right down to it?" Harry asked, not wanting to waste any time. "As you wish. So, before we go any further, you said you wish to ally with the Republic against the Empire. Before we continue, I will need to know why." The man said to him, "It is complicated. You are aware of the Emperor, the unseen ruler of the Sith Empire?" "I am." "You are also aware that similar to the Jedi at your side, he is a Force sensitive?" "Yes." "Good. So, the truth of the matter is, I recently discovered that this war is not what it seems. In truth, the Emperor manipulated events for this to happen for an entirely different reason than conquering the galaxy," Harry said. Immediately the room was abuzz with murmurs. "You are saying that the man who is trying to actively conquer the galaxy is not actually trying to conquer the galaxy?" One of the Jedi said with both skepticism and suspicion. "That is exactly what I am saying, yes. The truth is, the man, or being as is more appropriate to refer to him as, cares nothing for the galaxy. It is the war itself he is interested." "What do you mean? What does he gain from the war if not the galaxy?" Satel asked. "Death. The Emperor is only interested in the massive amounts of death the war causes. He uses the massive amounts of death being caused on a galaxy-wide scale to fuel a Force ritual that keeps the man from dying. In truth, the war gives him immortality," Harry revealed. The murmurs broke into full-out arguing. "Impossible. No such ritual exists. If it did, every Sith would use it. The other Jedi sitting next to him said as the others kept arguing around them. You are right. However, I do not believe any other Sith knows of the ritual. I believe the Emperor at least partially created it himself. Harry said to them, and how is it you came across this information? A voice from one of the officials asked accusingly, directly from the source in a sense. I kidnapped the voice of the Emperor and dove into the recesses of his mind to gather this information. The Emperor was, of course, aware of my intrusion, though I am not sure if he is aware of how much information I managed to gather while I hijacked his connection with his chosen. Harry explained. So, you were the one who caused his disappearance, Satel said. The conversations around them stilled at her words. The Chancellor looked over to her. Master Satel? The man said in a questioning tone, clearly asking for her to elaborate on what she had just said. We recently received reports that the voice was kidnapped through some contacts. However, the information stated that we, the Republic, took him. Since we obviously didn't, we were unsure how reliable the information was and simply wrote it off as a rumor until we could further gain information on it. Satel explained. I see, the man said. The room was silent now as everyone seemed to be in thought. Harry waited patiently as they processed what they had just been told. Say this is true, that would simply put even more pressure on us to end this war. The Chancellor admitted begrudgingly. Yes, however, the issue is now more so for how we end it. What do you mean? The man asked. The best possible situation would actually be to get the Sith Empire to agree to a ceasefire and then team up to take down the Empire, Harry said, knowing he was opening the floodgates. You cannot be serious. Have you lost your mind? Get him out of here. Silence. Generis commanded, causing the room to go silent again. Look, it is not an ideal situation. I will be the first to admit this. Unfortunately, every death that happens in this war only makes the Emperor stronger and more unbeatable. The best possible path to take for the biggest amount of survival is to call for, at the very least, a temporary ceasefire to deal with this. If you would like to pick up the war yourselves after that, then it is your choice. We will have to discuss this further later. Moving on from that, let us talk about this alliance you wish to form. You have given us a reason for why you wish to fight, but why do you wish to join the Republic in particular? As much as it pains me to say, the Empire is in a much better position to end this war in the quickest amount of time. Why not join them? The Chancellor asked. This seemed to interest the two Jedi sitting near him. Simple, the Sith could never be convinced that they are being fooled by their leader by an outsider just as they have gained an upper hand in the war. Most of them are power-hungry by nature. To get them to understand, we first need to get in a position of power of them where we would no longer have anything to gain by lying to them and then work to convince them. It is the only feasible way to actually get a ceasefire. Harry explained. The Jedi nodded in agreement at his assessment, but the political officials seemed less so. Their lack of knowledge of the Force and its effects caused them to not fully understand what he was saying. I see. Very well, on to the last point then. As much as we would appreciate your assistance, I am afraid a single fleet, no matter how impressive, is not enough to push back the crawl of the Empire. I have no intention to push back the crawl of the Empire with one single fleet. I plan to do so with 10, Harry said. There was a pregnant pause as everyone in the room froze at what he had just said. With one fleet, the Republic would still be behind the Empire. 2 of them would at least let them match their opponents. 3 fleets and they would already have an advantage. 10 fleets though, on top of that. His fleets were 2 to 3 times the size of even the Empire's fleets. You're serious? The Chancellor asked. Yes. And how large are your other fleets compared to the one you brought? All fleets are the same size. They contain 12 dreadnoughts, 30 cruisers, and 50 corvettes. Each dreadnought can house 500 small fighters, while the cruisers can only hold 200 comfortably and 300 if truly pressed. Harry explained. That's insane. With those numbers, you wouldn't even need the aid of the Republic. Why did you bother coming to us? One of the standing bureaucrats questioned. I am a military commander, not a politician. Conquering is one thing, the ruling is something else entirely. This allows us both to bring something to this deal. I join forces with your military to do the conquering, you come in after to do the ruling. Harry explained. I see, the Chancellor said as he eyed the other political officials inside. How would this alliance work exactly? What are you proposing? Satel asked. I will lend you my forces under a few conditions. 1. I answer only to the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces and no one else. I am a commander myself and refuse to be delegated down. 2. While allowing you use of my fleets, I get a position on the military council so I can make my opinion on things known. 3. All those who you wish to put in a commanding position on my fleets must first be approved by me. After that, I am willing to negotiate, Harry said. He could see that some in the room were not happy with his demands, but they wisely kept their mouths shut until the Chancellor made a decision. Well, we will have to take everything you have said into consideration today and discuss it amongst ourselves. In the meantime, can we set you up with living quarters while you stay here, or will you be staying on your ship? I would be grateful if you could arrange for some living quarters for my stay, Harry said to him. Excellent. I will have someone set them up and escort you to them when ready. In the meantime, perhaps we can find some way to entertain you while you are here. Would you accept having a Jedi escort while you are on the planet? I would be fine with that. Harry agreed with some annoyance, though he made sure not to show it. I would like to volunteer myself for this. There are still some things I would like to discuss with Commander Peveril, Satel said. For a normal Jedi this might seem strange, but as Satel was also the supreme commander of the Republic's military force, it made more sense that she wished to talk with an unknown who she might soon be working with. Of course, Master Satel. Would that be fine with you, Commander Peveril? The Chancellor asked. I have no issue with that, Harry said to him emotionlessly. Excellent, well, why don't we convene for the day? That was a lot, Satel said as they walked on a walkway together alone. I did warn you it would be, Harry said back easily. What you said to me was not even close to what was necessary to prepare me for what you just said in there, Satel said pointedly. I'm not sure what I could have said that would have properly prepared you for the information bomb I just dropped. You're probably correct, but I would still have liked a better warning. I'll keep that in mind next time I tell you we need to defeat an evil force entity that is possibly immortal. Shut it, Satel ordered as she gave him a friendly push with her shoulder. As you wish. They walked in silence together as they enjoyed a nice calm walk together while staring at the setting sun across the metropolitan skyline. If there was one true positive from all of this, it was that he could now spend more time with Satel without being looked at with suspicion. They could possibly have even more calm moments like this. As those thoughts arose, Harry remembered his encounter with Revan. With the way things were looking, it was completely possible that his former master and best friend may actually be still alive. He had been hypothesizing about how that could be possible with the facts he could gather. He knew Revan had somehow been part of the connection with the Emperor, as that was how he had given Harry the information that he was now using. This implied that, for some reason, Revan had direct access to the Emperor's consciousness and force presence. This was the one thing that truly puzzled him. Revan was powerful, but Harry had doubts on if he could stand up to the raw power of the Emperor. He wasn't sure how he could possibly force a connection on his end. This made it seem like the Emperor was the one who established the connection with Revan. But why would this be? What reason would the Emperor have for not only keeping Revan around but also merging their consciousness? Was he perhaps trying to absorb Revan for more power and Revan found a way to stop him from doing so? That didn't really explain the merging of the consciousness though. If it were the case, then he would only need to rip the force out of Revan to kill him. Perhaps, then, there was something in Revan's mind that the Emperor wanted as well. What could Revan know that the Emperor wanted? A cold chill went up Harry's spine as he thought of a possibility. Could it be that the Emperor was looking for him? Could it be that he captured Revan to get information on Harry? But that didn't make any sense either. If the Emperor tried to gain information on him, then he would have recognized Harry the moment he joined the Empire. He would have been able to easily guess that his intentions for joining were anything but genuine. So perhaps it was not him that he was after. Revan was very knowledgeable and easily one of the most impressive Sith Lords that had lived in recent memory. There were plenty of things that he had knowledge that others might want. He had the second most knowledge of magic next to Harry himself. That made him quite powerful. It would be a disaster if the Emperor got hold of that information. Luckily, Harry had only even taught Revan spells. The more powerful things like rituals and runes he had left out because it would have taken too long and Revan had never expressed an interest. He was already impressed with the spells Harry had taught him, especially transfiguration. Could it be his knowledge of spells? Or was it something else entirely? So many questions and no answers to any of them. Of course, the biggest issue with Revan being alive that had currently been bugging Harry was how he would react to his relationship to what was basically his granddaughter. Harry liked to think he knew Revan rather well after the time he had spent with him. This was uncharted territory. He had no idea how he would act with him. And then, of course, was how Satel would act if they recovered Revan. What would their relationship be with each other? Would Harry be getting in the way of that? Revan had not seen a member of his family in centuries. Harry was not sure he wanted to put any kind of strain on the little bit of family he had left. You're thinking something troublesome again. Harry was pulled from his thoughts and looked over to Satel, who seemed to be squinting her eyes at him in annoyance. Harry smiled to try and ease some of her worries. She couldn't physically see it, but he knew that she would know he was doing it. Sorry, I was just lost in thought for a moment. Were you saying something? He asked. No, but you were being uncharacteristically silent and I can feel you cycling through your emotions, she said. Harry scolded himself internally for a moment, forgetting that she had such a direct line into his feelings. At this close, it was extremely hard to hide anything from her. I see. The method I used to find this information from the Emperor is not quite what I said in the debriefing room, Harry admitted quietly. Satel rose an eyebrow and looked at him questioningly. Oh, I did not take the information from the Emperor at all. It was given to me. By who? Revan. As he predicted, the name caused Satel to tense as she heard it. He watched her face start cycling with micro-emotions that he could feel in a much stronger fashion through their bond. Explain. When I was fighting the Emperor, I felt a brief feeling through the established connection. Something else was piggybacking off the connection and infiltrated my mind in a manner that was only known to my former master. Even if someone else discovered how to do so, they would not be able to enter as I would not be familiar with their presence. Once infiltrated in my mind, it left the information that I presented today. Harry finished. Satel was silent for a moment as she processed what she had just heard and processed this. I trust your judgment, so please don't be offended by me asking this. But are you absolutely positive that it was Revan and not simply the Emperor trying to trick you? She asked. The method of communication was only ever known to us, but even if he found out how to use it, he still shouldn't have been able to get by my mental defenses unless they recognized his presence. The only one who should have access is Revan. I, of course, checked over to see if the information matched what I knew. And it is true that while he is the ruler of the Sith Empire, the Emperor has taken a back seat on the actual war with the Republic. Since no Sith will directly challenge him despite his lack of presence, as well as my own experience with the man suggest he is indeed powerful. So, if he truly wishes to conquer the Republic, why is he not participating in this war directly? He could have ended this war years ago. It led credence to the idea that he did not care for the outcome and more about the journey towards it. Of course, he can come in later and attack the galaxy himself, but he may cause himself to make an enemy of his own empire, which may drive the Sith to ally themselves with the Jedi themselves to get rid of him. Of course, that is if his true goal is to kill rather than conquer. Well, I am glad you at least put some actual thought into this and questioned whether or not what you saw was credible. That being said, I sense this is not what has been bothering you, so what is it? I feel conflicted, Harry admitted. It certainly wasn't easy to do so either. Explain to me what you are conflicted about. With this latest turn of events, I think it is safe to say that in some form or another, Revan is alive. Okay, Satel said slowly with clear confusion. Which means I will meet him again. Harry continued slowly. I am not understanding. That is a good thing, is it not? Is what you wanted, right? She asked. It is, though I never thought that when I met him again, it would be under the current circumstances. Harry replied while trying to give her a pointed look which was hard behind a mask. Luckily, she seemed to pick up on it though. You fear he will have some issue with our relationship? Well, yes. Why is that? I have never had a family. The closest I came was with Bastila and Vaynor after Revan had left. That being said, I am not sure what the normal reaction is for having your best friend courting your so many greats granddaughter. I know that because you have never met him, you have no emotional connection to him. I, on the other hand, have a strong one even after all these years. I am unsure of what I would do if he did not approve of this relationship. I think I understand. He means a lot for you and you do not wish to be in a position where you have to choose between him and me. She spoke. Yes, exactly. He agreed. If such a situation arises, simply let me handle it. No one gets to make choices for me, not even my so many greats grandfather. And you aren't allowed to either, got it? She asked. Harry smiled at her words though. Again, she couldn't see it. As you wish, he said as he then went back to enjoying the scenery and peace with his lover. What did the Jedi think of me? He asked nonchalantly. He didn't care for the Jedi's opinions as a whole, but since he was going to be working with them, it wouldn't do to be needlessly antagonistic. They are apprehensive of you. Many think it is unwise to so quickly ally with someone who they know nothing about. If the circumstances weren't so tense, they would probably outright deny your alliance until a later point. Smart, unfortunately, we do not have time for such things, so, in a morbid fashion, I suppose it is a good thing that the circumstances are what they are. Yes. Agreed. They may wish to meet with you. It was noted that you are force-sensitive and they made sure to relay that fact to the Chancellor. I wasn't hiding that. True, but you didn't come right out and say it, which makes it seem a little suspicious. Well, I trust you will be able to manage all of the issues that arise. I will try. Fortunately, I can simply remind them that we have little actual choice. It is either do this or we wait for the Sith to finish us. Point. I don't suppose we could sneak off to my room for some skinship while I am here? He hinted. She smirked but shook her head. No need to do anything too suspicious. As soon as this goes through, I am sure we can work something out on the safety of your ship, she said, hinting at things to come. He felt a shiver go up his spine in anticipation. I will be counting down the seconds. Commander Peveril, I hope you have been enjoying your stay at Coruscant, the Chancellor said as they were all once more gathered in his office. It was peaceful, Harry said blandly. I am glad to hear it. We are sorry for having you wait so long for a decision, but I hope you understand why such things can't be rushed.
Ido.
I have no issue with waiting for a little for the Republic to come to a decision on such a thing. I am only anxious due to the time constraint we are all under, a feeling I think we can all share in. So what was the decision that was made? Harry asked, trying to get straight to the point. It was decided, after much deliberation, that as long as you uphold the conditions you set in our first meeting, and sign a written agreement to uphold it, we will accept, the Chancellor said. Harry had to resist the urge to snort. Signing some document wouldn't actually stop him from doing anything. It was probably to just cause some ease for those who weren't quite on board with the plan but were open to it. From his face, it seemed the Chancellor realized this as well. This is acceptable, he said. The man smiled at him in relief and he could feel a mix of feelings in the room. There were many that were worried and those who still seemed skeptical of if this venture would even work out. But the most common feeling he got from the room was hope. Chapter 19. Harry stared at the three-dimensional image of the solar system where they were about to enter. Not much was here except for Naboo, though it didn't offer much as a strategic position. Because of this, it was hard to convince the Republic there was a vital refueling station hidden at the edge of the solar system that was vital to the Empire when they were coming or going deeper to the core of the galaxy. Naboo was a peaceful planet and had no resources the Empire wanted, so in a strategic move, they left it alone to better hide their activities. If he was correct, there should be a Sith fleet there right now preparing for an attack on a core world. They had a simulated station and fleet where they believed the station and fleet currently were in orbit at the edge of the system. He turned to Satel, who stood next to him. So, what do you think? Harry asked. Satel just frowned. It's a good plan as long as what you have said is true, she pointed out. Harry tried to not take her tone and words personally. They couldn't appear too friendly with each other after all in public, at least not yet. My information is good, Harry said back easily. Then let's go over the plan one more time to be sure everything is taken care. As you wish. First, the fleet exits hyperspace on the opposite side of the station. then the Sith fleet and starts raining down fire on it as it is the priority. Yes. Our fleet artillery controllers are already at their stations and should be ready to engage the station as soon as we exit the jump. There are some defenses the station has itself, but with surprise on our side, we should be able to destroy most without much issue. Correct. The station's shields will be at their lowest security because of the fleet currently docked at it. Good. The second thing, the fleet is most likely going to move to engage in, which the cruisers will move into a defensive position around the dreadnoughts and the fleet will release their starfighters to directly engage with the Sith fleet. Yes, most of the pilots are already in the hangar and prepping their ships, save for me, of course. While this is happening, I will stay on the bridge and enter my battle meditation. I will then command the fleet as needed from here. Satel said, yes, if this goes as planned. The battle will be over in less than an hour. And if at some point they surrender? Satel asked. I will leave that to your discretion, Harry said to her. Then we're all set, Harry said. They went silent, at least verbally. Between their force bond, they continued to communicate and argue with each other. I'm still not sure about this whole trying to take them alive part, Satel said through their bond. It's the best possible way to not only end the war, but also take out a force entity that is growing more and more powerful. As dangerous as the Empire is, the Emperor is an even bigger one. Harry said back, I know, still. After all they've done to mercilessly cut us down, to treat them so kindly just feels wrong. Satel said, I understand. Harry said, trying to convey his sincerity and empathy for her plight. We will be exiting the hyperspace jump in less than 30 seconds. One of the piloting officers called out. That's my cue, Harry said, his voice coming out in a monotone due to his helmet. Good luck. Satel called after him as he entered the lift to head down to the hangar. The lift moved downward smoothly in a quick motion. Alert! We are exiting hyperspace. All troopers to their stations and prepare for combat. A voice said over the ship's intercom. Harry said nothing as he felt a small lurch as the ship finally exited the jump it had made to this system. Space station in sight as predicted. Fire at will. A voice said once more in monotone. Harry smirked as he heard the guns blaze to life on the ship. Noise may not travel in the vacuum of space, but it certainly did in this ship, and a super dreadnought firing all its weapons at one target sounded amazing. He was glad he was wearing his mask as he finally reached the floor where the hangar was. The doors opened smoothly and a squad waiting on the other side immediately snapped to attention as he appeared. This particular squad was the one he would be commanding directly. At ease. We're heading out, so make final preparations and prepare for takeoff. Harry ordered easily. Yes, sir. They all said immediately as they snapped into quick motion and ran to their ships. Harry approached his own as well. It was a Liberator-class starfighter that had a few personal modifications to it as well as some hidden rune clusters for protection. He immediately climbed the ladder into the cockpit and immediately closed the cockpit. He quickly started to flip various switches and push buttons to start up the engines and prepare the laser cannons and the missile launcher for combat. Once he was all set up, he opened the inner squad comlink. This is Squad Leader Peveril. You all know the plan by now. We're going to destroy the surface cannons of the Sith fleet to let the bombers in to disable them. The Sith fleet no doubt has starfighters that will engage us as we get close, but remember what your primary objective is, Harry said. With that, he closed the comm and prepared. The Sith fleet is about to engage us. Starfighters, take off based on your squad number starting now. The voice over the intercom said. Harry's squad would be the third squad to exit in a moment. He watched the squad rise into the air and exit the hangar before blasting off. Then the second squad rose in the air and moved out of the hangar to go join the first. That's our cue. Third squad, move out and follow me into position, Harry said as he pressed a button that engaged the thrusters to get his ship to take off. His ship lifted off smoothly and he immediately maneuvered it to the exit of the hangar. As soon as he was outside of the hangar, he engaged the back engines and started pushing with force to the location to prepare for the attack. Squads 1 and 2, get on both sides of my squad and offer support as we dive in. We're going in to take out the defenses on the enemy cruisers first before moving on to the dreadnoughts. Remember, you need to hit hard and fast before moving on. Harry said, Roger that. Then let's head on, Harry said as he pushed off with speed toward the enemy fleet. It was the first look he had at the Sith fleet as well as the space station they used for refueling. He remembered at one point where he actually had to use this very refueling station, which was why he knew about it and why it was such a threat. That, with the added benefit that they were about to also take out the Sith's second strongest fleet, was nice. The station was looking quite damaged at this point, with a good portion of the side that was facing them being damaged and still exploding in some areas. That being said, it was possibly still functional, so it would need to be further crippled. Moving into the first cruiser. Remember your roles, Harry said as he dove into the leading cruiser. As he did so, he noticed injured corvettes moving in to intercept them, while the Sith's fleet was most likely still preparing their starfighters. Ignore the corvettes and move straight past them. Don't even bother shooting at them. We need to get to the cruisers and cause as much damage before they send out their own fighters in retaliation, Harry called out. As soon as he finished, he moved his ship into a side roll and passed right by the Corvette-class ship that had to intercept him. As soon as he did, he pushed the engine to their sub-hyperspeed limits. He quickly approached the first cruiser and immediately opened fire on all the marked cannons on his HUD. Soon after he did, the rest of his squad's cannons also rained down past him and continued to destroy the cannons of the first cruiser they swarmed. The surface of the enemy ship was suddenly covered in explosions and destruction as his squad's concentrated fire destroyed their cannons before raining down on their shield and breaking it in certain areas. Concentrate fire on the weak points. Remember, we do not need to destroy them, simply taking them out of combat will suffice, Harry said through his comm. Within moments, his, as well as the two other squads with him, moved in for another run, this time targeting the places where the shield was no longer activated. The cruiser didn't last long under the onslaught before he saw the various lights on both the inside and out start to flicker before failing. The cruiser is down, move on to the next. We cannot let up our assault, Harry commanded. Did this to each and every cruiser that was within the Sith fleet. Harry had to admit, Satel's battle meditation was even more impressive than he first thought. He was no stranger to the chaos of war and could navigate it much better than most, but this time was different. Rather than having to navigate it at all, it almost felt like he knew in the back of his head every move that their enemy was going to make before they did. It went beyond a simple kind of precognition that the Force usually granted him and other experienced users. It took much less time than Harry anticipated to grind away the Sith defenses. This was especially surprising since they had purposefully continued to block the Sith ships' paths into the hyperspace lanes needed to leave the system. A difficult feat normally if one did not happen to have a powerful Force user skilled in the use of battle meditation to constantly control the flow of combat. Eventually, the last dreadnought and flagship of the Sith fleet sustained too much damage and powered off before listlessly floating in the vacuum of space. Their flagship is down. Signal the boarding parties to make their entrance now. Squads, make sure you protect them from the remaining starfighters left, Harry commanded before listening to the various confirmations on his comm. Commander Peveril, a voice said over his comm, whom he immediately recognized as Satel. Go for Peveril. There has been a slight change in plan, she said, sounding firm, though Harry could feel the hesitancy coming from her. We are on the cusp of victory. Now is not the time for changes in the plan. It is a small one. Instead of the normal boarding party, you will lead one consisting of injured Jedi by order of the Supreme Chancellor, she said. The comm went silent for a moment. Harry ground his teeth in annoyance. Only on the condition they will follow my every command unless it is a direct war crime. Any who break such a policy will be arrested with any other I find on that ship, Harry stressed. Jedi tended to think themselves overly important, and this sometimes caused them to have an issue with following orders unless it was from a recognized superior. As he was not technically part of the Republic nor their ally beyond the Republic position he now held, he could see them acting out. I will pass the knowledge along, though I am sure all of the knights will be on their best behavior, she said, stressing the last part. He smirked as it was clear the knights were in the room with her and listening to the conversation. They now had orders from a direct superior to follow his. They may not be happy with it, but hopefully it would curb their more annoying tendencies. Good. I will hold position and await their arrival. Harry said before closing the comm and turning his craft to start lazily circling the downed Sith fleet. Almost all the enemy fighters at this point had either been taken out or gone back to their downed ships. Either way, the space battle was over. Commander Peveril. This is boarding ship SVA-1. Ready to land at the dreadnought. A voice said after Inger minutes. Copy. There are Inger airlock ports on the starboard side. Follow me in and myself as well as your drop-off will leave together. Harry ordered. With that, he led the transport down and parked his ship at one of the airlocks. The airlock seemed to extend and lock his ship in place before having a tunnel slowly cover his cockpit to allow for a safe disembark. He easily hopped out and climbed his way through the tunnel and to the airlock. He readied a lightsaber as he knew what was waiting on the other side. As soon as he opened the lightsaber, he immediately ignited his blade and a purple glow illuminated the darkness. Immediately he parried Inger blaster bolts that charged at him faster than the eye could see. Luckily he had the Force on his side. Immediately, Inger of the soldiers who were shooting at him went down as the bolts they initially fired came back and collided with them instead. Harry could feel the Jedi at the other airlock about to enter the fray. As much as he was sure these Jedi were competent, dealing with so much concentrated fire while in an enclosed hallway could definitely overwhelm quite a few of them. He would need to give them time to fortify themselves so they could push forward. He quickly threw his hand and let loose a powerful force push through the hall. The push hit the enemy soldiers like a wall, knocking almost all of them back and onto the ground. As soon as they fell, the Jedi exited their airlock and ignited their own blades ready for a fight. Harry paid them no attention though, as he pushed forward and started to swing his blade at the downed men to take as many down as possible before they could recover. Luckily, the Jedi seemed to take the hint and joined him in attacking the enemy. From there, cleaning out the hall was rather easy. So far, there were no Force sensitives attacking them. As Harry cut down the last of the soldier, the Jedi took a brief moment to collect themselves. That was an unfortunate welcome. A human male who Harry recognized as a knight named Karan said to him. Indeed, though unsurprising. In my experience with them, Sith almost never surrender. Most of the time they will simply try to fool you into thinking they are so they can stab you in the back. You seem to know a lot about the Sith, Karan commented as they continued walking towards the hall with the rest of the knights following them. Your lack of subtlety is almost disturbing. If you have something to say or ask me then just do it. Harry commented blandly as he continued to push in the direction he knew the Darth that was leading this fleet would be. It just seems strange. You come out of nowhere and with just what we need to win this war and you seem to ask for nothing in return. From what I have observed, you are highly intelligent. I am sure even you can see how the circumstances would paint you suspiciously. Karan pointed out in an almost diplomatic fashion. I suppose I could, but if you truly knew what I knew and the true scope of what we are currently up against, I doubt you would be questioning my motives. In truth, I care not for the Republic or Sith Empire. You are both inherently flawed as is the Jedi Order in my eyes. This is about more than ruling the galaxy. We are fighting to make sure there is a galaxy left for someone to even rule. Harry said as they approached a locked door. He approached the console and started working quickly. He couldn't use the passcodes as that would be suspicious, but he did know just how to struck the machines. So you have said yet you can offer no true proof of this. Karan continued. I could penetrate your mind and insert the knowledge I have on the subject directly into you if that would make you feel better. Harry said dryly, though it came out in monotone due to the helmet he was wearing over his face. He could almost picture the grimace that came over Karan's face. Ah, no, that is all right, thank you. May I ask where you were trained? I was not aware of other Force sects that had access to lightsabers and trained in their uses. Karan said again. That, unfortunately, is something I cannot tell you as I have been sworn to secrecy. The group I am from would not exactly appreciate me working with Jedi, let alone conversing with one on my origins. Harry commented. This was the basic excuse he had been giving if he did not want to reveal something about his past. So far it was working. I see. Well, I will not pry. How generous of you, Harry said as the door finally opened from his efforts. On the other side were injured people in armor with red lightsabers lit and ready. Oh good, we've found them. My name is Commander Peveril. Surrender immediately. Harry said as he took a step forward and immediately unleashed his presence through the Force so it could be felt. Immediately the Sith warriors faltered as they approached. They seemed to look at each other for a moment before charging him. Harry blocked the first incoming strike and batted him to the side for his allies to deal with. The next came charging right after, and Harry met his strike with his own. The warriors were usually much more physically strong than the other classes, but Harry could take their strikes like they were nothing. The warrior seemed confused about the amount of resistance he met. Harry moved his left arm that wasn't holding the blade up in front of the man's face in an instant. The warrior only had time to widen his eyes for a brief moment before a short but extremely powerful force blast slammed into his face and snapped his neck. The now deceased body fell to the ground and Harry looked around for his next target. It seemed that the rest of the warriors had decided to try their luck with the other Jedi. Harry simply masked his presence and silently moved over. This approach worked for the first warrior who was engaged, as he never saw the blade that came down on his shoulder and didn't stop as the blade continued downwards through his chest cavity. The female warrior that was the next, however, saw this happen and adjusted her position so she could possibly try and engage both him and the Jedi she was already engaged with. Harry briefly registered that it was actually Knight Joran who he had been talking with earlier. Harry didn't even bother directly engaging. He just unleashed another bout of the Force to keep her off balance till Karan finally landed a strike into her stomach, downing her. Harry nodded in satisfaction before looking around and saw the rest of the Jedi finishing their opponents. He noticed that none of the team seemed to be worse for wear. Good, there weren't any casualties. I imagine this will be the only major resistance they could conjure in the chaos to meet us. I assume the commander will have some protection still, though, if they have not perished. Do you think it is likely they have? Karan asked. Harry paused for a moment as he reached out with his senses. The commander is moderately powerful and I can pinpoint his position easily enough. There are injured other Force sensitives near him, but they feel too spread out to be in the same room. Some of the presences feel weak or unstable, which means their health is likely in a critical condition. I will do my best to monitor their positions as we get closer, Harry told him. I see, Karan said in thought. With that, they continued through the ship. They ran into more groups of injured troops. These ones weren't Force sensitive and they ran almost as soon as they saw their group approaching. One man even tripped and fell on his own face, which, judging from the blood, seemed to have broken his nose. Harry actually had to make sure he didn't let out a chuckle when he saw that. It would be unprofessional. They eventually made it to the blast doors that had the bridge behind it. Do you think we could pierce this? No, the plating is too thick. I'll have to try and struck it to open it, Harry said as he went over to the keypad. He ripped it off the wall and started fiddling with the various wires on the other side. He continued this as he continues to reroute various power to overload the mechanism holding the door closed. How do you know the systems well enough to do this already? Karan asked. Is this going to be the whole trip where you question everything I do? Harry asked without missing a beat. I meant nothing. You are a very bad liar. I know the Sith systems to the same level I know the Republic ones. The layouts are different, of course, but they essentially are doing the same thing. Once I identify what each wire is doing, it's a simple matter, Harry told him. Fascinating, I was under the impression. Stop talking, the door is about to open, Harry ordered, as he got up and grabbed his lightsaber in preparation. He could hear the rest of the Jedi team moving in preparation as well. Karan, you better give it a rest already. Maybe do this when we're not about to go up against a Darth. A female knight grumbled quietly. He couldn't see it physically, but he was sure he could feel Karan frowning at the comment. I wasn't. The door slid open and Harry was surprised they weren't attacked immediately when the door opened. On the other side, he finally got to see the Darth commanding this fleet. He was surprised to actually recognize the man. It was a true Sith male named Darth Lyran. He looked calm and almost seemed to be smirking. Harry knew why too. Darth Lyran wasn't known for his combat abilities, but his use of the Force in combat was second to none. He used a Force technique that whipped debris around him like a tornado and pelted his enemies, until they were beaten down and killed. He was amazing at crowd control, and a group of knights wasn't exactly a threat to him in most circumstances. especially in a partially destroyed ship with tons of broken pieces surrounding him. Unfortunately for him, Harry knew exactly how to counter the man. In fact, it was rather easy to with anyone that had any real source of power. In the name of the Republic, you are under arrest.
Come quietly.
Harry told him as he looked around the room without letting his companions and enemy know of his actions. It seemed the room was clear except for the various crew hiding behind the consoles. Oh, and if I don't, then you will be treated as any other hostile. You cannot win this. This is your final warning. Harry said as he leveled his lightsaber at the overconfident Sith. It seems there's nothing left to talk about then. The man said. Almost as soon as he said that, the random debris in the room started floating in the air. Harry turned towards his companion. Step back. I will handle this, Harry ordered. I don't think. Do it now, Harry commanded. This time with much more steel in his voice. The Jedi didn't need to be told twice. They immediately stepped injure feet away from them. Harry turned back to the smirking Sith. He lowered his blade and started concentrating the Force into his non-dominant hand. Darth Lyron looked curiously at him, but his smirk never left his face. You don't seem to be afraid. You should be. I didn't reach the status of Darth for my good looks. The man said. Oh, I am very aware. How much longer will you be with this? Harry asked. At this point, the pieces in the air were lazily circling around the Darth. More and more pieces started floating in the air around him. He knew that the more pieces in the air, the more dangerous his attack was to his opponents. Luckily, his words seemed to get to the Sith. Darth Lyron's eyes seemed to flash with anger, and immediately the pieces stopped floating lazily and started whipping around the Sith with intense speed. It seems I will have to carve respect into you, Darth Lyron said. Immediately the whirlpool started expanding towards him. He could feel the tensing of the Force users behind him. He could see why. The speed that the pieces were moving at were almost too fast to see. Most Jedi weren't trained for such a situation. Trying to catch the pieces would be practically impossible, and defending against them would be a losing battle. They could try a force push, but there was little it would do against this storm. Is that all? I was expecting more from a Darth, Harry said with a bored expression. Darth Lyron's composure broke at that, and he looked furious. He looked ready to explode. And that's exactly what Harry was waiting for. He held up the hand he had been concentrating the Force into and made a punching motion forward towards the whirlpool. The Force came out like a lance with unbelievable force and pinpoint accuracy. He watched as the whirlpool got blown up from the lancing attack and watched as it kept going towards the Sith. The look on Lyron's face changed as he watched a powerful Force attack pierce his own and travel right towards him. He watched as the lance made of the Force crashed into the Darth and carried him through the air. He was pushed all the way to the other side of the room until he slammed into the window. Cracks appeared centered around his impact. Harry approached and walked past the injured consoles and surviving crew who were too terrified to stop him. He came to the man who had dropped to the floor. The Darth shakily got to his feet and grabbed his lightsaber, though he was shaking from the pain. He was bleeding in injured areas, and he was sure that the man's ribcage was damaged from his attack. He coughed up blood after a second, and Harry knew that this was not going to be any sort of an actual battle. You are dying. I did warn you, Harry said. You did. It seems I underestimated you. You're not a Jedi, are you?
No.
I am not. I am simply aligned with them to reach a common goal. The enemy of my enemy is my friend? Close enough, I suppose. I don't think I would go quite that far with it, Harry said. You never planned to let me live, did you? The man said after a moment. If you had accepted my proposal, I would have. But I knew you would not, and I did not want you to, Harry said. Darth Lyron was bleeding even more heavily. You know, you remind me of someone. The power, the confidence, the skill. The man said through his voice was starting to fade. Shall I finish you, please? The man agreed. Harry rose his blade and brought it down swiftly. The now headless body dropped to the floor. He looked over to the Jedi that were still on the other side of the room. Mission accomplished. Injured days later, Harry stood with Satel and other officers of the fleet they were a part of as they spoke with the Chancellor about their first real attack against the Sith. Overall, the damage was minimal and was less than even what we expected. The information was good, Satel said to the hollow image. The Chancellor seemed pleased to hear that. Harry said nothing and simply stood as he listened. Right now, the only real thing that the Chancellor wanted to hear was that the information Harry had given was true, that he could be trusted. This is good news. The information proved useful, and we not only destroyed a secret Sith space station, but an entire fleet as well. We have not struck a blow like this in years, the Chancellor said. Immediately, the mood in the room became more joyful. Harry decided that was enough. Chancellor, if I may? Harry interrupted. The Chancellor looked at him with surprise, but didn't seem upset. Of course. What do you have to say, Commander? As amazing as this victory was, we must push the advantage as soon as possible. Based on previous rates the Sith have recovered, they could have a full new fleet to replace this one within 8 to 10 months. Because of this major blow, the Sith will be forced to take the initiative to prove their strength. They will soon send another fleet, most likely to a high-priority target that they can take without too much loss. We should immediately get experts to speculate on where this could be and prepare for a counterattack. Harry pointed out. I see. You do have a point. Where would you think they would attack? The Chancellor asked. I can think of a few places that I might consider targets, but I will reach out to my contacts and see if they hear anything to better help us prepare. You are right. This victory was a good one, but we should not sit on our laurels. Let us use this victory to propel our morals skyward and help us further gather our courage to keep pushing forward, the Chancellor said with a smile. Despite the words that spoke of hardship, the Chancellor seemed to manage to turn it around to give courage to those fighting for him. As you wish, Chancellor. The image disappeared, and immediately the officers started talking amongst themselves. Harry moved away from the console and over to the window looking out at the fleet. He could still see some various ships moving around making small repairs to get the fleet back to 100%. A moment later, Satel joined him. I think that went rather well, Satel said quietly so only he could hear. Indeed it did. The first major win of the Republic in years. How does that make you feel? Harry asked. Honestly, inadequate, she said with something in her voice. Harry almost broke character as he tilted his head as he looked at her. He was sure she could feel the confusion from him through their shared bond. It's foolish, I know, but I've been doing everything I can to fight the Sith and have only been able to barely slow them down. But you come in and the next thing I know, we have destroyed a Sith fleet with minimal losses. We have destroyed a Sith station. We're most likely about to take back a whole quadrant because of it. That's not even mentioning the fact that the Sith are now going to act in a reactionary manner. I think you are heavily underestimating the vital position you inhabit that allowed this victory. I think you also forget how many years of preparation I put into this. It's not like I simply stepped on the stage like this and became a powerhouse. The mere fact that you were able to concentrate on your battle mediation while I concentrated on engaging directly with the enemy is the only reason we came out of this with so few casualties. Don't think for a second you are somehow lesser than me because you had a fraction of my resources and somehow still managed to halt the push of the Sith Empire. Don't beat yourself so much, Satel. Make no mistake, you are one of the most powerful and skilled Force users I have ever encountered. And that means something. Harry told her quietly. Satel seemed to think for a moment what he said before seeming to relax a bit. Thank you, of course. Now let's go coordinate our next plan of attack in my room together, Harry said. Satel covered her mouth and started fake coughing to hide her laugh. Together they snuck out of the room to go and enjoy some quality time together. Chapter 20. Years later, if he were honest with himself, Harry would admit that even he didn't think the Sith had it in them to take the kind of beating the Republic was now giving them and keep going. This was also coming from someone who had been part of said organization for years and still had hidden connections to it for spy purposes. It had only taken a year for the Republic to recover all the ground they had lost to that point. Under normal circumstances, this would not only be surprising, but downright impossible. Monumental naval forces don't just show up out of nowhere after all. Especially of the size that Harry had. The Republic Navy was now bigger than it was at the height of its power pre-war era. Not that Harry thought it was that impressive even back then. Every time the Republic ended major conflicts, they immediately downsized. They claimed it was too expensive to keep a military force of such size. Harry thought this was foolish. While not against smaller military forces in general, leaving themselves practically defenseless seemed to be a specialty of the Republic. It caused them to almost always get caught with their pants down in any major conflict. It was lucky that they had not fully demilitarized from the stunt with the previous Sith conflict, and only because the Jedi had pushed heavily that they believed another conflict was coming. It had turned out they had been right too. Back to the Sith, though. It had been a year since the Republic had regained their lost planets and a year to mark the beginning of the Sith losing the war. Harry had been pulling the strings and employing blitzkrieg tactics and often attacking Sith planets and outposts within a week of a previous major battle. Because of this, the Sith had simply had no time to react. Naturally, this burned out his troops faster though. To combat this, he and Satel would constantly switch out fleets within a month or two to allow the crew time to rest. He and Satel did not partake in such things themselves. Despite the obvious benefit to morale by constantly having them at the forefront of the conflict, it was also much easier to meet with each other when on the ship. Much fewer force sensitives around to hide from, and most did not have access to the level that housed their quarters. Chancellor, we have the advantage and have taken over half of the territory the Sith had previously been dug into. We have the locations of many of their outposts and know where their base of operations is. We should strike now while they are weakened. A gray-haired Jedi Master who looked like his face was stuck in a permanent frown said on the conference call. Harry sighed in his helmet, though no one could hear it. He felt a simple nudge through his force bond from Satel conveying to him to keep calm. Assuming that Commander Peveril's information is reliable, though I am sure it is, the chance of taking Dromund out of Sith hands, even with superior numbers, it is unlikely we would be able to take it from them without incurring heavy losses from our side. I am not sure I am willing to throw away so many lives on an endeavor that we could accomplish with a lot less with a little patience. The Chancellor pointed out. A very wise point, Chancellor, Satel commented. Though it sounded like a second thought, the other various commanders and advisors on the call would likely take her opinion into what they should do. It doesn't matter either way. Harry pointed out evenly and watched the many holographic faces turn to him. Oh, care to elaborate, O wise leader? The Jedi Master, who had been pushing for one final strike, asked condescendingly. Watch your tone, Master Korath. Remember whose fault it is that the Republic is even in such a position to be talking about this in the first place. Harry said back with a clear bite in his tone. Immediately, Inger eyes on the call turned and glared at the Jedi Master, including the Chancellor's and Satel's. Harry was well liked in the military for his strategic mind, resources, and of course giving them Inger fleets. Harry didn't ask much, but he did not tolerate being talked down to by anyone. Seeing the looks he was receiving, Master Korath immediately backed down and his face changed from annoyance to impassiveness. I apologize, Commander Peveril. I, of course, did not mean to call into question how much you have done with the Republic. I believe the stress of this war is getting to me is all. Master Korath replied emotionlessly, which was as close as Harry was going to get to a pleasant tone. Perhaps you should be given some time away from such stresses and allowed a chance to regain control of yourself, Master Korath. Satel said with a sharp glare before Harry could respond. Harry had almost forgotten that the Jedi were supposed to be in control of such things and that Satel, as the current leader of said order, had a vested interest in seeing that through. The man seemed to pale at that. That is not necessary, Grand Master. I will make sure to not have a slip of control again, Korath said. Though he didn't sound it, Harry could tell that the man was nervous from the threat Satel had given. If Harry remembered correctly, Korath had barely gotten a position on the council because they had been so divided on if he would be a good fit. He was a little too warlike for the council, who prided themselves on always remaining level-headed. Satel had voted to give him the position, which had caused the rest of the council to agree as well. But just as she had practically given him the position, she could just as easily get the position taken away. Of course, the true problem with Korath was Harry himself. There were many in the Order who still did not trust Harry and thought it was foolish for both the Republic and the Order itself to work so closely with such an unknown. Korath was in said group. It is fine. I simply wanted to make sure he understood the situation is all. As to what I was saying, if you will remember, our goal is not to destroy the Sith Empire, at least not yet. Our goal is to work with them to destroy our true enemy, the Emperor, Harry said. As soon as he did, a noticeable chill seemed to hang in the air, and judging by the shivers he saw the other commanders and advisors do, he wasn't the only one who had felt it. Again, you say that this Emperor is our true enemy. I mean, no offense, but you have shown no proof of this. How are we to know this threat truly exists beyond what we already know about it? Korath asked in a much more polite tone. That being said, he was still challenging Harry, and that was clear. Harry did not need to speak up on this. He had already prepared for this, as he knew this question would be asked. I have also confirmed the threat as well, Satel said out loud. You Grand Master? How did you confirm it? Did you meet the Emperor? Korath asked, no longer with any challenge, but surprise and a burning curiosity. Satel shivered for effect before answering. It is hard to describe. His presence can only truly be felt through the Force, and even then, to feel it you have to push through a seemingly invisible mist of the Force itself to notice it. It was not a pleasant experience. Satel recounted. Well, we now have two of our main commanders warning us of the same major threat. Do we plan to continue to ignore it? The Chancellor asked as he looked around the room. This time, no one said anything, including Korath, who would never say anything against his direct superior. Very well. Commander Peveril, since you are the one with the most information, what exactly you propose we do against such a threat? It is, after all, one thing to say we wish to join forces with the Sith and another thing to actually do it. It will be both extremely difficult as well as much easier than you would expect. The key to this lies with Darth Mar, Harry said. He watched the entire room tense at this. Darth Mar was one of the most powerful Sith currently alive, as well as the leader of the military forces of the Sith. It was a testament to his impressive ability in warfare that the Sith Empire was not reduced even further than it currently was, despite now being outgunned and outsmarted. Even with a smaller fleet, Darth Mar could go toe-to-toe with any of the Republic fleets save for the ones he himself led, and that was only because he knew his former master so well. And Mar was smart enough to know when it was best to utilize a strategic retreat, which made catching him difficult. Darth Mar? One of the advisors to the Chancellor asked with a clear question in his tone. Harry nodded. Yes. Darth Mar is not only the leader of the Sith's military might, but also the unofficial leader of the Dark Council. The political power he wields at this point is second only to the Emperor, and he is secure in said position. That being said, he is also one of the most level-headed and intelligent Sith you will likely ever meet. Out of all of them, he will be easier to convince of what we wish to do, and in doing so, he will then convince the rest of the Sith to do what we wish. Harry explained. That seems like an oversimplification. Another one of the commanders pointed out. It is and it isn't. I have been subtly laying a trap for Darth Mar and have all the pieces in place ready to spring it. That being said, I will need to use 3 fleets to ensure the man cannot escape from us. Do I have your permission? Harry asked. 3 fleets? You think he will be that much of a risk? It would not be wise to underestimate him, but the other fleets will not be used in actual combat. They are more to ensure he cannot escape, and that is it, Harry reassured. How can you be sure he will come and not another Sith? Simple, the level of threat will require him to come personally to deal with it, Harry said. Threat? You are tricking him into thinking we are going to attack somewhere? The Chancellor asked. Not quite. For safety, I do not wish to divulge the details save to those who will directly be participating in the attack. Harry said back. Do you not trust us? One of the advisors asked. Harry rose an eyebrow at the politician, though, again, the man could not see it. It would not be the first time information has leaked from one of our meetings. Harry pointed out. There were injured grimaces. Very well. I will trust you know what you are doing and transfer 2 more fleets to aid both you and Grand Master Satel in your mission. I pray you do not fail us. The Chancellor said gravely. Harry nodded. If that is all, I say we end it here and reconvene after this little mission is completed. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, I bid you a good day, the Chancellor said. With that, the entire call ended. Well, that went better than we thought it would, Harry said to Satel now that they were alone. It did. I expected Korath to be worse, if I am honest. Satel pointed out. Harry shrugged. He is just cautious. In truth, I would most likely act the same in his position. Harry admitted. And that was the truth too. In fact, if he had met someone like the person he himself was currently pretending to be, the man would not be allied to him unless he could somehow prove his background as well as his intentions. It was lucky that the Republic was in such a desperate position that they were willing to overlook such things. I can appreciate caution, but we are far past that at this point, and in war, constantly questioning proven allies is foolhardy. Satel disagreed. Fair, I suppose. Harry murmured. Do you really think you will be able to convince Mar of what you speak? Satel asked. It will most likely be difficult, but I think I will be able to. Showing him such things through the Force where information cannot be faked should do so. Harry pointed out. Are you sure about that? What if he discovers your true identity? While I cannot fake information, I can withhold it. Mar is powerful, but I doubt he is going to be strong enough to break through my mental defenses. Harry said. He and Satel were the only practitioners of occlumency, which certainly gave them an edge when it came to mental defenses. But what if he does? You didn't think the Emperor would be able to push you as far as he did, and that almost caused you to die. Don't underestimate Mar either. Satel chastised. Harry sighed but nodded in fairness. His abilities did sometimes cause him to act cocky against other Force users. As you say, dearest, he said back with resignation. He felt what was going to happen before it did, but he chose not to move and accept his punishment. Her hand smacked into the back of his skull, causing him to yelp in pain. She had actually hit him quite hard. Enough sass. Now let's go to our rooms, she said as she walked over to the lift. Harry gave her a confused look. It's a little early to go to bed, isn't it? He asked back. She didn't break her stride, but she looked back with a raised eyebrow and a smirk. Immediately, a light bulb went off and he jumped up to follow his lover. Coming, dear, he said with excitement as he made his way over to join her quickly. 2 weeks later. Are you ready for this? Harry said once more in his commander attire. Always, Satel said back as they were on the bridge. With that, they opened the comlink on the holo terminal and watched as injured distinguished figures appeared. Commanders, I hope you are ready for what is about to happen. I trust you are both in position and ready? Satel asked seriously. Both nodded. We are Grandmaster Satel. We are aware there shouldn't be much fighting on our part, but we've readied the weapons and shields just in case. Commander Justwell, a gray-haired stern-looking man who, despite his appearance, was actually a rather sensible man who rarely felt the need to take a hard stance when there was no need to. Excellent thinking, Commander. But, of course, we will do our best to keep you out of it. That being said, when Mar realizes the trap, which he will almost as soon as he arrives, you need to already have moved to block his escape. We will be counting on you for this to work, Harry said back. Commander, we have injure objects about to come out of hyperspace. One of the officers and a control terminal called out. Harry frowned. He's early than expected, though I shouldn't be surprised. All right, this is it. Make sure to follow the plan and prepare for combat, Harry called out. Immediately, the call was ended and the whole room seemed to move at a faster pace. Harry looked over at Satel. Are you ready for this? You will be leading fighter squadrons, Harry reminded. Leading those troops was usually a job for himself, but it wasn't uncommon that he would get injured in such a role, even if the injuries were never too big of an issue. Unfortunately, that was not something they could risk. Even if both Satel and him knew that he would recover, others did not, and if he somehow took a life-threatening injury, which was something that could realistically happen against his former master, then it could spell trouble with their allies. I will be fine. I have led fighter squadrons before, Satel pointed out. It's been years at this point, though. I know you're capable, but this could be dangerous based on how Mar reacts. Just be careful, Harry said lowly enough so no one else on the bridge would be able to hear it. I will. Trust me, Satel said back, eyeing him softly. Harry nodded and said nothing. With that, Satel turned away from him and walked towards the lift to go down to the hangar. Ships coming out of hyperspace in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Exiting hyperspace. The same technician called out. Harry looked out the main windows and saw the biggest remaining fleet of the Sith exit hyperspace right in front of his own fleet, which was already surrounding the smaller fleet. The two reserve fleets were doing the same in an outer ring to block all methods of escape from the Sith fleet. It was a testament to his former master power that he could feel the man's cold fury from on his own ship. Their shields are up to full power, though they have not released their fighters yet. A different technician said from their console. Fire the heavy cannons to bring down their shields and ready the bombers to disable their main ships. While disabling the entire fleet is important, the flagship is the priority. Harry called out calmly, "Yes, sir." He heard someone respond. He immediately then watched a few moments later as his ship, as well as the other dreadnoughts in the fleet, started firing down at Mar's personal flagship. Harry watched the Sith fleet start to surround said flagship in an attempt to protect Darth Mar's ship. "Sir, they are forming a defensive wall around the flagship." "I can see that," Harry said back. "Drilly, continue with the bombardment. Are our cruisers in position behind the Sith fleet yet?" "As soon as he is able, Mar will be making to escape," Harry asked. "Almost in 30 seconds we will have them fully contained." Harry frowned at hearing that. Every second counted when battling his former master. "Get the rest of our guns online and punch a hole through that defensive wall. Aim to disable when possible, but I want that flagship disabled and I want it now. Tell the fighters to launch now and hover near our dreadnoughts until I order them to go in," Harry commanded. "Yes, sir." He heard from injured technicians this time. Harry eyed the battle critically and watched as the rest of the fleet's cannons came online and started pelting the much smaller Sith fleet. Until that point, it had looked like the fleet was managing to hold its own. But the superior amount of ships and firepower quickly overwhelmed them, and Harry watched as of the ships forming the Sith's defensive ring had their shield fail and were then pelted with a storm of firepower directly on their hull, causing massive explosions. "Ease up on the ships once their shield is down. Remember, our goal is to capture as many as possible, not kill," Harry reminded that. "Roger that," he heard called back. He watched as the ships stopped getting the heavier shot and only received smaller artillery shots aimed at destroying their surface cannons. The rest of the ships with their shields still up started falling even faster as the fire that had been more spread out was slowly becoming more focused on those who still had the strongest defenses. "Sir, our artillery forces have reported that over 80% of the surface cannons on the left side of the ring relative to us have gone down." "Excellent. Order the fighter squadrons to escort the bombers to that side and fully disable those ships." Harry watched as the orders were carried out and one of the squadrons from another dreadnought moved on to fully start disabling the crippled fleet. "Sir, all shields of the ships forming the protective ring are down. Move in the other squads to disable them and order the cruisers and dreadnoughts to aim between the holes in the defenses to the flagship underneath." "Yes, sir." Harry watched the fire move from the outer layer to the flagship beneath. Immediately, he noticed the two dreadnoughts and injured cruisers part of the Sith fleet open their hangar doors and releasing their own fighters. On top of this, they started to lazily spin around the flagship to make it that much harder to get their fire past them. "Clever, Mar. Clever," Harry mumbled to himself. "Sir, the fighters are approaching our fleet. Reassign all artillery except for the heavy cannons to taking down those approaching fighters. Our ship's shields are barely touched and should be able to handle any onslaught of fighters without having our own squadrons engage. Have the squadrons not already engaging with the Sith fleet get behind the main ships for protection," Harry said as he watched the approaching fighters. Their own fleet could definitely handle squadrons of fighters with ease, but it meant they had to take some of their firepower away from their target. A good plan which might have gained Mar enough of an advantage to escape during the distraction, had they not had two more reserve fleets in waiting to block all exits for the Sith. With their cruisers guarding the rear now, there was no escape for the Sith and they could afford to lengthen their assault. For the next 10 minutes, the battle seemed to almost slow to a lull as one by one, the Sith fleet became too disabled and could no longer move to protect their flagship. The squadrons of the Sith were slowly shot down more and more until finally Harry noticed them returning to their own ships. "The enemy squadrons are returning to their ships, sir." Before he could respond, another one of the technicians interrupted. "Sir, we have an incoming transmission. Sir, it looks like it's from the enemy ship." Harry rose an eyebrow at that. Mar wasn't one to surrender. He wondered what could make his former master reach out. "Patch it through," Harry said calmly. Immediately a hollow image of his former master appeared in front of him. "Darth Mar." I have to admit I was surprised, given your reputation, that you would reach out like this," Harry said to him calmly. He idly noticed that his own armor and appearance looked vaguely similar to his former master's. He had gone with a lighter color scheme and had much softer edges to give him a less threatening appearance, but the resemblance was there. He wondered if he had done that subconsciously. "The surprise lies with me, Commander Peveril. You're not exactly known for your mercy, yet when I look out from the bridge of my ship, it almost appears as if you are going out of your way to not destroy my fleet. After all the work you put into this trap, I am curious as to why that is. Under normal circumstances, I would assume you wanted something from me," Darth Mar said back. The man gave a serious yet intimidating presence from his appearance alone, something he always respected about his master. "And if I did, would you be willing to meet with me without the need for violence?" Harry gauged. "That would depend entirely on the circumstances, such as why you wish to meet in the first place as well as the conditions of said meeting. I would ask that you halt your attack while we are having such discussions. I'd be willing to do so if you powered down your ship's engines first. I am more than aware of how slippery you can be, Darth Mar," Harry said back. "Agreed," Darth Mar said. Harry looked to the side at one of his technicians waiting for confirmation. It took a moment, but the man finally turned and nodded at him that the enemy ship's engines had powered down. Harry turned his head at one of his officers. "Halt all fire and draw our squadrons back. Keep the guns hot though. If they power up again, continue the assault," Harry said. There's the ruthless reputation I heard so much about. How very Sith of you," Darth Mar said out to him. Harry internally paused at that and narrowed his eyes. "I don't believe not blindly trusting an enemy is a uniquely Sith thought process. Either way, I and one other in a corvette. You must come, and if you wish, one other. I will keep the shields down to allow your ships to perform scans to confirm my word. I expect that you will do the same," Harry said, leaving no room for discussion on that matter. "Very well. I will meet you in half an hour. Till then," Harry said before the call cut out. "Bring in Grandmaster Satel's squadron and have her wait by the corvette," Harry ordered. "Yes, sir." Harry then turned and headed towards the lift. He stepped inside and turned. He clicked a button to take him to the hangar and waited as the doors closed and the lift started moving. He took a deep breath and felt his hand drift to his lightsaber at his side. There was a good chance that this would turn into a fight or some sort of trap. That being said, he and Satel were two of some of the best swordmasters in the galaxy. He could take on Darth Mar himself, and unless the man was keeping Darth Malgus on that ship with him, the chances of him bringing someone strong enough to take on Satel was very low, meaning they could most likely overpower him. The problem was, Darth Mar would know this too. So what was the man's angle then? The obvious answer was that Darth Mar was being sincere, but as someone who worked for the man for years, Harry knew how good he was at turning situations into his own benefit. He was usually able to figure out how, considering he had been an instrument in doing such in the past, but he was drawing a blank right now. That was all the more concerning for him though. The lift finally stopped and opened, showing him the massive hangar. Harry walked out and saw it was a flurry of activity considering all the squadrons are re-entering the hangar. He approached one of the 3 corvettes that were in said hangar. They were each parked next to each other and were mainly used for situations like this. Needless to say, they did not get much use. "What is going on?" Satel asked seriously as she approached him. "The assault has been put on hold as Darth Mar has called for a meeting once he noticed we weren't destroying his ships. That seems suspicious." "Agreed, though it is an opportunity one thought we shouldn't pass up. 2 representatives from each side are permitted. Me and Mar as well as 1 guest for each side," Harry said. She nodded, though she didn't look sure about what was about to happen. Despite that, they both boarded the ship. They quickly made their way to the cockpit and Harry immediately started booting the ship up. "I wasn't aware you knew how to drive corvettes," Satel commented as she strapped herself in. "I know how to fly all the main branches of ship classifications. Have been around a long time," Harry pointed out. Satel chuckled at that. When the entire ship was ready for takeoff, Harry opened the intercom. "Hangar control, this is Commander Peveril aboard the PX-1599 corvette. We are ready for takeoff to begin negotiations with enemy combatants. Harry said. Commander Peveril, this is HC, we read you loud and clear. You are cleared for takeoff. Good luck, sir. The hangar bay control room replied. Harry nodded before cutting off the line. We'll need it. Satel murmured to herself. Have faith in our abilities. We will be fine. At worst, this will devolve into combat and the chances of him having anyone to match us both will be unlikely. Harry pointed out. In overall combat we are superior, but Darth Mar is a highly skilled opponent whose mastery over the dark side is at a level seldom unheard of for the most part. While he might not win, he could do irreparable damage to either of us. Satel pointed out. Harry's expression darkened at her words. What she really meant was she could be irreparably hurt. It will not come to that. Promise, Harry said to her. She looked at him for a moment and Harry could feel her searching through their bond for his own feelings, and he presented them to her. He let her bathe in the warm glow that was his presence. Before his eyes, she seemed to calm down. She nodded and looked forward and out the window into the darkness of space. Harry turned as well and started to pilot the ship between the two fleets before cutting off the engine power and let the ship simply float in space as they waited. How long? He said 30 minutes, so within the next 10 minutes. He is never late after all. Harry said as they kept their eye on the horizon. They stayed rather silent the entire time, both verbally and through their bond. Harry could feel her anxiety through it and he imagined she was feeling something similar. They're here, Satel said as she continued looking out the window at an approaching shuttle. Harry could feel his former master's presence on board and made sure to strengthen the magic around him to disguise his own force presence as to not be caught by the man. So they are. Let's go meet them, shall we? Harry said as he stood up and waited for Satel to do the same. Once she did, they both made their way down to the airlock that the Sith would be coming out of. They waited patiently before they heard air being released as the airlock smoothly opened. As soon as it did, the man of the hour came through in all of his glory. He came to stand right in front of Harry and he could feel the man sizing him up. Harry eyed him right back. Commander Peveril. Darth Mar greeted neutrally. Darth Mar, thank you for meeting with us. Harry said back in a monotone as he held up his hand for the man to shake. Darth Mar looked down at the hand before smoothly taking it and shaking. It was a power move Harry knew to take with his former master. The new Darth Mar respected those who could maintain posture in his presence, whether they be friend or foe. Yes, well, given the circumstances, Darth Mar said back coldly. Harry ignored the jab and looked at the woman behind his former master, at the human woman standing behind him that was currently glaring at him. And who is this you have brought? Harry asked with some genuine curiosity. He did not recognize her from his time in the Empire. My newest apprentice, Lacris. Darth Mar said back. A Sith marauder? I did not think you the type. Harry said back easily. There are more ways to aid our empire than just pure combative power. Darth Mar replied back. Harry remembered he had said that to him years ago when he was the man's apprentice. I can understand that. It is impressive though that you, who was trained as a Sith warrior, is able to so easily train other types as well. Well, enough about that. I am sure you are aware of my guest, so there is no need for introductions there. Shall we get to the discussion? Harry asked. He didn't want to spend too much time just talking about nothing. Just enough to show he was aware of more than most. Agreed. Would you prefer private discussions or with our guest? Harry asked politely. Private, as you wish. Right through this door. Harry gestured into a meeting room. Darth Mar entered silently while Satel and Mar's apprentice, Lacris, waited outside. The Sith woman appeared concerned, though she did a good job of masking her feelings for one of her station. Once they were both inside the room, the door shut and sealed itself. Harry sat across the table from Darth Mar. First, I would like to thank you for reaching out for this meeting. I had assumed it would take a lot more to force one. I was curious as to why you had bothered to want one in the first place. I assume you know I will never betray the Sith or the Empire. Mar pointed out with steel in his voice. Harry scoffed at that. The Sith betrays their own all the time. It would not be a sudden precedent you would be starting. That being said, it is not the Sith or even the Empire that I wish to talk about. In fact, it is quite the opposite. I will speak honestly. I need your help, Darth Mar. That is not what I expected. Though I must admit to being curious as to what the Republic could possibly want my help with that doesn't involve the Sith or the Empire. Or perhaps this is a more personal request. Mar suggested. You could say it is both. In truth, what I am about to talk to you about is the reason I enjoyed the war effort in the first place, especially against the Sith. The Republic wishes for help, but truthfully, they do so at my insistence. My curiosity has increased even more. Perhaps you should stop dodging what you wish to talk about and just come out with it already. My time is valuable. Mar said with a tinge of annoyance leaking through. Very well. I wish for the Republic and the Sith to join forces to face the greatest threat to both organizations, the Sith Emperor. Harry finally said. There was silence following his sentence as Mar simply looked at him. Is this a jest? It is the furthest thing from it, Harry said back. You honestly expect me to believe that the Sith Emperor is an enemy of the Empire and further to aid you in toppling him? Darth Mar asked. Yes, though I know it won't be easy. This is why I will explain what I know to you and then would like to forge a temporary force bond with you to show you the truth of my words. It will not be anything strong, so I shall not be able to harm you in any way and vice versa. You assume too much, Commander Peveril. I only ask you to hear me out. Unless you hadn't figured it out, I am risking much by trying to do this, you know. That being said, there is much at risk, and I truly believe the only way to accomplish the goal of toppling the madman is together. Again, I only ask that you listen to what I have to say and decide for yourself. Harry urged calmly. Darth Mar went silently for injure moments. Speak and I shall listen, but I shall agree to nothing else. Darth Mar said to him. Harry rose an eyebrow at the man's easy agreement for what he asked. He had expected it to take much longer. Thank you, Darth Mar. As you may remember, years ago the voice of the Emperor went missing and it was generally believed that it was the Republic that took him. This is incorrect. In truth, it was I who took him. I had been suspicious of the Emperor since I have heard of him. I found an opportune moment to take the voice and did so. As you may know, the voice has a direct connection to the Emperor himself. I hijacked this connection by force and took as much information as I could from it before the Emperor finally managed to overwhelm me and shove me out of the vessel. The overload of the force battle between us killed the voice which released the Emperor. I had wondered why the Republic had not mounted an assault against Dromund Kaas with their newfound military might. You did not tell them? Not at the time, no. Not until recently, though I have convinced them, we are unable to attack the planet at present. Why? As I said, I do not wish for the destruction of the Sith, instead I wish for their cooperation. It is only through this that I believe we will have a chance to take on the Emperor. Back to the Emperor, what makes you believe he is such a danger that both sides should put aside their differences to deal with him? What did you see in your assault of the connection between him as his voice? Death on a monumental scale. The truth is that the Emperor is not just a powerful Sith, he is so much more than that. He has ascended past such things and become a force entity. A force entity? That sounds vaguely familiar. It is extremely rare and could be thousands of years before one arises. You may recognize the name Darth Nihilus. Vaguely. He was one of the pretender Sith active after the time of Revan. Correct, though your records probably don't have too much on him, considering he was also a force entity and your Emperor would suppress information on such beings. A force entity is a being that transcends the physical realm and becomes one with the force in a sense. Because of this, to maintain themselves, they need to essentially feed on conduits of the force. You mean force wielders, don't you? Yes and no. All life has the force flowing through it to some degree, but obviously it is much higher in force wielders. They are preferred, though normal people can be used as well. It is not unheard of for an entire planet to be used to feed on. Harry explained. You are suggesting the Emperor is one of these force entities and is feeding on force wielders? Yes, every death on each side of the war helps to sustain the man on being as he should be referred to as. That's insane. Agreed. I could scarcely believe it myself until I lined it up with all events up to this point. The Sith Emperor pushed for a large-scale war between the Republic and Sith when it would have been better to infiltrate the Republic over time to subvert it and weaken it. Instead, He launches a full-scale war where tens of thousands die in the first few months. One could argue that this could simply be a coincidence, but then you can take into the fact that every time the war seems to lull into a stalemate, the Emperor unnecessarily pushes for a massive military campaign to be launched against the Republic. Again, this is not needed. Had patience been exhibited in these times, the war would have ended already. I know you know this as you were often the one who advised him of this, Harry said to him. Darth Mar was quiet at this. It is not uncommon for a military strategist to go unheeded by their superiors. Darth Mar pointed out. True, but the Emperor has proven to be smart and shrewd enough to know what I have pointed out, and you are as well. I will not insult your intelligence or my own by pretending that you have not often wondered at the man's hidden motives when he makes said decisions. Even further, for one as intelligent as he has proven himself to be, he does nothing discourage Sith infighting in any way, even among the higher-ups of his military might. Why? Because Sith killing each other is just as beneficial to him. What you say has merit. I will allow you to craft a force bond between the two of us, but will only allow it to be of enough strength to confirm what you say. Darth Mar says. Harry nods slowly. This whole exchange has been going inordinarily well. He held out his hand to his former master, and the man took it hesitantly. Harry closed his eyes and reached out into the Force expertly as he moved his own force and prodded Darth Mar's own Force presence. It did nothing to respond to him, which Harry figured wasn't a bad sign. He calmly intertwined enough of each of their presences and concentrated on merging them together until they seemed to meld into one. With that, Harry transferred all knowledge he had of the Emperor over to Darth Mar. Harry was surprised when he felt no pull from the man to look at anything else than what he sent. Most would not be able to control themselves. It took Inger minutes to show him all the things he knew and why he knew them. He left out the part after he had assaulted the Emperor through the Force connection where he speculated and then believed it was actually Revan who gave him the information. That was interesting, Darth Mar said as Harry finally injured the connection. Do you believe me now? Harry asked finally. I believed you before we forged the bond. I just wanted to be sure that you were being honest with me. Darth Mar said back gruffly. Harry tilted his head in confusion before realization struck him. You already suspected, yes. After becoming the supreme commander of the military might of the Sith Empire, I researched the previous empires to see where they succeeded and failed. When I got to Darth Nihilus, I noticed that the information was extremely sparse for what he was. I then had Inger agents go into the Republic records and see what they had. Took months, but once I got the information, I became curious about why the Emperor wouldn't know the same information or why he was covering it up. You were right about me noticing that some of the Emperor's actions did not match up with what I knew of the man. When you told me of the fact the man was a Force entity, it all seemed to click into place. I see. Well, I am glad you understand the situation. Then Darth Mar. The real question is, will you aid in toppling the man? Harry asked. I will, after all, even in these circumstances. You have never led me astray. Darth Cyrus. Harry froze at those words before his eyes narrowed.
I'm sorry.
Please, if your actions before this did not prove it, then your reaction certainly does. Your charade is useless at this point. Take off the mask and talk to me face to face as we once did. Darth Mar commanded. Harry did and said nothing as he continued to stare at the man. After a full minute, he acquiesced to the request and took off the mask before staring at his former master. Darth Mar's head tilted in satisfaction as he did so. How? You were good. I'd be surprised if anyone else was able to figure it out. You changed your blade and fighting style. You even managed to alter your presence in the Force, but there were some things that simply didn't align. Peverell's appearance so soon after your disappearance was one thing. Such skilled Force users don't simply appear from nowhere. The Republic needed you, so they didn't question it. But the Sith did. Furthermore, the way you command was practically the same. Even the way you trapped me was reminiscent of how you used to take down your enemies. Your knowledge about us was startling as well. Clearly you had quite the spy network. Just as you had when you worked for the Sith Empire. That could have been a coincidence, though. Harry pointed out. Could have, but I did not believe it so. Lenera's disappearance at the same time was also rather suspicious. I assume she is how you maintained your spy network while being a full-time commander? Darth Mar questioned. Harry did not confirm it, but he didn't deny it either. All the pieces were there, my former apprentice. When I first noticed, the only thing that caused me to doubt was the motive. I truly believed you thought of the Sith way as the true way. I puzzled as to why you would betray the Empire if you were truly who I thought. I assume it has to do with this knowledge you have shown me. The truth is that the Sith would never stop the war in an advantageous position against the Republic even given the situation. They would have foolishly thought they could do it all without the Republic. The Sith would only bow if they believed they had no other choice except extinction. As much as it annoys me, you are most likely right about this. But why did you not tell me then? I knew you didn't approve of most Sith and their way of not being able to control themselves. That being said, I was not sure I could convince you to join my way of thinking so easily, and should it turn out poorly, then you would know my plans and would have been able to more easily counter them. Harry pointed out. I'll admit that knowing what I know now, I am not sure what my actions might have been back then just learning this. I suppose looking in hindsight, you made the best decision you could based on what you knew. I will support you, though there is one more thing I wish to ask. Darth Mar said, leaning forward. What is it? Say the Empire joins you and we defeat the Emperor. What do you think will happen between both sides after that? What do you mean? You can't expect for peace between the Sith and the Republic to last. After the fight, the war will most likely continue. Darth Mar pointed out. Harry shrugged. In truth, I don't really care at that point. It's not like I believe the Republic to truly be the right side, though in truth, while I think the idea of an empire is better for organization and progress, it has its own weaknesses that I believe make it unsustainable. After this is all over, I suppose I will simply retire. Away from all the conflicts and annoyances, Harry said to his former master. I see. Very well. Let us go and inform our guests about our decision. Your new apprentice. Is she as promising as I was? Arrogance truly never suited you. Darth Mar commented as they stood up. Is that you avoiding the question? Harry questioned. Darth Mar made a grunt. She is good and has the traits I seek in my apprentices. Of course, we both know that you were one of a kind. Before you left, I had been grooming you to join the Dark Council and one day take my place. Lakharis will never be that, but she will be useful, and that is all that matters. You have not changed, Mar, Harry said as he put his mask back on. Neither have you, not really anyway. Let us be done with this now. We have much work to do from this point on. Chapter 21. If there was one thing to take away from it all, it was that Harry should never have underestimated his former master. What do you mean by all, exactly? Harry said blandly, very skillfully hiding his shock. He seemed to be the only one on the call that was able to. The rest of the gathered generals, advisors, and Jedi on the call didn't seem to be able to manage nearly as well. Even Satel looked impressed, though she was clearly trying to hide it. I would also like to express my disbelief. The Chancellor said, changing from surprised to skeptical. Unsurprising. From what I know about the way things work in the Republic, what I have just said is impossible. Luckily, things work a little different in our side of things. Darth Mar said as he looked at the other members of the Hollow Conference that was currently happening. His former master cut an opposing figure with his arms crossed and an almost palpable feeling of danger coming off of him, even though the image that he was reduced to. His armor also looked slightly different as well. His armor looked similar but had a slightly sleeker look to and looked like it might have been slightly tighter on his frame. This only further showed his natural build, which did nothing to put anyone's mind at ease. He also seemed to be wearing a hooded cape with the cowl currently over his head. Harry wondered if it was only for intimidation because it did nothing to shade his face for obvious reasons, and it definitely did not hide his identity. Are you trying to say that as Supreme Commander of the Sith armies you can simply have the entire force stand down? Satel asked with some confusion. Harry had already thought a bit and had an idea of what Darth Mar had truly done. If he was correct, then it was certainly impressive. Being Supreme Commander is only part of it. In the Sith Empire, everything is about power and influence. I am at the head of the Dark Council because I have both. I was originally appointed as Supreme Commander not only for my skill, but because I had pull with many key members of the Sith forces. Many admirals and captain have their appointments because of circumstances that I engineered, and they know that. Of course, I don't control all of them, but I do control a majority, which is enough to convince any of the dissenters to fall in line. Darth Mar said, as if what he just described bored him, which it probably did. Mar didn't care for talking about his power. He'd rather prove it with action. That sounds too easy, one of the generals pointed out. Mar simply scoffed. Don't think taking Dramenkos will be easy because of this. It is the central power of our empire and has the highest Sith presence by far. It will be an uphill battle the entire time. This simply bypasses the step of your continued plowing through our remaining naval forces. Darth Mar said back pragmatically. Harry nodded at this. Mar was already thinking long-term. By now he realized the power the Republic could bring to bear on the Empire, and he would rather not directly confront it. He was going to save as many Sith lives as possible, realizing that after this campaign was over the Republic would be weakened. He probably understood that the assault on the Emperor, it was the Republic forces that would most likely be leading the charge, which also meant they would lose the most. Then he probably accounted for the fact that Harry was going to leave the conflict, which would mean a huge advantage back to him. Harry looked at his former master, and he seemed to be looking right back at him. Harry gave a hidden smirk. The man probably knew what Harry was thinking right now and was waiting to see if he would say anything. In truth, though, his former master was probably spot on. After this was over, Harry didn't plan to stick around with the Republic. Even further, dealing with the Jedi Order this closely constantly grated on his nerves. The real issue was whether he would be able to convince Satel to join him or not. That seems inefficient, one of the Jedi Masters said. I don't think anyone from the Republic should criticize others about inefficiency. Darth Mar shot back. This caused some to frown in disapproval, but a few of the politicians, but of the military members snorted in amusement at the comment, showing at some level they agreed. Commander Peverell, what do you think about this? The Chancellor asked him. I think it doesn't truly matter. When we attack Dramenkos, we will be taking a majority of the total Republic fleet with us. Even with all the gathered naval might of the Sith, we could easily deal with it if they decided to betray us. At most, they would simply slow us down. Knowing that, it would be of Commander Mar's best interest to aid us, if for no other reason than because it will limit Sith casualties. Harry said, the goal may not be to help the Sith Empire to survive, but simply to evacuate the top members to allow it to go back into hiding and rebuild now that they are on the cusp of defeat. One of the Jedi pointed out. A valid point. I suppose then it is your choice whether or not to trust Darth Mar's words. I am sure at this point you already know where I and Commander Satel lean on the matter. If that cannot convince you, then you must come to the decision on your own. Harry said in a bland tone. He didn't want to push too hard on this, otherwise it would look like he was taking the Sith side over the Republic's, which may not have him viewed in a good light. That could be detrimental to what they were about to do. Perhaps we can reconvene after a day or two to think about this. If what Darth Mar says is true, then we should have some time before we decide to attack, given that the Sith fleet is no longer active. Darth Mar, for caution's sake, would you agree to have outward communications from your fleet restricted while we decide on this? I can agree with that, but I ask you do not take too long with this. By now the Dark Council has realized they have lost contact with the Sith's naval power, and will begin to make preparations for what that means. The longer you take, the longer it will most likely take to capture the planet, which also means more losses. Darth Mar pointed out. We shall keep that in mind. Given that, I suggest we reconvene in 3 days' time to figure out where to go from here, the Chancellor said. Harry rolled his eyes as the majority of the council agreed. Well then, gentlemen, until we meet again. With that, the call ended, and Satel simply looked at him with an expression that said she was clearly just as exasperated with these politics as Harry himself was. And you wonder about my distaste for the Republic? Harry said, just loud enough for her to hear. Oh, enough whining. This is how democracies work. People are held accountable for decisions they make, so they need to be more careful and weigh what they decide, especially when it comes to listening to the words of someone who was recently an enemy. Satel said, arguing devil's advocate. Perhaps, it is a shame the price of efficiency in politics is corruption. There is no perfect system. How could there be when it is run by imperfect people? Satel responded as they both walked to the elevator to head back to their private quarters. They stepped in together and relaxed slightly now that they were out of sight. Why, I don't care for any system. Anyway, you have any plans for the rest of the day?
No.
Why did you have something in mind? She asked coyly. He smirked, though she could not see it. I had a few ideas, he said as he leaned in close to her just as the lift opened to the private residence of both of them. Immediately Satel jumped at him and he caught her with ease. She wrapped her legs around him and smiled. Why don't you show me those ideas then? She asked cheekily. Harry took off his helmet and looked at her with his own eyes. As the lady wishes. A day later, beep beep, Harry. I think your communicator is going off. I'll get it later.
I'm sleeping.
Harry, there is a limited amount of people who can reach your private communicator. It's probably important, Satel said back. Harry fully pulled himself from the world of dreams and blinked injure times to get the sleep out of his eyes. He looked at the communicator and saw it blinking with every noise it made in an almost angry fashion. He grunted before picking it up and leaving the room. Hello? He answered. I hope I am not pulling you away from anything important? His former master said to him rhetorically. You're not about to convince me that you yourself don't also require sleep. Harry said back in a monotonous tone. Perhaps, but I'd never allow it to show in my voice. Given that we spoke just yesterday, I assumed this was important. Harry shot back. Possibly. I shall get to the point. 6 hours ago, an informant of mine on a secret mission was scouring certain areas of the Outer Rim when he was attacked by pirates and had to make some risky escape maneuvers to get away. Alright. One maneuver was a sub-light jump that accidentally took him into the Maelstrom Nebula. Have you heard of it? Vaguely. It's on the edge of the unknown region, is it not? Considered to be pretty much impossible to navigate due to its size, correct? Correct. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. You have such obscure knowledge. I assume with you bringing this up, your informant found something? Indeed, he did. Are you close to a hollow terminal? Mar asked. Harry rose an eyebrow before looking at the console that sat at the center of the residential area he was currently sitting in. He got up and approached it. I am now. You're sending something, I assume? I am. Look at this and tell me what you think. Mar commanded. Harry rolled his eyes before plugging his communicator in and waiting. After a moment and the 3D model of something appeared. It was clear it was a pocket within the nebula that seemed to house a star, though it was a little hard to tell what its size was. Harry also didn't notice any planets around it, though that wasn't exactly surprising. The only thing he noticed was an object that seemed to be orbiting the star, though it was clear that the object wasn't a planet. The shape was too artificial, though it seemed to be blurry. I assume the scale was made based off a partial scan and not a full one, and this is not some giant object rotating around the star, but rather something between the star that appeared bigger because of its closeness. I would assume. So what is it? Something I was hoping you could help me figure out. Mar said. Harry sighed before paying more attention. Well, based on the shape, I am assuming it is some sort of space station around the star. Going further on its shape, it almost looks like it's an old Republic station, but go on. The design has been modified to have those pillars on it. All high-quality material. I imagine it's to give the base, high-level jamming capabilities as well as the extended range ability for communication under the radar. Harry zoomed further in on the object and looked at on-injure color spectrums for better observations. Unfortunately, the image was fuzzy due to only being partially seen. Do you see the way there are subtle color changes on its walls? It's uneven, like what you would see on cruisers that have been in battle a lot and have had their paint scrapped off. Except it's a station, which means it's less likely it was a scrape, but rather it has been faded with time. Considering the average wear and tear of a station, especially one that most likely hasn't engaged in any battles yet, is still in commission means it's old. Very old. With that conclusion and the design, could you think of a specific time period? It's hard to say. The design of stations, while having been updated, there are still injure that resemble this one. The paint tells me more than the design. It's been allowed to fade, but the station is clearly not derelict. So, it is being maintained but not for looks. It's probably been at the very least a century or two. Harry said as he eyed the station. Stations were obviously kept around for long periods of time with how expensive they were to make. Most would rather keep servicing one until it was literally too old to continually working properly. They could usually last a full century before most needed to fully get rid of them. This one was very old by those standards but also remarkably well kept. It must have cost a fortune to keep it working even with the other upgrades, and that must mean that the station had something on or about it that was so important that it couldn't be changed. So, it's an old, well-kept, Republic spy station. Its original design was Republic, but the other changes aren't. The Republic has some upgrades like this from that time, but they look different. Why would they use these designs if they already had other designs to do the same thing? No, they were designed by someone else. The huts? No, the amount of money to do this and then the amount to maintain it moving around would have been noticed. Especially for how long this has been here. No, this was made by the Empire. Harry said finally. How can you be sure? They are the only others who could have not only the resources to do this but also could do it silently because they were still in hiding at that point. I have been on the Dark Council for years and have never heard of a station out in the Maelstrom Nebula. And given what you say it is capable of, I can't possibly imagine why. You're right. Given your position, you most definitely would have heard of this. Which means there is someone within the Empire who can command massive amounts of resources, with no one knowing. Someone who can easily use Sith resources on something that does not directly aid the Empire. You're getting to the Emperor, aren't you? You are saying this is something he commissioned. Mar stated. It would be my guess. Though its purpose I couldn't say. Could it have to do with this ritual you speak of? Mar asked. Harry frowned in thought. I don't know enough about the ritual to answer either way. It is entirely possible, and the lengths it has gone to stay hidden leads me to agree with that. After all, it was complete luck that it was found in the first place if what you tell me is true. Harry said. In that case we should go and deal with this. Mar said. Harry rose an eyebrow. What do you mean? We are on the verge of the attack on Drummond Kos. Harry pointed out. Please, we have weeks before a decision is made. We can be back in a week. A week and a half at the latest. I imagine those politicians would welcome the extra time to waste on the frivolous. Darth Mar said, putting a hint of annoyance on the word politician. Harry sighed. Not if the time is bought by us gallivanting to do some secret mission without their approval. Harry pointed out. You're the commander, are you not? You have the highest military power. What could they possibly do? Mar asked sarcastically. This isn't the Empire. Fear does not keep these people in line. If there is no trust, then they will act against as much as they can. The weak will always push back against their betters. But a boot does not concern itself with what ants think of it. Then it is a good thing for them that I am not a boot and I don't look at them as ants. As that weakness I sense from you, my apprentice? The next time we meet, I am sure I can give you a first-hand experience to see how weak I am. Harry bit back with obvious steel entering his tone. Darth Mar did not immediately respond. Humph, at least you still have some backbone. I will be leaving with a fleet in 24 hours to check out this station. You can deal with the politics. Mar said to him before cutting the connection. Goddamn it, Mar. Harry muttered as he rubbed his forehead to assuage the growing headache he felt coming on. What was that all about? He heard Satel ask from the direction of his bedroom door. He didn't even bother to look over as he answered. Mar found something near the outer rim in the Maelstrom Nebula. A secret station of some kind. He believes. We believe it was created under direct order of the Emperor and that he has kept it hidden for some reason. Harry told her as he sat on a sofa, leaned back, and closed his eyes. Sounds important. Are we going to do something about it? Satel asked, switching into her battle commander mode. We wouldn't be able to explain why we were leaving to the Chancellor or the Senate for fear he might find out. I'll convince the Chancellor the importance of the mission. This could have to do something with the ritual, and if it is, we could strike a premature blow. Satel said. It could give away the fact that we know about his plans and are trying to stop them. It might cause him to act more erratically. Harry pointed out, turning to look at her. You think he doesn't suspect at this point, and he hasn't heard murmurings from what we have told the Republic commanders? Possibly. But this could move us in his mind from possible threat to an assured one. You deal with those two types differently. Harry replied back. Sounds like Mar is going with or without you. Satel shot back. Yes, but Mar is still an unknown as far as the Emperor is concerned. None truly know at this point why he has aligned with the Republic. The Emperor might believe he stumbled upon the station by accident. If we go with the whispers he might have heard, it changes the situation. It potentially changes the situation, and only if all these assumptions you make are accurate. Do you think we should go with him then? Is that your official recommendation? Harry asked seriously as he looked her directly in the eye. It is. If you say no, then I will defer to your judgment because you are more experienced, but that would be my official recommendation, Satel said back. Harry looked at her for a moment before giving her a slow nod. Just give me some time. We have a full day before Mar is planning to leave. I'll give my answer to you in a few hours. And we can go from there, Harry said as he weighed the decision in his mind. Very well. I'm going back to sleep then. Wake me when you have decided, Satel said, her voice losing its professional quality and going back to a much softer tone. All right. I think I am going to stay up and continue to deliberate for a while longer, Harry said. He watched her go back to their shared bedroom before moving over to a viewing window that looked upon the fleet. He commanded as well as the star they were orbiting. He sat on an armchair that looked out and quieted his mind. He looked to see if the Force had any insight for him. In truth, it almost felt like everything around him was abuzz. But nothing was directed at him. Give me something. Just one goddamn sign, please, Harry whispered as if he were talking to no one but himself. Ask and you shall receive. A day later, has it been taken care of? Harry asked as he looked at the fleet moving to position to enter hyperspace. Yes. The Chancellor was naturally skeptical, of course, but I managed to convince him that this mission was potentially incredibly important without going into detail. Speaking of which, you never told me why you decided to change your mind, Satel said as she stood next to him stoically on the bridge, as she also gazed at their shared fleet. Complicated. I will explain, but I am not sure if I have truly processed it myself, Harry murmured behind his mask. Had it been anyone who didn't have a direct connection to his surface thoughts, they probably wouldn't have heard him. I see. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter too much. Mar is getting in position and is about to enter hyperspace. We will follow right behind him, Satel said before walking away to go consult with one of the technicians. I hope to see you soon, my friend. We should use both fleets to surround the space station. Even with the Sith fleet being almost completely dead, by this point they have most likely conscripted ships from private companies and possibly civilians. They probably have enough for one good fleet. Nothing to stand up to us most likely, but we should not underestimate them. Mar spoke with a commanding voice over the holo console in the war room. There were Inger admirals also on the line as well as starship commanders who listened intently. I agree with that assessment. We should also not discount the possibility that the Emperor has other resources and hidden fleets he might send after us. We don't know what is hidden in this facility or how far they will go to protect it. This could be easy or extremely difficult, Harry pointed out as well. We will use the dreadnoughts and cruisers to form a defensive perimeter around the space station to both protect it as well as prevent others from reaching it. We will also have our starships out to allow for quick lightning attacks if any enters the system as well as allowing for a quick exit if need be, Satel said as a 3 model also appeared, allowing the various commanding members of the fleet to see physically what she meant. A fleet this size, they will know we are coming and they most likely have weapons to protect themselves from an assault. What is the plan to possibly deal with this? One of the admirals asked. We will engage in a diamond pattern if this happens while focusing fire on the station's weapons while doing our best to preserve the station itself, Satel answered. Do we have schematics of the station? Another admiral asked. Not this specific one, but I have found some of the blueprints of the station build that this one was based on. There are obviously some differences, but the main power reactors and most of the exhaust system should definitely be the same. The interior of the space and rooms might be different, however, Harry said as he forwarded the blueprints to each ship. Do we even have an idea of what we're going to be looking for in this station? An officer that commanded the starfighter squads on his ship. Truthfully, no. Only that it is important. Because of this, we're going to have a limited group go on board and deal with whatever is in the station. How limited exactly? I misspoke, there will be multiple teams that board, but injure of them will simply be to aid in securing the main areas of the station. Satel, you will lead a vanguard group to deal with the rest of the station along with me. Mar, you will be the last commanding officer aboard. I trust you will be able to keep the fleet standing if something does indeed attack us? Harry asked rhetorically. Of course. Mar said back in an almost insulted manner. Good. If that is all, I believe it is time to get ready to exit hyperspace and prepare for our designated roles. Harry said. He saw injure nods before the console turned off and the meeting ended. You suspect something about the station, don't you? Satel asked quietly. What do you mean? Harry asked in a delayed manner as he watched the last of the officers that had been in the room with them leave, so only they remained. You know what I mean. I can feel you hiding it from me. So what is it? I do have an idea, but if I am wrong, then it would be better if I had not brought it up in the first place. I hope I am right, but I can't be sure until I see it with my own eyes. Harry said back, trying to satisfy Satel's curiosity, though he knew it would not work. Fine, you won't tell me, I can see that. Can you at least tell me if this thing you hope to find is good? Potentially. Could also end up being bad. It depends on the circumstances surrounding it, which I couldn't even hope to guess. Harry admitted. That, at least, was the truth. Harry had no idea if what he believed was in this station was in any proper condition. Fine, I trust you even if you won't tell me what this thing in the station is. Though I expect you to make this up to me. Satel said sternly, as did her best to look him in the eyes while he wore his mask. As my lady commands. Harry said with a ghost of a smile, relieved that she was willing to no longer push him on this. You still look ridiculous in that thing. All right, let's go to the bridge and get ready to exit hyperspace. We should be any minute now. You're right. Let's go then. Harry agreed before getting up and following her to the lifts that would take them to the bridge. They rode in relative silence until they arrived, though as soon as the doors opened, there was an immediate change of pace felt as they observed the energy in the room as the various ships' piloting technicians were preparing for both leaving hyperspace as well as possible battle. Status? Harry called out as he made his way over to a chair specifically made for him to command from. Sir, we will be arriving in 2 minutes into the system. We already have the shield generators up and working and almost have our weapon bays ready for a possible violent encounter. A captain said while approaching him. The man was known as Captain Vegaro. It was a strange name, and the man was from a small mining colony before rising through the ranks of the Republic military. He was rather new to the ship, but he handled himself with distinction. He was also the man that had control of the ship when Harry was away. Excellent. What's the word on the station? They must have noticed our approach by now. Harry asked. The scouting party hasn't yet reported any sign that they have yet, but we are still receiving signals from the team, correct? Harry asked for clarification. Yes, sir, every 30 seconds unless they notice something, in which case they are to report immediately. Excellent. Check the weapons bay again and have them step up their setup if they're not done. Once done, prepare for taking the reins once I depart. That'll be all, Captain. Harry said as he nodded at the man. Sir. The man said in acknowledgement before walking away to go do what he had been told. I am going down to the hangar to make sure the boarding teams are ready. Satel told him. Harry nodded. I shall keep you updated on anything major. Keep your calm on you. Harry said as she walked away. Always. She called over her shoulder before disappearing. Harry sighed and took in a deep breath as he felt himself tensing in preparation. Lord Mar just exited hyperspace and reports no enemies sighted outside of the station. A technician reported. Good, but keep the shields up and the weapons hot. Harry ordered. Yes, sir. Exiting hyperspace in 15 seconds. Another person said. Harry said nothing and just prepared for what was about to happen. Exiting in 3, 2, 1, now. As soon as the man finished, the streaking stars that they had been flying past seemed to stop abruptly, and they suddenly were looking directly at a space station that was illuminated easily by the star it was orbiting. Status? Harry called out. All systems are green and we are approaching the station. Lord Mar is already approaching the station. Are the station's weapons operational? One moment. Yes, sir, they just came online. Looks like we caught them by surprise. That's what I wish to hear. Mar is likely already targeting. Slide into the specified position and start taking out the surface cannons on that station. Prepare to deal with starfighters as I believe I see the station's hangar doors opening. Harry called. Yes, sir. Moving the ship into position. The fighter squads have been ordered to start deploying and get ready to engage enemy starfighters. Once the enemy starfighters have been revealed, get me a 3D model of them. Harry ordered. Yes, sir. Ships are exiting the station. Another person called out. What about our ships? 3 squads have been deployed with more on the way. Good. Harry said as he watched the formations the enemy squads were taking. Models are coming up on your console now, sir. Another technician said. Harry nodded before getting up and stepping over to the holo console close by. Indeed, a blue holographic model of the enemy starfighters appeared. Harry eyed them looking for weaknesses. They were Sith designed unsurprisingly, but clearly of an older design. Well kept, sure, but older nonetheless. They were likely more maneuverable, but their onboard weapon systems likely couldn't do nearly the same amount of damage to the Republic starfighters of this generation. The ships aren't nearly as numerous, but they seem to be forming small perimeters around the bombers. They likely know they can't stack up against us in a fight and hope to get the bombers to cause the most damage. Order our fighters to target those bombers. They will have trouble getting past our shields, but a concentrated attack might be able to do it. Harry ordered. Yes, sir. Reaching out now, was the response he received. He then used his communicator and reached out to Satel. Yes, she said as she answered. Mar is dealing with some of the surface turrets on the station, but we're being delayed as enemy starfighter squadrons are escorting bombers to stop us. They shouldn't penetrate our defenses, but they are slowing us down. Harry told her. What about the rest of the fleet? Inger just dropped out of hyperspace, but we're still waiting for more than half of our ships. The others are getting into position and will soon send more aid. I assume this will be done within 10 to 20 minutes before we have completely secured the area around the station. Then it will simply be making sure that none can come into the system to aid it. Alright, well please keep me updated. Of course. Signing off. Harry said before cutting the connection and returning his attention to the battle. He watched his squadrons engaging with the enemy and then soon watched more starfighters from the other ships to join the fray. The Sith fighters were soon outnumbered and it became a matter of how long it would take to dispatch them all. After near 10 minutes, it was simply stragglers left and most of the ships in the fleet that had come had gotten into position. Sir, you have an incoming call from Lord Mar. Patch it through. Harry ordered. Immediately the floating torso and head of his master appeared. Commander Peveril, I assume you will be boarding the ship soon? That is correct. I also assume you noticed the rather inconvenient issue with this station? You mean, how I cannot seem to sense anything inside of it? Yes, I did notice, Harry said with a frown. That had been something that had bothered him immensely. It meant there was most likely some form of Sith alchemy at work to prevent Force users from being able to sense what was inside. That was extremely concerning. For safety, if I do not hear from you in an hour once you board, I will destroy the station with or without you in it. He told him. Harry thought about that for a moment before nodding. That is fair. I will endeavor to keep you updated on what we find. While I am sure the rest of your ship's members don't trust me, if you need backup, I have prepared injured troop ships with warriors to aid you. Do not hesitate to ask. That is uncharacteristically kind of you. Harry stated suspiciously. Hardly. This mission and your role in it are important given who we are likely dealing with. Destroying the station is something I only wish to do if I believe it to be absolutely necessary. Mar shot back. Harry nodded at the rationalization. He expected it after all. Very well. I hope I shall not need them, but I will inform you if I do. Thank you, Lord Mar, Harry said politely, not breaking character. Mar nodded and cut the connection without saying anything more. Sir, it looks like the battle has come to an end. The last of the enemy starfighters has been taken care of and the surface turrets have also been destroyed. Excellent. Prepare the landing party to leave and tell them I will be joining them momentarily. Captain, you have the bridge. Yes, sir. Good luck on your mission. Thank you, Captain. Harry said before heading down to the hangar. When he arrived to it, he saw Inger ships waiting already loaded up and ready to take off. Only one had its door still open, showing it was the one waiting for him specifically. He boarded the ship and looked at the various Republic commandos inside. Commander, they also welcomed in close to unison. At ease, I hope you are ready for anything, men. We are, as always, sir. Good. Pilot, take us out of here. Harry set up to the cockpit as he grabbed a handle hanging from the ceiling of the ship. Yes, sir. With that, he felt the ship lift into the air and move itself out of the hangar. With that, he felt it start to accelerate. He waited patiently in the silence of the ship. The ride wasn't long considering his ship was the closest to the hangar entrance of the station. We're approaching, but there seemed to be some ground units waiting for us. The pilot called back. Can we deal with them? Harry asked back. Enough to land, but we won't be able to take sustained fire. The ships aren't exactly built to take a beating. Understood, do what you can, pilot. All right, troops, prepare yourselves for a rough arrival under fire. I shall do my best to block the fire of anything that comes our way, but I am not going to be able to stop everything. Make sure to take cover. Understood? Yes, sir. Good. Open the door and get ready to jump out. Harry ordered. His men quickly started forming around him at the door of the ship. Harry could feel when they entered the hangar of the station by the shift in the gravity around him. Almost as soon as the door was open, Harry had to ignite his blade and start deflecting bolts that flew at his ship. Harry jumped from the ship and landed on the floor. He looked up and took in exactly what he was dealing with. The hangar was more heavily fortified than he thought. There were gun placements in injured places and pairs of them protecting every door that led further into the station. There were also portable barricades placed in a semicircle around the main part of the hangar. There were Sith troops with blaster all over the place as well as what looked like Sith Force users in injured locations. Harry frowned as he started to continually block blaster fire. It looked like this would be more difficult than he thought. There are more of them than we thought. We will have to do this, slow and steady. Make sure that now unauthorized ships make it off the station. As long as we are not on a timeline, moving slower shouldn't be an issue. Inform Commander Satel of this as well. Harry ordered to the troop commander who just landed next to him and was using a metal crate for cover. Yes, sir, but we need to move. We're almost completely exposed out here. The commander said back. Leave that to me, Harry said as he switched from a two-hand form to a one-hand form with his blade. He used one hand to continue to block the blaster while he raised the other and reached out into the force. He quickly lifted the rest of the metal crates and giant shipping containers and brought them to his men to form a defense line between them and the incoming fire. He started stacking them until it almost completely covered the incoming troops. Unfortunately, there was no longer enough for when Satel's troops landed, which meant they would have to share this cover. It also meant they would be a more compacted target for their enemy. Commander Satel has been informed, sir, the troop commander said as he laid down some suppressive fire against the enemy. Harry saw that he actually managed to hit injure enemy troops. He also saw that injure force users approached them. 3 to be exact. Good. We have approaching enemy. I will engage them directly. Try to take advantage and deal with the enemy shooters while they may be distracted. Do you think they will shoot at you? Not while I am closely engaged with their own men. At least not likely, Harry said back as he got ready to jump out from behind their defenses. Understood. Be careful, sir. You as well, trooper. With that, Harry jumped over the improvised barricade and charged at the 3 force users. All of them were male and were wearing what looked to be light armor, all with a cloak over them. He noticed their armor all had a golden symbol he did not recognize, almost like the point of an arrow facing upward. It might even have been similar to a minimalist image of a Sith starship. Harry didn't even bother to question them as he tossed his lightsaber and caught in a reverse grip before lifting to deflect the first blow of the incoming warrior. He knocked it back so hard that the man grunted and stepped injure steps away. Harry didn't bother with him, though, as he spun the lightsaber back to a normal grip before raising it to deflect a blow aimed to cleave him in half diagonally. This man, however, managed to take his blow, and as his blade knocked back, used the momentum to arch it into another diagonal strike, this time in an upward motion. Harry, however, had copied the movement, except he brought his second hand to join the first on his blade to generate even more strength. This time the hit did knock away the man's hands, leaving his body completely exposed. Harry quickly closed the small distance between them and buried his blade in the man's chest. He heard a small gasp from the pale Sith warrior. Although he couldn't see it, he felt the Force warn him that the last man he hadn't engaged was trying to strike him in the back while he was distracted. He yanked the blade out and spun around while lifting his blade to block the blade just in time before it came down on him. Harry looked past the crossed blades and saw the warrior was glaring at him with hate and anger. Harry ignored it before pushing forward to force the man on his back foot and forcing him away for a moment, allowing Harry to launch a series of swipes with his blade. The man moved quickly and managed to block the first three. Unfortunately for him, when he made to block his fourth strike, Harry stopped his strike and reached out and covered his hand with the Force. He caught the blade, causing his enemy's eyes to widen significantly in shock. Harry, however, did not bother to revel in the wonder his enemy felt as for the second time. He buried his blade into the stomach of his enemy. Harry watched the body drop to the floor as the Sith warrior died. Harry then finally looked back to the Sith warrior, who he initially knocked back and who was currently the last of his compatriots to live. He looked a lot more wary of Harry now that he just watched him kill his two allies in quick succession. It probably had been less than 6 seconds since he had made his first 2 strikes and already 2 were dead. Instead of directly engaging him, the enemy waited as he slowly lifted his bed, showing he was ready for Harry but was going to wait for him to make the first move. Harry scoffed to himself as he looked at the man before he started striding over to the man like a predator who approached his prey not in a sprint but with a walk because he knew there was no escape. Harry brought his blade up in a flash before smashing it down with his full strength. The man lifted his blade to meet his. He did manage to the block, but was clearly unable to fully take the hit as Harry pushed their crossed blades towards him to the point they almost were touching him. The man took a step back, but was able to brace himself enough to stop Harry's push, though he was clearly sweating from the effort. Just as quickly as the pressure appeared, Harry pulled the blade away and went in for cut across the man horizontally. The man was able to meet him again with his own blade, but again could barely take the hit. Harry narrowed his eyes as he saw the man was barely able to handle his strikes. With that, he pushed the man and had him almost completely on the defense. Harry pushed and continually brought his blade close to cutting the man in two. While he continued to have the man on the defense, he looked past the man and observed the situation around them. It looked Satel had arrived and had taken control of the men. They were making real headway against the firing line. He needed to end this. He paid closer attention to his enemy. He could just wait until the man's strength simply gave out against his own, which would most likely be soon. But Harry felt it would not be soon enough. He would have to do something to get the immediate advantage. He already thought of a plan. Instead of launching his next strike with his blade, he raised his empty opposite hand and unleashed an unexpected force blast against the man. He was launched backward almost 10 feet and fell heavily on his back. Harry immediately planted one foot back before launching it forward and twisting his body to launch his lightsaber with extreme force at the recovering Sith. He watched the man's eyes widen, who had been halfway up before he fell backward and into a backwards roll as the blade flew over him. Harry smirked as the hand he had thrown his blade with was still extended. He quickly made a fist and watched the blade that was now less than 10 feet behind the Sith, who was attempting to get up again, stop and stay, frozen in midair. He then violently pulled his hand back to his side. The blade then came spinning violently back to him. The Sith looked at him in the eye and noticed his stance. He stood in confusion before recognition entered his eyes. Harry smirked as he saw the men's minds cried out at him to turn around, but he knew it wouldn't be in time. He watched as only the man's head was able to even start turning as the blade went right through his neck and continued to Harry. He reached out and grabbed the blade from midair. He then looked at the Sith, who stood frozen for a moment. He then sank to his knees and fell face first to the ground. As soon as his body fully hit the ground, his head separated and rolled away. When you're done being impressed with yourself, perhaps you could come aid the rest of us. He heard Satel yell over to him. It brought him back to what was happening around him and also reminded the Sith troops that he was no longer within close proximity of any of their allies. They once again opened fire on him, causing him to go back to deflecting blaster shots as he made his way back to Satel. Was that necessary? He asked as he returned to her and the rest of his troops. Was standing over your fallen enemies like you're some kind of god of war necessary? She shot back rhetorically as she deflected a blaster bolt back to its sender, killing the man as it collided with his face. Whatever. We need to deal with these men. Do you have a plan? Yes, you and I charge the line and start wreaking havoc on their own defense line. They'll panic, allowing our troops to move forward and better position themselves to eliminate them all. Satel said. Seems a little risky. What, can't block a little blaster fire? She asked sarcastically. She didn't wait for him to respond as she jumped over the crates they were using for cover and charged. That woman, Harry muttered as he jumped the line and followed after. He could see why Satel was less concerned. Her dual-sided lightsaber allowed her to deflect blasters much easier than he could with his single blade. A shame his other blade was recently destroyed in combat and he had not yet gotten a replacement. He either blocked or dodged as many blaster bolts as he could. He watched Satel jump over their defensive line and line behind injure of the soldiers. They quickly turned to meet her, though the only difference it made was which direction they faced when they died. Satel lunged and spun her blade around herself, killing injured men in one movement. Harry himself finally reached the line as well and landed next to Satel. They instinctively went back to back and faced both directions the line went. For a split moment in time between only them, it had seemed as if the battle paused. Are you ready? She asked. Always. Then let's do this. She yelled before charging. He followed the action in the opposite direction. He immediately deflected a blaster back to the first man in his way, causing him to catch the bolt to his chest. He then slid past the man and struck his blade into the chest of the trooper next to him. He brought the blade all the way to the hilt into the man before violently pushing the man backwards and off of it. The body smashed into a man further back, instantly knocking him down, causing a brief distraction that Harry capitalized on to close the distance to more troops. With a lightning-fast sweeping strike, he taken down 3 more men and used their bodies as shields to continue pushing forward and down the line. Although he hadn't cared for the comparison, Satel was right. Fighting these troopers, especially in close range, left almost no hope for them against him. They were panicked and reeked of fear as he pushed forward and tore through them with both his blade and the Force. It really did almost make him feel like some sort of invincible god of war. He continued to carve his way through the troops and attained their full attention at this point, allowing their own commandos to push forward and start aiding them. The multiple angles they were being attacked at and with such force proved to be too much for the Sith troops, and they quickly fell before them. As he cut down his last opponent, he took a breath and looked across the hangar towards where he could feel Satel was at and watched. He implanted one side of her blade into a troop before quickly deactivated and walked away as the man simply fell over dead. It looked rather cold, but he knew it was simply her way of dealing with so much death. He walked over to the main door that led out of the hangar and into the rest of the station. It was there they all regrouped. This station has more defenses than we anticipated. Perhaps it would be unwise for you to travel on your own, Satel suggested. It sounded professional, but he could feel through their bond that she was actually concerned for his well-being. Their defenses are stronger than we thought, yes, but there is unlikely a single room big enough to launch the same type of assault. It could also be possible that they simply sent a majority of their forces to try and bottleneck us at the hangar. They must have known they wouldn't be able to stop us long, Satel commented with a frown. Harry tilted his head in thought. You are correct. Which means they were delaying us. But why? They could be attempting to destroy something before we can reach it, or they are hoping reinforcements will come. Harry speculated. I'll alert the fleet then. Excellent. I will push forward searching for what is on this ship they are hiding. You clear the various rooms with the troops. I promise to act cautiously, Harry added as he saw the look Satel gave him. She nodded hesitantly, but said nothing further. Good. All right then, I shall leave you to your task, Harry said as he moved away and down a hallway quickly. He turned a corner and was out of view of his own allies. Alright Surik, where is he? In your days previous. Ask and you shall receive. Harry jumped to his feet, ignited his blade and pointed it in the direction of the voice. He had no idea who it was, but their skill level to be able to get on his private ship and stay under both his and Satel's senses meant they were dangerous. When he saw who it was, however, he calmed, if only slightly. Standing in front of him was a Force ghost. Not just any though, it was a woman he was sure he had met before. You. I know you. You're that woman that came to meet Bastila all those years ago. Mitra Surik. The Jedi who took down the Sith triumvirate. He said slowly, as if unsure if he was truly believing what he was saying. You have a good memory, Harry. Though I shouldn't be surprised knowing now who you are. She said with a smirk. He narrowed his eyes. If I remember correctly, you disappeared on your own search for Revan. I had assumed you died. My condolences. Thank you. Though that is not why I am here. That much I could figure on my own. So why is a Jedi who mysteriously disappeared 2 centuries ago coming to me just now? I would have rather come much earlier. Unfortunately, it seems you have some sort of position that stopped me from directly coming to you without permission. She replied. She seemed to hint before, though she already knew what said position was. Don't you know what position I hold? I have guesses, of course, but I am one with the Force and so far have been limited in what I could find out. Would you mind telling me? Very well. I am the Master of Death. A foolish and misleading title if there ever was one. In truth, I am his chosen champion or vessel. As a Force user who became one with the Force, technically you cheated death in a way by not entering his domain. As such, you are not allowed to directly interfere with him or me. An agreement made between my benefactor and yours, as it were. How fascinating. Even now, being one with the Force, it seems I still have so much to learn. You did not come here to learn from me though. You said I called for you. I am sure I didn't. Not directly, no. In truth, I have wished to reach out for a long time to someone who I believed capable of embarking on a mission of grave importance. You were obviously my first choice, and you will understand why in a moment. Unfortunately, as I said, I was not allowed to reach out to you. However, you stated a wish to be given guidance on something I am directly related to, which was enough to seemingly get by whatever was blocking me from you and allowed me to present myself. A loophole then. Fine then, you said you wished to contact me, well now you have. What is it you have to say? The station you have found is a prison. One of the most important to the Emperor based on the lengths he has gone to hide it. Prison. What is he imprisoning there? Not what, who. The station has only one prisoner, and it is one of the greatest threats the Emperor faced, though still not one that forced him to show his true power. A prisoner who you were one very acquainted with. She finished. Harry absorbed all the information and his mind felt like it was going a mile a minute as it put all the pieces together of what she was saying. Finally it clicked and he froze. He looked her directly in the eye and held her gaze. He felt it, the longing and anticipation building up inside of him. You can't mean... He could not even finish the question. Your thoughts are correct. The station is the secret prison of our mutual friend, former Jedi Master and Dark Lord of the Sith, Revan. Alright Surik, where is he? Follow this hallway till its end and make a right. There will be a Force wielder with a 10-man patrol. Plow through them. Got it. Was all he said as he pushed his body harder and was almost at an all-out sprint. He saw the turn Surik had spoken of and pulled out his blade and ignited it. He could feel the Sith Force user leading the men and determined him to be at a moderate Sith Lord level. Not enough to be a challenge for him though. He would use the confined space to his advantage and make quick work of the man. As soon as he rounded the corner, he unleashed a Force blast behind him to launch himself forward extremely quickly. He saw the Force user look at him with surprise and the men behind him start raising their weapons in an almost slow motion from his perspective. He watched the Sith Lord ignite and raise his blade. Unfortunately, Harry had no plans to play at this moment. He raised his empty fist as he quickly approached. The Sith looked confused at what was he doing until he watched flames spark to life around it. Harry let out a quick yell as he brought his currently flaming fist forward and slammed it against the blade of the opposing Sith. As soon as it did, the fire that had stayed concentrated around his fist violently expanded outwards and blasted forward through the hallway. Harry was sure the men were cried out, but the roar of the fire drowned it out. The fire soon died out and Harry saw nothing left but 11 charred bodies like on the floor. He grunted in satisfaction. That was the first real spell he has cast in a while. It had come just as easy as he remembered. Still got it, he said to himself in satisfaction before casting a quick spell to break down the bodies before continuing to push forward. He ran in to injure more groups as he moved through the station while listening to the directions Surik gave him. He barely engaged any though, and instead unleashed power area of effect spells in the compact hallways that left virtually no escape or defense of his enemies. He had almost forgotten how easy it had been to dispatch with the average force user when he was going full force and not limiting himself due to his cover. How much farther, Surik? We must be near the center. Harry called out. We are almost there. Can you not feel it yet? She asked as a whisper in his ear. He frowned. Feel what? You tell me. Harry growled but did as he was told. He reached out deeper into his feeling with the force. At first, he didn't understand what Surik was talking about. He hadn't felt anything ahead of them. Wait, that was... The area in front of them felt completely devoid of the force. It was just like what the station had felt like from the outside. It was cut off. They blocked it off so no one outside of the room could sense him. It was worse than that. The connection goes both ways this time. Both ways? You're saying once I am inside, I won't be able to feel what is happening outside of the room. Harry murmured. Yes, but that was not what I was getting at. What then? Think. They are keeping him in there. He's been in a room cut off from the outside for close to almost 2.5 centuries. Surik hissed. Oh, this is not good. Was all Harry could think to say. Exactly. I am unsure of what his condition will be. I also will not be able to contact once you enter the room. Figure out a way to break whatever is keeping the inside and outside separated. I will, he said as he reached the door that led into the room where Harry believed Revan was located. Good luck. Thank you, Harry said as he opened the door to the room. He stepped into the brightly lit room slowly. It was rather empty, so it was easy to notice the things that stood out in it. Harry sucked in a breath as he finally laid his eyes on his former master and one of his greatest friends. He looked lanky and was missing the muscle and bulk he used to have. He was also frozen in what looked like a pillar of light. Harry felt his anger bubble to the surface. The other thing he noticed in the room was an unexpected occupant. The man was sitting on a metal crate looking unconcerned at Harry's arrival. Harry narrowed his eyes at the man and approached slowly. The man slowly stood and Harry was finally able to grasp his full height. The man, if he could be called that, was huge. He looked to be close to 7 feet tall and was almost completely made of muscle. His legs, however, looked like they were cybernetics, which meant they would most likely be stronger than a normal leg, but unable to channel the force. The man was wearing a cape that was attached to his armor, which seemed to be a custom heavy piece. I should have expected it would not be so easy as Harry ignited his blade. With Revan in the room and in close proximity, he would be unable to use his area of effect spells to quickly overwhelm his opponent. It also meant that he couldn't use most his spells unless he got in close. He eyed the man and took a moment to take stock of his force presence. It was impressively high, especially considering he was missing large parts of his lower body. This man was definitely on a Darth level and certainly one of the more powerful ones. Are you ready, Jedi? The giant asked him as he pulled the biggest saber hilt he had ever seen before. I am not a Jedi, but I am still your enemy, Harry said as he ignited his blade. The giant ignited his and Harry eyed it. The blade looked like it was crackling as random sparks occasionally came off of it. That was probably not good. Harry took a stance and waited. He didn't have to wait long as the giant stood one moment and then launched himself forward in another. Harry's eyes widened at the speed the man was able to achieve even with his large size. Harry was almost caught off guard as the giant reached him and tried to bring his blade down on top of him. Harry didn't even try to block it as he was sure the strength the blow would overwhelm him. Instead, he calmed himself and strafed to the side and twisted his body so he was now to the side of the man. As the giant brought his blade down and moved his blade in for a stab to the man's side. The man surprised him again when he quickly rolled to the opposite side and away from his blade. Again, he surprised Harry with his speed, but this time it caught him less off guard. He quickly rushed in and threw Injure Cut at the man, which he was clearly able to keep up with. Harry frowned as he tried to get closer. If he could get a spell of, he could end this, but the man was too fast. If he actually wanted to hit the man, he would need to get in close, but unfortunately he was able to keep Harry at a distance. Harry once more tried to engage him directly, but if he did it too long the man would use his strength to overwhelm him, forcing Harry to constantly jump back before re-engaging. He had to think and come up with something. Harry tried to experiment and sent Injure powerful force pushes at the man, but he seemed to simply shrug them off. They caused him to pause, but they didn't even make him stumble back. Harry gritted his teeth at that and then tried to use various things in the room to hit the man with, but he seemed rather observant and was able to either block or slice apart anything Harry threw at him. Harry knew he was being overwhelmed. He didn't know who this man was, but he was extremely skilled in multiple lightsaber forms. That, along with his immense strength and matching speed, made him extremely dangerous to duel in close quarters. His lack of availability to use spells that would properly dispose of the man further deepened his problems. And anything weaker would need a direct hit that he could dodge. And even then, he seemed to reinforce his body with the force beyond anything he had seen before, which meant whatever spell he was hit with, he would most likely not taste the full brunt of the spell. He was running out of options. "You're slowing down, Jedi. You will be dead soon," the man said as he continued to put Harry on the defensive. Harry narrowed his eyes at the man's word. Death. That was unlikely, all things considered. Wait, that was it. Funny. I was about to say the same to you. Look at you with no other skill except with a lightsaber. Do you even know how to connect with the Force? You are an embarrassment to anything related to the Sith, Harry said, trying to make the man angry. He needed this to look real. The giant yelled. His voice vibrated through the air and Harry could feel it against his skin. Harry ignored it and deflected Injure of the cut the man sent his way instead of dodging. He grunted in pain. He was right to avoid these up to this point instead of trying to take them head. He deflected an upward rising vertical cut, but his arms were blown back from the force, leaving him completely exposed. The Sith took advantage and brought his blade in for a stab and buried his lightsaber in Harry's chest the same way he had done earlier in the hangar. Harry gasped as the air temporarily left and time seemed to freeze. He slowly looked up into the face of the giant, who smirked down at him in triumph. "Time's up, Jedi," the giant said to him. Harry leaned forward and put his hand on the man's shoulder as he struggled to stay upright. "It would seem so. Shame, you were quite the opponent," Harry struggled to say as he tried to stay awake. "I wish I could say the same," the man sneered, spoken like someone who thinks they've won. Harry murmured with a forming smile, just loud enough for the man to hear. The man looked confused at his words and then suddenly realized his blade was still in Harry's chest and that Harry for some reason had not died. It was too late, unfortunately for the man though. With as much speed as he could muster, Harry snapped his other hand up with his deactivated blade still in it and right under the man's chin. His eyes showed shock as he noticed the movement. What? The blade ignited in an instant and went straight through the bottom of the man's skull and out of the top of it, killing him instantly. With that, Harry finally fell to the ground. He watched the giant join him soon after, though only one of them was still alive. The blade that had been burning in his chest till that point had now been deactivated and fell to the floor, allowing the lethal wound on his chest to stitch it closed. Harry sat there breathing heavily as he waited for his body to heal enough that he could get up and finally move around. It took nearly 10 minutes before this happened, and still the wound was repairing the internal damage. Note to self: avoid taking a lightsaber to the chest in the future. He shakily stood to his feet and finally started making his way through the room to Revan. He walked slowly towards his former master and a nearby console, which he hoped would allow him to release the man. He looked at the buttons and pressed on a few of the buttons and waited for a moment as he looked at his first master. He heard a noise like something was powering down, and the pillar of light that was imprisoning his master started to flicker before fully disappearing. He watched as his master fall over and roll down away from where he had floated. Harry moved over to him slowly because he was still recovering. He dropped down to his knees and gathered the man in his arms. Revan. Is it you? Can you hear me, old friend? It's Harry. You need to wake up. I need to take you out of here, Harry said to the man as he looked at him, trying to decipher if he could hear him in this state. There was no reaction. He started to feel anxiety as he didn't see Revan move. Revan, wake up. Please, my friend. I need you to get up. I have come so far to find you. Sacrificed so much. Please, Harry said, almost pleading with the man at this point. Ah, Harry, is that you, Revan? Thank God you are all right, Harry said as he hugged the man in relief. Harry, what have you done? Sorry for the delay on posting. I have been busy with school as this is my last year in college. Hope you enjoy. Chapter 22. Back after quite a break with a new chapter. I once said I would never abandon a story, and I plan to keep that promise. That being said, I'll be honest, I somewhat burnt out from Star Wars. The last movie really killed my interest, and while The Mandalorian has somewhat brought it back, this will likely be a somewhat harder story for me to update quickly. That, along with how busy I am while trying to continue in the pursuit of working as well as trying to get credentials for my next planned profession, leave me with much less time. Apologies to those who do enjoy this story and wish it would update more. I hope you can forgive me. With that, enjoy this chapter. You are distracted. Harry looked to his right and watched as Satel came and stood next to him with her arms crossed comfortably in front of her. He took a moment to acknowledge her presence before nodding in agreement. Revan, I assume? Yes. It had been injured days since they had rescued Revan, his former master and friend, from the hole he had been in. The man was now in a healing center back on Coruscant. The Jedi had been quick to offer up a security detail for Revan, and considering that just because the man had been found, they couldn't simply put off the invasion. Harry hadn't been accepting of that, of course. He didn't trust the Jedi with the man, so he left an entire battalion of droids, personally led by -47 Hong Kong dollars, to protect Revan. For once, HK had actually been accepting of missing combat if it meant he could stay with his old master, and Harry had told him that any trying to interfere or cause harm to Revan's health could be killed. He had told the Jedi that as well, and they hadn't liked hearing that. He had made it abundantly clear that he did not trust them with such a man's life given his spotty relationship with their order. If they didn't try anything though, there would be nothing to worry about. You're worried about him? I thought you left him with adequate protection, Satel commented. Harry nodded slowly. I did, it's just, feels wrong to leave him back there alone. For someone who was once so close to me, I understand. But you know we need you out here, correct? As one of the commanders of our military, it's not like you couldn't be there for one of our last great military feats. That seems optimistic. At the end of the day, we still need to find the Emperor. And even more, after he is dealt with, I will be leaving the stage and allowing the Sith and Republic war to continue. So, we're not close to the end of combat, not really anyway, Harry pointed out. Satel frowned but said nothing to that point. They stayed silent as they continued to look out the window into space as they continued in hyperspace. They were on the bridge on his flagship, though there was currently only a skeleton crew to keep the ship steady since they were still a way away from Drummond Cos, which meant no one was around to hear them speak quietly. It'll be fine. With hope, if we can capture the capital, we can have this pretty much over within a few days, and then we can go back to Coruscant. Satel finally declared suddenly. You're right. Still, this feels like every second is going to drag on. I will make quick work of the Dark Council and get this over with. They submit or die. Simple as that. Harry said back. Adrian, these are Sith we're dealing with, Satel. You need to deal with them with a heavy hand or the rest won't fall in line. Especially the Dark Council. Mar will be with me to make my point. Still, just don't lose yourself in your haste. Of course. 3 days later. What is this? Harry asked as he looked out the window of the ship. A trap, I'm assuming. Mar commented blandly. They had arrived in the Drummond Cos system, and Harry had expected there to be some resistance as soon as they entered, despite there being so little left of the Sith's naval forces. If he knew the Dark Council, they would throw their remnants at them, possibly to buy time for them to possibly escape or even come up with some other plan. They, of course, had planned for such an eventuality. They had stayed at the edge of the system to avoid detection, which allowed them to have injure points of entry while also blocking the various escape points. What he wasn't ready for was a single cruiser sitting right outside the planet's atmosphere, apparently waiting for them. He and Satel had simply looked at it in confusion before calling the rest of the admirals along with Mar. What are the chances that they're trying to negotiate peace, realizing that their situation is hopeless? Satel asked sarcastically. Possible, but very low. The Dark Council, while it has its arrogant fools, also has those on it level-headed enough to realize they are about to lose and possibly be extinguished. Mar answered anyway. Could be a trap. Perhaps a fireship to hit one of our fleets. One of the admirals pointed out. Harry nodded at that. He could see the Dark Council trying to lure them in with the chance of a peaceful resolution, only to then try and kill the leadership. With the amount of might they had brought, it likely wouldn't do enough to turn the tide, but still. Sir, we have an incoming transmission. One of the technicians called out from their console. Harry rose his eyebrow but didn't question it. This should be enlightening. Harry muttered, put it through. A hologram appeared in front of them, showing a familiar face. Darth Azamin appeared with his frowning visage. Harry said nothing as the man appeared, waiting for him to speak, considering he was the one who wished to negotiate. Darth Mar, I never thought you would be one to roll over and turn up your belly to the Republic. After all that speech about doing what's best for the Empire. Azamin glowered. I still am. I am working with the Republic, not for it. I have made that abundantly clear to them. After our current campaign comes to an end, we shall split and go back to our own conflict. Darth Mar said easily. Inger of the admirals shifted uncomfortably at his words, but it's not like this was new information. Darth Mar had made that clear from the beginning. A coup then? I wouldn't say that. I have no longing to take the Empire for myself, despite the incompetency I sometimes see within the leadership at times. I have one and only one goal: to eliminate the Emperor. After that, it shall be business as normal. Mar told him. Azamin looked shocked for a moment before schooling himself and then frowning once more. The Emperor? Are you out of your mind?
No, unfortunately.
The man is harvesting the power of the Force from this galaxy. This war is not to conquer but to feed him. I shall not allow it to continue. For the good of the Empire, he needs to be dealt with. Mar spoke in a tone that brokered no argument. Harry, for his part, simply watched the exchange. He briefly wondered why Azamin was the one contacting them. With Mar off the council, he was one of the few left that could be considered level-minded. Him and Zella, assuming she was still alive. If anyone was going to negotiate, it would have to be them. That being said, he didn't expect the council to give up, so he wasn't really sure what the point of this conversation was. It was likely a distraction, but for what? More prep time could only help them so much in this case. They already had most of the defenses on Dramenkos mapped out, and it would likely be destroyed by the fleet from outside from the atmosphere. The hard part would likely be moving in their ground forces. It would be a battle even with their superior numbers. Of course, that was the assumption that the Sith would dig in their heels and try to repel them or simply die to the last man. It was more likely that they would just give up, even if it was just to give them a future chance to escape. Darth Azamin, is there a point to this discussion? Are you about to surrender, or are we going to continue with this invasion? Harry interrupted, seeming to calm down his own men, who were growing anxious about the continued conversation. Mar immediately went silent and waited for Azamin to respond. Azamin paused and his face tightened. He was silent for a moment as he seemed to contemplate his next words. Do you honestly expect me to believe your reasoning for this invasion? What would be the point of lying? We're about to stomp you and your men with a troop and aerial advantage you couldn't match if you had 4 times the firepower. This is practically an assured victory. Why would we bother creating such an obvious lie to a group we're about to defeat? Either way, it doesn't matter. It would be easier if you gave up, as it would mean more men and less power going to the Emperor, but it's fine either way. Harry replied evenly. This was the truest part of the discussion. To be honest, most of the soldiers were itching to hit the planet of the enemy that had been out of their reach for so long. Once again, Azamin was quiet as he seemed to contemplate what Harry had told him. He didn't look sure, to be honest, but he also probably see what Harry meant on what the point of lying would be. Still, Harry waited only a little longer before Azamin responded. Very well. Please give us 10 minutes to discuss your proposal, and we shall then give you an answer. Is that satisfactory? He asked. Harry glanced at Satel, who had been mostly silent to this point. She gave him a look and gave a confirmation through their bond, but not a visible one. He looked back at the Darth. You have 10 minutes, not a second more. Starts now. Harry told him, cutting of the connection. With that, he turned back to the assembled council. Do you truly think that they shall give up? Satel asked.
No. /diagonal no.
Both Mar and Harry said at the same time. They briefly looked at each other but said nothing further. Instead, the rest of the admirals began to make suggestions. This is a trap clearly. Even if we are waiting, we should begin to prep for combat. The cruiser is just outside of range if it's planning to be used as a sacrifice. We may need to fire on it if it makes any further moves. Showing an aggressive stance while we just told them we would wait to discuss could compromise any chance of there being a peaceful solution. Both the commander and Darth Mar agree that it is unlikely that they shall surrender peacefully. Grand Master Satel, do you concur with their analysis? I doubt they will surrender, but they might make some sort of concessions possibly. Something just enough to give us pause perhaps. Satel suggested. They might, but it would likely just be to delay until they can consolidate their forces further to make a stronger push against us. What are you worried about? Our forces outnumber them by almost 7 to 1. Even further, our firepower is better and more advanced than theirs. What forces could they possibly muster to make an actual meaningful stand against us? Never underestimate an enemy. A cornered wolf fights the hardest. Perhaps, but it still falls nonetheless. Enough! Harry finally called out, silencing the conversation as everyone's eyes turned to him. He looked at them for a moment before speaking once more. I told them 10 minutes and we shall give it to them. No one make a move until I give the word. Is that understood? He questioned. There were murmurs of agreement to his words, though some sounded more reluctant than others. Either way, the conversation was finished and therefore the call ended. Harry turned back to the lone, standing cruiser floating at a distance in front of them. What are you thinking? Why bother entering the cruiser in the first place? They have long-range communication available on their planet. Why would they expose themselves like this if this isn't some sort of a trap? Harry questioned, almost to himself. Can you sense anything from the cruiser? Satel asked. He frowned as he reached out with the force. He let his senses rove over the vessel and took in every detail he could. There are life forms on it, including force sensitives. Some feel quite powerful. I assume they are the members of the Dark Council. Harry commented. Then it should be fine. Perhaps. After that, they waited patiently for the Sith to contact them once again. The minutes seemed to go, especially at this time, almost as if they could sense the anticipation in the room. Despite that, Harry remained silent and unmoving in the room as he stared blankly at a clock showing the Galactic Standard Time. 8 minutes into his vigil, the ship's comm went off showing someone was trying to contact them. He looked at one of the nearby technicians. Is that from our fleet or the cruiser? The cruiser, sir. Open up the fleet comms first and then answer. Harry ordered as he went back to the console with Satel at his side. He crossed his arms as he watched the various admirals as well as Mar once more appear. Have they come to a decision already? Mar asked. That has yet to be seen. They are hailing us right now. Harry explained. Attention seemed to enter the meeting at his words. Once everyone settled a bit, he reopened the channel and immediately, Darth Azaman appeared once more over the comm. He didn't look pleased, but he also seemed to have a look of resignation. After some discussion, I and the denizens of this ship are willing to offer our surrender on the condition that we are placed under Darth Mar's care for the remainder of the conflict. Darth Azaman said. Harry narrowed his eyes at the words but was prevented from speaking as voices immediately began calling out in indignation. Absolutely not. Have you lost your mind? Do you think that we are so foolish that we Silence! Harry yelled with power, quickly quieting down the noise from the others. He looked around for a moment to make sure they would stay that way. First, you said the denizens of that ship are willing to surrender. Are you not then speaking as a representative of Drummond Koss? Harry pushed. Azaman scowled at the question. We are not. Before you arrived, there was an argument held within the council on what course of action should be carried out. Those among us in this ship thought the idea of fighting to the last man for a lost cause was foolish. So, we commandeered a vessel, and those who wished to try diplomacy came with us instead. Those on the surface chose to stay of their own accord. Azamin informed. Harry sighed in some annoyance at the man's words. On one hand, the man has basically taken every Sith that was still able to rub two brain cells together and put them on a ship and separate them from the lost causes. That would come in handy. On the other hand, the man had not said that in the first place and had basically gotten their hopes up on the matter of surrender. Even if he hadn't actually expected them to surrender at all, it was still annoying. At least it answered the mystery of the lone ship hovering in space. How many of you are there on that ship, and what's the breakdown of each number in terms of rank? Start with members of the Dark Council. Harry ordered. Of the Dark Council, only Zella, Talos, and I have decided on this course of action. Azamin began. Harry looked over at Mar at the second name. It wasn't one he recognized. Mar seemed to sense his gaze and turned to him. Talos is a new addition. He's smart, though some consider him cowardly. I think he's more cautious than anything. Mar informed. Harry nodded before looking back at Azamin and bade him to continue. We have another 6 members with the title of Darth outside of that. 26 Sith Lords have come with us. After that, we have a total of 700 soldier-class Sith with us. Warriors, marauders, and the like. Azamin informed. Harry thought about that. Those numbers weren't surprising. Many of them were probably joining because their commanders were joining. Usually those in Darth ranks could be directly training or sponsoring the training of up to 50 different soldiers. Sith Lords would do so too, though usually didn't have more than 20. Darth Mar, those who have surrendered are yours to do with what you will. Harry called out after the breakdown. Understood. Commander Peveril, if I may, is it wise to... Darth Mar already commands the other Sith forces part of his fleet, which consists of thousands. Less than 1,000 more won't mean much. Harry interrupted. His verbal reminder how much the Sith were still outnumbered by the Republic seemed to cause many to settle down. They still didn't seem happy about the arrangement, though. Darth Azamin, you and your fellow Sith surrender has been accepted. Any attempt at betrayal will be met with execution. Keep that in mind. Harry threatened, allowing his force presence to seep through the hollow, so it could be felt by the man who seemed to stiffen in response. He nodded but said nothing further as he cut the communication. That's done with. It is now time to begin the assault. You all know your targets, make sure you stick to them. If everyone does their job, this can be over quickly. Am I understood? Harry called out to the still assembled men. Yes, sir. They all called out before cutting the connection and got ready to begin the attack on the planet. Only Mar stayed on the line. The man was quiet for a moment before finally speaking whatever was on his mind. Having to watch that cruiser during the battle will limit my fleet's fighting capabilities. It's fine. Just make sure you join me for the ground assault so no one can call you out and we should be fine. Harry told him, brushing off the man's concerns. Mar grunted at that, but said nothing else as he cut his own connection. Sir, the Sith cruiser has joined formation and is being blocked in by Darth Mar's fleet, so they cannot run. We are continuing our course to the planet. Good. Have all stations prepare for battle? He commanded. He then looked at Satel and gestured for her to go to the captain's chair. Shall we? Humph. I suppose so. Will you be commanding the fleet any?
No.
You're much better at it than I. Harry commented easily. In battle, Satel was pretty much unmatched due to her battle meditation. It was best to usually let her do her thing and spend the time to prep for his own work, which certainly leaned more towards the physical aspects of combat. To be clear, I will be joining the ground assault. She told him firmly, leaving no room for argument. Yes, dear. He answered back quiet enough, though only she would be able to hear. She gave him a small glare before turning back to the approaching planet in front of her. They likely send the remaining number of small fighters out to delay us. Release our own squadrons to prepare for fighter-on-fighter combat. Prep the shields as well. Yes, ma'am. This shouldn't take long. Harry commented as he sensed the very fighters coming from the planet that Satel had just mentioned. No, it shouldn't. Injure hours later. Harry walked up the steps of the Capitol leading to the main conference building. All around him were sounds of conflict both on the ground and in the air as Republic forces pushed into the capital to take it under their control. Leading the charge was Harry, Satel, and Mar, three of the greatest force-sensitive warriors in the entire galaxy. Needless to say, no opponent or opponents lasted more than a few moments once getting in their way. As Harry reached the top of the steps, he was beset upon by two more Sith who looked like they were at least of the Lord level based on their clothing. They rushed him, forcing him to draw his own blade. He knocked the first blade with both force and precision, knocking it back to the point where it was redirected at the other incoming Sith, forcing them to defend against their own ally's weapon. While they were trying to reorient themselves from the surprising counter, Harry used the force to grab at the first assaulter to lift them into the air. They tried to use their own ability to counter his, but their power was nowhere near enough to stop him. He brought his blade and injured the man at the waist, causing a pained gasp. He dropped the body as he turned his full attention to the other Sith, who now looked to have an angry expression on their face seeing their ally killed in front of them. They took a step forward with eyes full of hate, preparing their assault on Harry, but were stopped only after the one. A scarlet-red blade sword passed Harry and buried itself to the chest inside of the man's chest. The Sith looked down with surprise at the blade before it was suddenly yanked out by seemingly nothing and flew back into the waiting hands of his former Sith master. I can't help but feel disappointed. You couldn't have possibly expected them to be able to push us back with such little force left. Even part of the Dark Council abandoned them, Harry calmly said as his opponent fell to his knees and then to the floor lifelessly. Not push us back, no, but at least put more into it than this. This performance has been substandard. Mar commented. It is to our benefit, so I don't see why we should scrutinize it too much. Satel butted in as she joined them at the top of the stairs. Had this been the Jedi Temple rather than our capital, I wonder if you would feel such relief at seeing such a poor attempt at defense. Darth Mar responded coldly. Satel wisely didn't rise to the bait. Instead, she simply shrugged in response. You took away many of the Sith's strongest warriors, Mar, and your presence alone on our side cripples their ability to maneuver their remaining military force. Harry pointed out. That is not what I am speaking of, and you know it. It is at the individual level that I am talking about. How many of these warriors even bother fashioning the negative feelings they were experiencing into a proper weapon to drive them further than they would normally be able to go? This is the problem with the Empire right now. Fools let their emotions rule them, and then the dark side overwhelms their mind when they should be using it as a tool to accomplish. Darth Mar shot back. As he did, a Sith warrior rushed him from behind a nearby statue and tried to take a swing at him. He clearly saw it coming as he batted the blade away before beheading the pale Zabrak. Harry watched the body fall to the floor idly as he processed the man's words. You're not wrong, but you and I have known this for a while. If the Jedi were a little more combat-focused, they would not be so easily put down by our own warriors, and the initial entrance onto the galactic stage would have been very different. Once this is over, though, perhaps you can change things. You will be the highest-ranked Sith left after all. Perhaps, but such damage will take years if not longer to burn out and then fix. Mar responded as he continued his march, signaling the end of the discussion. Harry and Satel both followed. He's a bundle of joy, isn't he? Still, it's interesting to see the philosophical perspective of a Sith who's not made with power. Satel mentioned. Harry rose an eyebrow at her, and although his helmet prevented her from physically seeing it, he knew she could feel it through their bond. What of me? You don't really count. You use the dark side, but outside of that, you have no urge to conquer or dominate. She replied. Harry muttered at that as they continued to the final building where the Dark Council met and where the remainder of them were likely hiding out. Harry disagreed with Satel on some level. He may not have the same goals that usually defined what the galaxy knew as a Sith, but he wasn't an especially nice person. He had killed a lot of people in his lifetime, and certainly not all of them deserved it. A lot of them did, but certainly not all of them. Some may even call him cruel or callous. Still, he decided not to comment on it and simply kept walking. They reached the building, which was still rather heavily guarded compared to the rest of the city. All three of them lit their blades in preparation as they saw the heavy line of Sith near the entrance waiting for them. I'll take the ones on the right, Darth Mar commented. If you wish. Harry said back as the three of them charged forward with some help with the Force allowing them to move at an inhuman speed. It would seem there were non-Force sensitives among them as Inger blaster shots came at them that needed to be deflected. He battered the first few away randomly, but as he got close to the line, he was able to deflect the final shot back at the sender, whom he saw take it to the face before falling. As he reached the line, he jumped over the prepared members and landed easily behind them, causing some panic. He quickly descended upon them, Sith like an angel of death. Only so many could attack him at once, and none could come anywhere near his speed. He had so much of the Force flowing through him at that moment, he was sure it was likely leaking out of him in waves against his opponents. He struck, cut, and countered with both a grace and viciousness that none of these amateurs could come close to managing. Of course, if Harry wasn't bad enough, soon Satel was cutting them up from behind at the forgotten line that they had been supposed to hold. Harry wasn't counting exactly, but they must have killed close to 30 men and women before the entrance to the building was finally cleared enough for them to enter. Harry slowed and rejoined Darth Mar and Satel as all three walked into the building side by side and made their way to the council chamber, which seemed to be barricaded. They can't seriously think this is going to even slow us down, can they? At this point, what they think is irrelevant. Mar said as he blasted the doors open with the Force, sending the random debris that was being used to keep it closed flying before it was seemingly caught in midair and lazily fell to the ground. Well. When they said the once great Darth Mar had become a turncoat, I never believed it, but to see it with my own eyes. How disappointing, a female council member stated, looking unconcerned with the powerful trio walking. Vantrace. Mar greeted emotionlessly. Harry frowned as he looked at the woman. She was a council member he recognized. If his suspicions were correct, she was the one who had sent Zantara after him all that time ago. He should have known, given the woman's own reputation. She looked somewhat petite at first glance and had a smile that seemed quite harmless to one who didn't know her. In reality, she was a ruthless monster who enjoyed hunting down her enemies like prey and adored dragging out their suffering for as long as possible, drawing in power from the dark emotions they released when doing so. Truly an operative of chaos. Enough talking. You're here for a reason, and we're not planning to negotiate. Even if killing you is the last service we conduct to the Empire, it'll be one we delight in. A bald male human said with a bulky frame. He was Darth Baroneth, a man who had rose to some prominence for his ability to augment his body with the Force in battle to levels most couldn't match. Most being the keyword. True enough. Though I have always wanted to see what you look like while writhing under me, Mar dearest. I can't wait to find out. Darth Vantrace said with a cute smile that had a sinister undertone to it. The mere thought that you and I are on the same level is amusing to me, Mar said as he raised his blade towards the woman in challenge. There were still two other council members who had yet to speak, Darth Faraz and Darth Trinuzine. Faraz being a reptilian sapient who seemingly had skin made of scales and a perpetual scowl on his face. Trinuzine was a Twi'lek who had originally been blue, but had altered it to red in certain procedures to show her alliance to the dark. All four lit their blades in preparation for combat. Which ones do you want? Harry asked his two allies. They were outnumbered by one, which could make this battle problematic. All the members here were skilled foes and would not go down easily. They delighted in suffering and reveled in the dark side even if they weren't exactly stable. Vantrace and Baroneth are mine. Mar growled. I suppose I shall take Faraz then. Satel added easily as she ignited the second blade on the other end of her hilt, preparing herself for an actual challenge. Very well. I'll wait for your mark, Mar. Harry commented as he prepped himself to charge the Twi'lek Darth. Mar said nothing, but Harry knew he had been heard. For a moment, the room was completely quiet, and all that could be heard were the sounds of battle taking place outside the room and within the city. Harry wasn't sure what eventually broke the silence or who made the first move within the room. All he knew was that, all at once, everyone was moving at each other. Like two waves in the oceans, they collided with each other with an almost explosive amount of force. Harry immediately focused on his designated opponent, who looked at him with sharp, glowing yellow eyes. He eyed her, seeing a certain clarity within them that he wasn't expecting from one so immersed in the dark side. She continued to not speak though, and instead focused on battling him. Her technique was good, focusing on Ataru, which she had clearly mastered and was a grade above his normal opponents. Unlike others though, she was both fast and flexible, allowing her to dodge strike and even counter his own strikes in a way that could even push him back. Within the first minute of the fight, Harry had almost been pressed up against a wall twice. The Sith Council had the advantage here. Harry, Mar, and Satel had to limit their attacking power to not accidentally hurt their allies, whereas the council members had no such limitations or cares for each other. Out of the corner of his eye, he had watched as Vantrace almost beheaded Baroneth twice just to strike a blow against Mar. The other Sith hadn't looked happy, but had chosen not to say anything, yet. Harry couldn't pay too much attention to the other battles though. He needed to keep focused on this one. Luckily for him, this woman was good but not as much of a challenge as the giant Sith he had faced guarding the prison Revan had been kept in. Harry had tried to test the woman's defenses injure times, but she seemed to be able to counter him each time before he could get far in such an endeavor. On the contrary, her attacks were becoming more aggressive and she continuously launched a variety of force attacks to either injure or throw him off enough to strike a blow. He was skilled enough to luckily push injure attacks away from him and even redirected lightning to strike Faraz, who could see in the corner of his vision. The reptilian man had been blasted back by it, but had recovered before Satel could land a finishing blow. I must admit, you're quite good. You mix strikes with force attacks in a way few rarely can. I knew your name before this, yet I can't help feeling like a lot of information about you has been held back. Harry commented as he crossed blades with the Twi'lek again. The woman said nothing in response, nor did her blank expression change at his words. She simply kept looking at him as she continued her assault. Her once more narrowed his eyes at the strange Sith but continued to push her. It wasn't long before he started picking up her habits enough to begin to predict how she would use her style beyond just what his precognition was showing him. She liked to use her agility to move around a lot and hit her opponent from angles they weren't expecting. Yet, Harry could begin to see some flaws in her movement. For example, she seemed to always try to get fully around him to try and attack his exposed back. She continued to try, and that was likely due to the fact that it had almost worked more than once now. Despite that, Harry could perhaps use that to his advantage. He knew which move he would make where she would try and take advantage to go behind him. He just needed to make sure it would look believable. With that in mind, he set his plan into action. They crossed blades once more and batted each other's attacks away before Harry saw an opening. He lunged forward with a stab, looking as if he were trying to take an advantage of an opening he had spot. The Twi'lek spun to the side and passed his lunging body. She was now at his back and moving fast to try and take advantage of his exposed back. Harry heard her blade lift into the air in preparation, and as she began to swing it down, he jumped forward and tucked his head to begin the beginning of a front flip. As he got halfway through it, enough to see his opponent that had been behind him, he threw his lightsaber directly at her now exposed torso with as much of the force enhancing his throw as he could manage. It happened as if in slow motion to his eyes as the blade approached her, and she understood what was happening. She began to lift her blade to try and deflect the flying one, but was only halfway in doing so when Harry sliced across her upper chest, digging into her red flash. She gasped in pain from the blow before beginning to fall backwards. Harry's perception then returned to normal as he completed his mid-air roll and landing in a crouch. He held out his hand and called for his blade, which immediately stopped and came back to him. He caught it with ease before eyeing his downed opponent. He watched her for a moment and noticed her eyes were still glowing a harsh yellow. That wasn't right. When a Force-sensitive died, their presence left their bodies, and so did the dark side. This meant that their eyes would normally go back to their original color. He eyed her for a moment further before a dark mist seemed to come out of her, causing him to take a cautious step backwards. He watched as it seemed to float out of her, and he sensed a familiar presence coming from it. The presence coming from the mist was looking at him with some interest and curiosity, though he could also feel some annoyance coming through as well. He frowned as he kept watching it until the mist and the presence disappeared. The yellow finally faded from the woman's eyes, and Harry concluded she had passed on. With that finished, he finally turned back his attention to his allies. Darth Mar was now only fighting Vantrace as his other opponent laid helplessly on the floor with one of his arms and legs cut off, though he was still alive. Satel also finished her opponent, who was still weakened after taking the Force lightning earlier on in the battle. He laid lifelessly on the ground with a small hole through his chest. Harry slowly approached Mar and Vantrace, who were currently standing injure meters apart from each other. He was stopped from coming closer, though, as Darth Mar held up a hand towards him, telling him to not come closer. Vantrace looked upset at her present situation, almost as if she was upset that her opponents had the audacity to not just fall under her efforts. "Drop your weapon, Vantrace, it's over. At least lose with some dignity." Mar called out to the clearly tired and upset woman. "I'd rather die." She spat at him. "So be it," Mar said with no other word as he charged at her. Vantrace met him halfway into his charge and tried to deliver a series of quick blows. Unfortunately, Harry could tell it was doomed to fail. He hadn't seen it until she moved, but she had an injure going down her side that was significantly slowing her down. Mar had to make almost no effort to not only deflect her first attack but also shove into while twisting his arm to disarm the blade from her hand and send it skittering across the floor. He then had her forced to the ground and stood over her. The woman looked up at him with seething rage, though he assumed some was directed at herself for losing. "Well, what are you waiting for? Finish it," she yelled at Mar. Mar, for his part, simply looked back at her, though you couldn't see his expression. "What happened to you? You used to be on the road for greatness. You could have been a leader, one of the greatest Siths of our generation. We trained and fought together, and yet, fuck you, Mar. I wasn't going to live in your shadow for the rest of my life. Do you know how many times our master compared me to you? Perfect little Mar? Or, why can't you do it like Mar? You have no idea the satisfaction I felt when I finally killed him. My only regret is that I couldn't kill you too," Vantrace cried out, and the man. Harry felt his eyebrows raise at the words. That wasn't something he had known. His former master didn't talk about his own training much. Still, Vantrace was practically the man's opposite. It was surprising to hear that they had trained together in their youth.
"Goodbye, Sora,"
Mar said before bringing down his blade directly into the woman's heart. Harry physically felt the woman's spirit exit her body as she passed from this life into the next. He paused for a moment, giving his master a moment if he needed one, but it didn't appear that he did, considering he immediately sheathed his weapon and turned around. "Disappointing," Mar mumbled again. Harry eyed the man for a second and couldn't help but think that Mar might be becoming more like him and disillusioning himself with the order he was a part of. Harry considered himself a Sith, but not the same kind as the ones he regularly killed. Mar may reach that point himself. With that done, Harry ignited his blade once more and tossed it at the last remaining Sith that Mar had downed but not finished off. He watched the Darth's eyes widen before the blade sliced straight through his head. Harry summoned it back to him before deactivating it and holstering it once more on his side. "We finished then?" Satel asked. "Yes," Mar answered as he began to leave. Harry nodded and moved to join him in leaving this building. As the three of them exited the building, they stopped once they left its confines and stared into the distance at the conflict still happening in the distance. The city was still at war, but it was clear that the Republic was routing out the remaining Sith, and it wouldn't be a fight for much longer. Almost as if to symbolize this, a Republic flag raised at the top of one of the towers in the city and flew proudly, signifying the city being under their control. "Never thought I would have to see this day," Mar muttered. "I did. In truth, I never believed the Sith Empire would be a success. Even if it won the war, Sith are far too self-focused to run an empire efficiently together outside of war. You need a war to distract most from attacking each other. It's the only way for them to survive in their current state." Harry commented blandly. "Perhaps you're right. Maybe it's time for a change. Make no mistake, Jedi, one day we shall take back our city and rise in power. This is nothing but a minor setback," Mar said, looking at Satel. Satel simply looked back at him impassively. "If you say so. Come, let's finish cleaning up so we can leave. We still have other things to do after this." Chapter 23. Months later, unknown facility somewhere within core region. Harry stepped up to the glass panel that looked down at sizable training room, where a man was seated in the middle of the room in a cross-legged position. The man was older and even had white hair on both the top of his head and face. His face looked somewhat troubled. "How's the progress been?" Harry asked out loud to the only other occupant of the room, a medical officer in charge of Revan's recovery. The woman walked over and joined him by the glass window looking down into Revan's training chamber. Good. His physical health has improved enough for him to leave at this point with him having regained almost all of his mobility. The combination of the back-to-tank sessions as well as the force healing, was it? Correct. Well, it has sped up his recovery quite a bit. Has he spoken with anyone about anything? No, not about his experience, at least. He isn't closed off, but he has said that he would only speak with you about anything relating to his ordeal. No idea why, I'm sure. Would you mind giving him and I some privacy? I would like to speak with him, Harry said quietly. I can't technically say no to that, you know. The medical officer snorted. Technically she was right. She was an officer under his command and Revan was still considered a political prisoner at the moment, which meant his rights were limited. After his recovery, Harry had insisted that Revan would not leave his care. He would go to a site of his choice and be under people that Harry trusted. Naturally, the Jedi had been somewhat upset by this. Well, a little more than a bit actually. There had been yelling involved and even demands that Revan be turned over to them. Harry had pointed out their rocky history with Revan and that turning him over to people who would not have his best interest would be counterproductive. Luckily, other heads, including the Chancellor, agreed that it would likely be better if someone besides the Jedi held someone like Revan. Satel had been forced to stay out of the argument given her relation to the man. She had managed to calm the council down after the decision had been made though which had only half worked. They were still sending him constant messages that Revan should be turned over to their care as they were more capable to help him. He didn't even respond to them anymore. You're his doctor. If you say no, I shall respect it. Humph. It's fine, he's as healthy as I expect he will get at this point. Good. Do me a favor. Can you get a back-to-tank ready? May I ask why? I have a feeling we're gonna need one, that's all. Harry said as he turned his way towards the door of the room. As he approached it, the door slid open revealing a set of stairs. I have a feeling that I am going to regret letting you in there. You may, but it's too late now. Trust my judgment, this needs to happen. Harry called back as he began walking down the stairs leading to the training room. Took him a moment to reach the second door which also opened for him. With that, he stepped inside. His first impression was that the room was quiet. The only thing that could be heard was the calming breathing of the man who sat in the middle of the room. Revan had no visible reaction to him entering, not that he had expected the man to. He waited patiently as he felt the medical officers leave the Overwatch room and disappear to a different part of the site. With her a sizable distance away and no other personnel close by, Harry removed his mask and dropped it to the floor. There were no cameras in the room or most of the site upon his request, so he was safe. You've gotten old, Harry said, finally breaking the silence between them. As he said it, he moved forward slowly until he was only a couple of meters away from the seated man. You haven't. You look exactly the same as I remember. Revan responded calmly, still not moving to look at him. Harry felt somewhat irked at that. A moisturizer I use. It does wonders. Are you going to face me anytime soon, or am I going to talk to your back the whole time? Harry asked rhetorically. His words had the intended effect as Revan got up from his position, as silent as the wind. He then turned to Harry and opened his eyes for the first time. They were different than what he remembered, duller. Hello, Hadrian. He gave a soft smile. Revan. Harry greeted back as he took in the face of his former master and friend. He had clearly aged, as Harry said, but he had at least aged well. He had wrinkles and white hair, but he wore it well. He looked rather distinguished and put together. He wondered how the man's life had been extended. Was it something the Emperor could just do, or was some sort of Sith alchemy involved? You've been busy. I didn't peg you for working with the Jedi anytime soon when we last saw each other. I'm working with the Republic for the good of all Force users. We recently toppled the current iteration of the Sith Empire and are working on getting their aid to deal with the Emperor. It's an uphill battle, as you might imagine. And how did you pull that off? With some help and liberal use of force. You know, the usual way you have to deal with the Sith, of course. I assume I remember him being upset with the man recently. Revan commented, looking somewhat troubled but not too concerned about it either. You bet. Well, his days are numbered. Even with his power, he won't last against the full might of our alliance. Then, it'll be over and I'll leave the galaxy so it can go back to fighting like children. Harry murmured as he looked Revan in the eye and tried to see what he could discern from them. He only saw a calmness though, nothing that showed his actual thoughts. It was exactly as he remembered the man who used to mentor him to be. It won't be that easy, Hadrian. It never is, yet I will do it anyway. You know, when you first pulled me out, I was scared. The influence I had, it took years to cultivate. The Emperor is powerful, Hadrian. Do not underestimate him just because you believe yourself unkillable. Now that I do not have access to his inner thoughts and mind, there's no telling what he may do in response to your actions. Revan tried. Harry couldn't help a burning feeling that spread through his chest and head at hearing the man's words. Is that it? He asked hoarsely, trying to keep his voice from breaking. Even to his own ears, he didn't succeed. Revan looked at him and his brow furrowed seemingly in confusion from Harry's words. What do you mean? The man asked, sounding genuinely confused. Harry saw red and immediately cut off all connection to the Force before losing all rational brain function to the influence of the dark side. The next thing he saw was Revan on the floor holding his jaw and spitting out some blood. Harry looked at his own extended fist registering what he had just done, but couldn't find himself upset by it. He brought his arm down but was still too angry to unclench the hand. After all this time, after everything that I went through, what they went through, that's all you have to say? Harry growled out, so much so that it physically hurt his throat. Revan looked up at him from the floor holding his possibly broken jaw, looking up at him with surprise and still some confusion. It only made him angrier seeing Revan stare back at him like that. You didn't even ask. You didn't ask about her, about Bastila. You remember her, don't you? Your wife who you left. Your wife who waited for you for more than a century. The wife who never gave up hope that she would see her husband again. The wife that I had to watch slowly die because her husband wasn't around and somebody needed to be. How about your fucking son? Do you remember him, Revan? Do you remember the son you left as a child? The son who I had to help step up and raise because you decided to stick your head into something you should have stayed out of? I cried the first time he called me dad. Do you have any idea how much it hurt? How much it hurt to hear him say that to me, knowing that it should have been you that he said that to? Do you know how much it hurt to watch him grow old without even knowing you? Me and Bastila had to bury him, you know. He wasn't force sensitive, so we outlived him. It slam us. It slam her and it slam me. I cried for days. Harry had to stop physically. He hadn't realized that he was crying. It had been so long since he had done that. So long since he had let such an emotion overwhelm him. His voice had given out as well. He had just realized that he had been yelling quite loudly at the end of that. You didn't ask, you didn't even ask about them. Why didn't you ask me? Why didn't you fucking ask me about them? Harry cried harder as he collapsed to his knees in front of the downed man. He didn't know what came over him. He just knew that it felt as if a weight that he had been carrying for so long without knowing it had finally been lifted. Something he had held so tightly inside of him that he hadn't even realized it was there. All he knew was that he was suddenly being overwhelmed and he was sobbing, likely for one of the first times since he was a small child. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when he recovered enough to recognize what was happening around him, Revan was no longer laying in front of him, but sitting next to him. The man's arm was patting him gently on the back, likely in an attempt to comfort him. When he looked at him, he could finally see it, the pain he had wanted to see there the whole time. The knowledge that the man had suffered too. Better?
No.
Harry answered, getting off his knees and sitting on his butt next to the man instead. The anger he had felt was gone. All that was left was an empty feeling inside and a sadness that hung over him. I suppose that makes sense. I'm sorry, Hadrian. I should have known after everything. I should have explained. I already knew the fate of both my wife and son. The Emperor. He would show me and harsh treatment me with scenes of them and the effect of my absence on them. He showed me when they died. He forced me to watch. Revan revealed. Harry went silent at that. He was still somewhat upset, but at least he understood now on why he hadn't said anything or asked Harry about them. I see. was all he could manage to respond with. He wasn't sure if that made him feel better or worse. He wasn't sure if it made him feel anything at all. I know how hard it must have been for you, having to be there when I wasn't. Thank you, Hadrian. Thank you for being there for them when I couldn't. It was the only reason I was able to go forward. Knowing that you were there even if I couldn't be, it helped me to not break. Revan comforted. He frowned and looked away before sighing. You shouldn't have done it. I told you not to do it. I told you to let me look into it, Revan. You had a family, they should have been your first priority, and now you'll never get that back. Why wouldn't you just listen to me? You know why already. It was the will of the Force. Compelled me to do so, and I did so. His friend replied. Harry grits his teeth at that. Because of his status as a champion, he was not subject to the will of the Force. That would be a trespass, so while he could use the Force and magic, it could not directly influence like it did other users, thus, he had a low opinion of others following it blindly. Don't do that next time, then. Stupid, you were stupid, Revan, and it cost all of us. You should have let me do it. Harry whispered, closing his eyes and trying to shut out all other sensations. He had regained his facilities and allowed himself to rejoin with the Force. He has calmed enough to not accidentally kill Revan with it. Perhaps I should have, though, if the Emperor had caught you instead of me. Revan didn't finish his thought, and he didn't need to. Revan was powerful, but the knowledge Harry had, as well as the ability to not die. Who knows what the Emperor could do with someone like him? Harry wasn't invincible. If his mind was broken and he was turned, his threat level was incalculable. Not an excuse. Harry muttered, causing Revan to chuckle at his stubbornness. The air between them seemed to get lighter, and Harry no longer felt a burning anger towards the man. They sat in silence together for a while after that, saying nothing. So, I hear you've been going around disguising yourself as some mystical Force user out to take care of the Emperor, Commander Peveril. The man teased. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at that. Did you like it? I took inspiration from you and Mar. It's a little much, but I suppose it gets the job done. What's your relation to Mar? He was my former master when I was undercover within the Sith Empire. Undercover? Are you Darth Cyrus? I was, yes. So that's what happened to you. I remembered the Emperor being upset about your disappearance. He believed it would set him back by years in his mission. Revan said to him, Good. I assume what I have been doing has even further damaged his plan. Indeed, it has. His annoyance has been palpable. It has allowed me some more influence in his thoughts, though I did still have to be careful. What did it allow you to even do? Injure things. I could perhaps divert his attention or make him focus on specific things to hopefully keep his eyes off other things. I could perhaps introduce thoughts that were not his own and hoped they snowballed into other things. When you're spread so much in power, it becomes easier for things to slip through the cracks. Well, I don't suppose it would matter now. At this point, he must know we're coming for him. You can't distract him from that. How soon do you think you'll be able to launch an attack on him then? Months, maybe. We need to integrate the Sith into an actual force that can be used. We also have to find him, which I was hoping was something you could help us with. We know he isn't on Dramenkos, though I wasn't expecting him to be. He is on the planet of Zakul, a planet in wild space. It took years to discover such a location since he kept it hidden for so long. It is where he primarily keeps his main fragment of his soul. Getting to him will not be easy. I trust you know you can't simply hit him from orbit. What kind of defenses are around the planet? He has a fleet of loyal zealots to protect him, though I assume you will make quick work of it. Its size is nothing compared to your own. You know, the Emperor is not someone you can just beat in a duel. He's immortal, right? Correct. Therefore, special methods must be used. What did you have in mind? To defeat the Emperor, you will have to injure his connection to the Force. Revan revealed to him. Harry looked back at the man with a tired expression. Given how powerful he is,
I'm aware.
You will likely need help from other powerful Force users. I'm sure you already have a few in mind. You, me, Mar, and Satel. Harry said the last name cautiously and looked over at the man. It was the first time he had brought up his descendant. Revan didn't visibly react but nodded with a pensive look. Harry waited to see if he would say something further, but the man didn't. About Satel, yes. It's strange to me that I have descendants. I'm not even sure what I should feel about that. I see. Look, I'm not going to push this off. I want to be honest with you. Me and Satel, we're in a relationship, Harry finally said. At this, Revan's expression did change to one of shock. He stayed like that for a moment before seeming to calm down and put back on a neutral expression. Ah, I didn't see that coming. That I would be in a relationship with your so many greats granddaughter? More so that you would willingly get into a relationship at all. You hadn't seemed keen on it when we had last spoke on the matter. Revan corrected. Harry blinked at that, trying to recall such a conversation. That was a long time ago. I suppose it was. So, she makes you happy? Yes, she does. We have a force bond and it's deep. That's what originally drew me to her. As Bastila and I did. Yes, that would do it. How did it form?
I'm unsure.
It seems to have been a natural one, unlike yours. I answered. Revan frowned at that. That's rare. Though, given it's you, I can't say I'm surprised that you would experience such a strong natural bond. I wonder what triggered it. Probably forces greater than us meddling in things that they shouldn't be. I grumbled in dissatisfaction. I was placing my bets on it being magic or the force depending on who you asked. Of course, I could just be biased. I suppose you would know better than I. How long do you plan to have me here? I assume it's not exactly a public known hospital?
No.
I needed a place free from Jedi influence to keep you. With the war, there are some hardliners that exist that may take the chance to strike down a potential enemy. I couldn't take that type of risk with you in this state. Harry replied, gesturing to all of him. He winced slightly before giving me a small smile. Sorry. It seems like I've already caused you more trouble again. I'm used to after the last 300 years of searching for you. Harry replied smoothly. He had already had his little outburst. He wouldn't have another one, right? Well, I suppose I should start trying to get back in shape. 1 week later, Harry shifted in his chair slightly as he listened to the endless bickering. The integration of the Sith was slow to say the least. Even when they weren't being actively antagonistic, trusting a Sith wasn't something anyone was keen on. Mar, as always, did his best to keep them under control, but even he couldn't be a miracle worker. Already there were behind-the-scene politics and power plays happening. Mar had already had to deal with 3 separate assassination attempts. We've seen what they have, which is barely anything. I have yet to see the merger as anything more than a deterrent. With our campaign coming to an end, the Senate will begin looking to wind down the military budget and reduce the emergency powers. If this threat is credible, it needs to be dealt with now. If there's even a threat. The Emperor is certainly a threat, but Commander Peveril has not shown any evidence of this ritual of the man's. Have care for your words. Lady Satel also vouched for the threat, and your not-so-veiled remarks also insult her integrity. Do not forget, this war would not have been won without the resources of Commander Peveril. And why was he so willing to give such resources? How long are we supposed to believe the act of the benevolent savior, as opposed to what, a secret conqueror? At least that would make more sense. How, the man could have simply conquered the Republic and also the Sith if he wanted. He didn't need to help anyone if he wanted the control, or are you too thick in the head to remember that? Enough, Harry finally said, letting some of his annoyance and the bickering of this makeshift council continue. He looked around for a moment and saw the room immediately fall quiet as all eyes fell on him. I didn't come here to listen to you bicker. I came to inform you about what comes next. I have found that the Emperor is on a planet in wild space known as Zakul, where he inhabits a human host. He rules a second smaller empire from there. It will defend him. Unfortunately, the exact placement of the planet is still unknown, though we have a believed area on where to start looking. Search groups will begin looking for it immediately. And where did you find such information? Why are you going to call into question my ethics and integrity again? You know, if you have such a problem with me and my methods, you can always leave. No one is forcing you to be in the fight, and there are certainly others who won't say anything about getting a promotion. Harry questioned, almost sounding bored as he questioned the grim-faced Jedi Master who had been attacking him this whole time. The man immediately sneered and tried to respond only for the Chancellor to step in. That's quite enough, I think. No one is questioning your motives on this council, Commander. And none would call into question both the effort you have put into ending this war and resources. The Chancellor tried to pacify while giving a pointed look to the Jedi, forcing the man to back down. I will repeat, I care nothing for this war between your two factions. My goals have always been to deal with the Emperor, who is a galactic threat to all life. After he is dealt with, Harry trailed off. An uncomfortable silence met his words as injured people began to shift in their chairs. Right, well, it would seem that we need to begin to form some search parties. While that's happening, Lord Mar, do you have a status update for us about your faction? A new council is currently being formed from the survivors and defectors of the original empire. It should be formed and ready to join by the next one of these meetings. Mar informed Drilly. He too sounded like he wanted this meeting to end, likely finding it as tedious as Harry himself did. Very good. And have any problems arose from this new merger? Nothing worth mentioning. Mar replied. Harry almost smirked at that. For a Sith, it was technically true. Assassination attempts and power plays were the bread and butter of Sith. It came to them naturally and were dealt with just as naturally. He doubted that even with the upheaval from the recent changes, Mar was too affected. I see. Well, if that's the case, does anyone have anything relevant to add before the end of this meeting? Revan. The grim-faced Jedi Master growled while looking pointedly at Harry. Harry made no sudden move at that. He simply tilted his head to stare at the man's blue hollow form.
No,
was all he said. The man snarled at him. He really needed to go back to Jedi teachings to find inner peace. Clearly the war had affected him too much. Revan is a Jedi. Was a Jedi, he has not been so for some time and was not one before his disappearance. You have no claim to have him brought to your custody. Grandmaster Satel is his last living descendant. Surely you're not saying she has no claim. I shall be visiting the man myself in the next few days to check on him and hopefully have a discussion with him. He is not a captive. He has a right to have a voice in his own fate until he proves otherwise. Satel interrupted sternly to the man with her in-charge voice. The man hearing that frowned, not seeming happy but did in fact back down. Very well. Good, and I think we shall call it there. I hope to see you all next week and not a moment sooner. The Chancellor told them all with a smile, causing the various masters, admirals, and advisors to nod in agreement before the call ended. With the figures gone, Harry was simply staring across the console at Satel. She sighed in annoyance as she stood up from her seat. That was as fun as it usually is. She muttered. Who was that Jedi Master? I couldn't remember his name. Jedi Master Bios. He's something of a radical on the council, but he has pull with a lot of the other frontliners, so I cannot simply dismiss him unless he gets too out of turn. The Sith integration move hasn't exactly been popular, even with my explanation of why it's necessary. I can imagine. Well, whatever, I don't want to think of this anymore. Harry muttered. God, politics were such a headache. Why was it that only half the people in their meetings seemed to understand he literally held all the chips, and if he wanted, he could simply leave and have them be powerless once more? What do you want to think about then? Honestly, nothing. Every day recently has been, well, with Revan back it's complicated. Speaking of, I will be meeting him soon, won't I? Of course. If you want, we can go and see him tomorrow if you don't have anything planned. Harry responded easily to his partner. Satel smiled. I would like that. I am a little nervous. Loved or hated Revan has always been such a legendary persona that many would consider out of reach. What should I expect? Revan is wise and almost always has been. He's certainly a prodigy, being able to master most of anything he puts his mind to. His willpower alone probably matches or even exceeds mine. Even 300 years later, after being so deeply connected with an entity like the Emperor, and he retains his own self-identity. I'm not sure I would have managed such. Still, he has his flaws. He sees things different than most people and sometimes does not consider their own perceptions as seriously as his own, causing him to act irrationally. Harry muttered, once more thinking back to the first real conversation he had with Revan once he had been recovered. Most of the initial anger had passed on already, but there was still a lingering feeling of something. It'll be strange to meet such a man after all the time and stories that have been told. The way he has shaped the galaxy is, Satel faded off in thought. If Harry didn't know any better, he would say the woman was nervous. Don't worry about meeting him. I'm sure Revan will take to you quite easily. He'll likely be quite proud of you actually. Maybe even amused. Amused, why? You're the Grandmaster of the Jedi Order. Given his own relationship with said order before disappearing, I suspect he will find this fact somewhat amusing. Alright, here's the deal. I'm pretty burnt out on Star Wars and writing this story has become something of a painful chore. I remember when I first started, I planned to make it go all the way into the prequels, but I doubt that's going to happen anymore. Star Wars is a universe I still very much love, but all the real-world drama associated with it has really tempered my feelings for it. I don't like leaving things unfinished though, so I'll still be writing a closing for this, but that's probably it. To those who were still waiting and hoping for more, I apologize. I know it's difficult to wait so long with very little payoff. I'm not saying I won't ever make a Star Wars story again, but I don't think I will be soon.